Prison of Despair by Keith Robinson. Book 8 in the Island of Fog series. Chapter 1. Intruders. Hal Franklin woke and lay still in the darkness of his room. He could have sworn he'd heard a man laugh, but couldn't fathom why his dad would be up and about at this hour on a Sunday morning. He listened, barely breathing. A whispered voice in the hallway chilled him. Definitely a man, but not his dad. Bolting upright, he squinted through the gloom and picked out the usual faint light around his bedroom door. The lanterns in the hallway emitted a soft, welcoming orange glow. A shadow moved outside the room. Hal held his breath, expecting the doorknob to turn, the hinges to creak, a sinister figure to peer in at him. He shook himself. Even if this were an intruder, a dragon shapeshifter had no reason to feel so rattled. He threw back the covers and got up. Sometime during the winter, he ditched his pajamas in favor of enchanted smart clothes because they were much warmer. Tonight, he was glad for them. He was ready to transform if he needed to. The shadow under the door moved away as Hal tiptoed barefoot across the small room. 4 paces later, he grasped the doorknob, turned it, and carefully pulled the door open. Even though he'd half expected it, the sight of a hulking figure standing in the softly illuminated hallway jolted him. The man was leaning into the master bedroom, and from within, Hal heard the muffled whimpers of his mom, then a heavy thump and the angry moans of his dad. An unfamiliar voice, a second intruder in the room, said quietly but clearly, "Shut your noise. If you wake your kid, we'll have to kill him." Hal bunched his fists. Any lingering fear evaporated as his parents fell silent. He padded along the hallway, urging his bare feet to be extra quiet. He stopped right behind the first intruder, suddenly struck by indecision. What should he do? He could easily take care of these men if he transformed into a dragon, but the hallway would be ruined. That paled compared to the threat to his life, but still, wrecking the house was best avoided if at all possible. The man must have sensed Hal standing behind him because he swung around. His face was in shadow, but judging by his size, easily 6.5 feet tall, with enormous shoulders, the guy was not to be trifled with. "Watch out!" the man rumbled to his partner in the master bedroom. "He's up." Hal heard a curse, then thudding footsteps. His parents cried out, their voices muffled, probably gagged. The second intruder emerged, silhouetted in the doorway. He was also tall but much thinner, wearing a cap with his hair sticking untidily out the sides. "Rats, plan B then. Let's go." And, to Hal's astonishment, both men took off down the hallway, casting furtive looks behind them as they went. A second later, they disappeared into the bathroom and slammed the door. When Hal rushed to his parents' aid, he found them wriggling on the floor, bound at the wrists and ankles, rags stuffed tightly into their mouths. His dad was closest. Hal pulled the gag out and started working on the ropes binding his wrists. His dad looked furious. "Just loosen it off and go after them, son," he said through gritted teeth. "Follow them through the portal and show them what they're dealing with." "I think they already know," Hal said, trembling as he worked at the knot. "They acted like they knew me." His dad pulled his hands free. "I can get it from here. Now go." Hal hated to leave his mom trussed up. Surprisingly calm, she lay still as his dad dragged himself across the floorboards toward her, his ankles still bound. Her eyes were wide, but she gave Hal a nod when he glanced at her. "Go, son," his dad ordered. Dashing from the bedroom, Hal skidded into the hall and made for the bathroom. It wasn't locked. If it had been, he would have needed to transform to get through it, or else go find a sledgehammer or something. Instead, the door swung open easily and he stepped inside. The intruders were gone. This room, too, was lit with a lantern. A toilet stood against one wall next to the bathtub. There had once been a fitted sink and cupboard on the opposite wall, but now that space was taken up by a black, smoky, pulsing cloud that hung in the air. Like many bathrooms in the village, the cupboard under the sink had housed a geo-rock to power a heating element in a small tank of water. But when Hal had blown up the mines in the east 3 months ago, every geo-rock in the land had exploded and created portals, like this one. Hal moved toward the silent cloud. It floated a foot off the floor, its backside pressed up against the wall. Spherical in shape, it was utterly silent, pulsing in and out as though breathing. For safety, a wooden gate had been installed in front of it. That gate stood open. Hal stepped closer and edged into the portal. After a moment of blackness, a blast of cold wind hit him as his head and shoulders emerged in the moonlight over the ocean in old Earth. He should have been completely alone, suspended high above the churning water like every other portal in the vicinity. Instead, someone had anchored a ship directly below. 4 grinning thugs faced him, mere inches from his nose. Before Hal could leap back, a hand shot out, grabbed his shirt, and yanked hard. He tumbled forward out of the cloud, leaving his bathroom behind. Gasping, he hit the deck and had time to glimpse a dozen more men and women standing around before someone clobbered him on the back of his head. He went down again, his vision blurring at the throbbing pain. Something cold and hard clamped around his neck, and he heard a metallic snap. By the time he rose unsteadily to his knees, he knew it was too late. He fingered his iron collar with mounting horror. "Yeah, go ahead and shift," one of the thugs mocked. He was the one who'd trust Hal's parents, apparently the leader of this gang. "See if you can bust out of that pretty necklace." There were titters and guffaws all around. Hal peered up at their faces. Most were in darkness, but he could tell from the scars on their faces that these people were Scrags from old Earth, survivors of the virus outbreak 13 years ago. This particular group had acquired a ship from somewhere, or if not a ship, a really big boat, maybe a fishing boat. It sure smelled like one. He took it all in as the Scrags laughed and jeered, the heavily rusted cabin, the complicated rigging overhead, the rattling vibration of an engine deep below. The vessel was long enough to build 2 or 3 houses on, and the filthy, slippery deck high enough above sea level that the Scrags could stand at the elevated front end and reach up to the smoky portal leading to Hal's house. The ancient boat tilted from side to side with the waves, the cold wind buffeting the crew as they jostled each other and joked about their new shapeshifter prisoner. "All right, let's wrap this up," the Scrag leader said at last. "Get this heap on the move. The others too. We're done. Let's go." Tall and thin, with hair sticking out the side of his cap. Hal suddenly recognized him as Scarecrow from one of the Scrag gangs known as the Swarm. "I know you," he said as some of the crew scurried away. Scarecrow looked down at him. "Yeah, kid. It's time for round 2. The man next to him, the silent giant whose bald head was more evident in the moonlight, grinned and thumped his fists together. Hammerman. Hal shuddered, remembering the chains the thug usually wore, the heavy hammer he slung over his shoulder. He'd probably stashed them away, being too noisy to sneak around houses at night. "Hal!" a voice called. His dad had stuck his head out of the black, pulsing cloud. Hammerman turned and swung his fist at him. He missed, though, because his wide-eyed target pulled back at the last second, disappearing from view as he tumbled back into the unseen bathroom beyond the cloud. The giant Scrag went to climb through the portal, partially engulfed in tendrils of smoke, but Scarecrow whacked him on the back of the head. "Leave 'em! We're out of here!" The fishing boat was already turning. Scrags lined the sides of the boat, leaning over and squinting into the night, while Scarecrow yelled orders at everybody. Hal, still on his knees with his head throbbing, spotted another vessel not too far away, and another. 3 fishing boats of varying size, all as rusted and ancient as each other, maneuvering carefully across the water. Why the Scrags were here was a mystery. Hal couldn't believe they were simply trying to kidnap him. He had to assume other homes had been invaded too. Had anyone else been abducted? He wished he could transform. He fingered his iron collar again, knowing it would kill him if he tried to shift into his dragon form. Shouts came from one side of the boat. The engine groaned, and the deck began to tilt. Hal started sliding, and even his captors had trouble maintaining their balance. A smoky portal loomed in the darkness, a little lower than the rest, too low for the edge of the boat to fit under. "Watch out!" someone yelled, as if that helped matters. "Hard to port!" Hal had never tried to fly through a portal narrower than his wingspan. He couldn't decide if he'd somehow bounce off, or worse. What if his body crossed into the other world, but his wings did not? Would they be sheared off? The Scrags evidently fretted over their boat for the same reason. What if a portion of the deck and hull slid easily through to New Earth, leaving a massive gash in the side? While Hal's captors were distracted, he took off running, hardly able to control his direction with all the movement. The Scrags yelled and came after him. He reached the back end of the vessel, where there were very few Scrags. Looking around, he wondered if he could steal one of the upturned lifeboats. But he abandoned the idea immediately. They were way too heavy, and he had no time to figure out how to lower one into the water using the crank. His 2 captors were already hot on his tail. Hot on his tail? Hal spun around to face them, his back pressed against the rails. A gust of wind drenched him in a cold spray as he worked up some heat from deep within. He may not be able to transform, but he could still breathe fire. The flames leapt from his throat just as the Scrags reached for him. They staggered back in shock, one of them falling and scrabbling in his hurry to escape the sudden firestorm. Hal kept it coming, moving his head from side to side to sweep the fire around in an arc. Then, seeing no other choice, he climbed over the rails and dove. The Scrags yelled after him, but Hal barely heard them. As he fell, he was keenly aware of the churning water at the stern, fearful of a giant propeller below the surface that might chop him into a million pieces. When he hit the water, he went under and fought to control his instinctive urge to transform. He kicked and thrashed and finally surfaced, gasping and panting, then trod water, somehow managing to stay afloat despite the weight of his sodden clothes and heavy metal collar. All was suddenly quiet. The fishing boat chugged away in the moonlight, veering ponderously from side to side as it picked a circuitous route around dozens of smoky portals. In the distance, 2 other boats escaped into the night, taking with them whoever they might have abducted. Hal paddled, already tired and disoriented as he rose and fell in the sloshing ocean. Everything looked the same no matter which way he looked, and the position of the moon wasn't helping much. Which way was land? It was hard to tell in the darkness, and anyway the nearest shore was too far, nigh impossible for him to reach even if he knew which way to go. His best course of action was to swim back to the portal he'd come through, knowing his dad would be there to help him out. But which way was it? He looked for the boats. They were almost out of sight. He turned and swam directly away from them, back the way he'd come. Plenty of smoky portals hung suspended 20 or 30 feet in the air, but they were no good unless someone was there to help him out. His dad would be watching for him, though, and some villagers had, months ago, prepared for the possibility of falling into the sea by hanging knotted ropes to climb up. Maybe he could find one of those. The boats had by now receded into the distance. For a while, the only sound was the water and Hal's panting. He was cold and tired, and his head throbbed. The sky was clear tonight, the half-moon bright, but there wasn't a whole lot to see. Why did all those dozens of portals have to be the color of night? They showed up just fine in the daytime. At night, they were almost invisible. Then lights flared. His hopes soared as more and more glows showed up. Villagers were letting lanterns down on ropes or simply sticking their heads through and holding torches aloft. Now, Hal had a choice of 10 or more portals to head for. He looked for the nearest, wondering if he was still on course for his own. He might have drifted sideways and gotten turned about. People were yelling now, calling frantically for missing loved ones. Hal felt awful for them and wondered how many had been stolen away by Scrags on boats. Though he'd escaped, he wasn't sure that anyone else had. Now that the Scrag boats were a long way off, the undulating water had calmed a little, and Hal spotted something dark and flat on the surface a little way off. A small boat? No, it was too low for that. Maybe some debris. The temptation to head for it was great. Something solid to hold on to would be wonderful right now. So he turned away from the distant flickering lights and swam instead for the mysterious platform. The moon shone on the water and the dark object. The sky above was black. But as he drew nearer, he started to make out a blacker-than-black cloud hovering directly above whatever it was that floated there. Even better. It was only when he came within 30 feet of it that he realized what it was. Gasping and weary, he let out a strangled cry of relief. It was Robbie and Lauren's raft, tethered to a portal that led, in New Earth, to the woods outside the village. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," he sputtered between breaths as he finally made it to safety. He clung to the wooden platform for a while, then slowly, painfully dragged himself out of the water. It took all his strength, and he still couldn't manage to pull his feet on board before giving out. The rope that tethered the raft was taut, stretching nearly 30 feet into the air and through the smoky cloud. Hal knew it was tied to a log in the woods beyond. Ordinarily, he would have shinnied up that rope in less than a minute and hurried home without hesitation, but right now, even the thought of climbing and running wore him down. His numb fingers found their way into a crack between boards. Holding on for dear life, he closed his eyes to rest. His head hurt. His vision was blurred. Exhaustion took over, and everything went black. In his sleep, he dreamed of people calling over and over. At one point, he thought he heard his own name. Chapter 2. Kidnappings. The noise of an engine woke Hal from his sleep. Wincing as a pain stabbed at the back of his head, he squinted in the early morning sunlight as a boat approached. A small one this time, low-slung with military markings and helmed by 2 uniformed soldiers. "You okay, kid?" one called to him. Hal carefully sat up on his bobbing raft. He was cold, but at least his clothes were nearly dry. When he touched the back of his head, his fingers came away with a smudge of red. He had a lump there, and it was going to hurt for days unless he shifted and healed. Reminded of his iron collar, he shuddered and vowed to get it removed straight away. What if he forgot it was there and transformed without thinking? "I'm okay, but I need to get this thing off," he said, as the boat drew near and slowed. "What is that?" the soldier said with a frown. "Wait," the other said, nudging his colleague. "I know him. He's the Dragon Kid." Hal nodded, relieved he didn't need to explain himself. "I can't shift with this iron collar on. Can you pick the lock?" The soldiers peered at it, looking doubtful, as their boat gently bumped the raft. "Might have to cut it off, but we can't do that here." Hal sighed. Looking around, he saw other military boats out and about. "So what's the deal? How many were kidnapped?" "At least 25 that we know of," the first soldier said. As Hal's mouth fell open in shock, The man nodded grimly. Scrags. They must have been sneaking in and out of houses for hours. They've taken whole families. It's early yet, but your people are running around checking on neighbors to see if they're okay. There might be more missing than we think. The other soldier nodded and gestured toward the rising sun. It all happened before dawn. We've got helicopters out searching, but people have been gone at least an hour or two now. If they're still out to sea, we'll find them. But if they docked somewhere, it'll be harder. He narrowed his eyes. How many boats did you see? 3, Hal said. That confirms what we've been told already. How did you escape? Hal touched his head again and winced. I breathed fire on them. Both soldiers nodded, but said nothing. They sat and stared at Hal until he squirmed. Then one shook his head. Well, anyway, we should keep looking in case anyone is floating about. We found a woman earlier clinging to a rope and hanging from a portal. She was 30 feet from safety, but too weak to climb up. How did she escape the Scrags? Hal asked. The soldier smiled. She kicked up such a fuss that they threw her overboard. We found a boy, too. He fought like a tiger and jumped. They're both fine. You're the third we've found. What boy? Hal asked, instantly thinking of his friends. Fought like a tiger? Could that have been Thomas, his manticore friend? His name's Carl. You know him? Oh, yeah, kind of. He's a bully. The soldiers exchanged a glance. Well, that would explain how he escaped. A little terror he is. We'll have to recruit him. Now, are you okay to climb that rope so we can get back to work, or do you need a ride home? Hal looked out across the bay. The cliffs and city in the distance reminded him again of the Scrags. Much closer, scattered all around, smoky black portals hung 20 or 30 feet above the sea. He'd tried counting them on occasion and always lost track at around 50 or so. They all looked the same. He had no idea which portal led to his own house. I'll just climb up here, he said at last. As the soldiers gave him a casual salute and chugged away, Hal pulled himself up the rope, finding it harder than usual because of his throbbing head. He continued climbing until he plunged into the pulsing cloud above. After a moment of disorienting blackness, he emerged into the woods, where the top end of the rope was tied around a fallen tree trunk. He pulled his legs from the eerie blackness and jumped clear. The air in the forest was much warmer than the bay, and there was no wind. All was peaceful as he headed barefoot through the trees, wincing as he went, tiptoeing as much as possible. Every 5 steps or so, he grazed his feet or stubbed his toes on something sharp, and he knew it would be a tough walk home. Maybe in future he should include smart shoes as part of his pajamas. It wasn't long before he arrived at the village's low perimeter fence and hopped over it. The smooth dirt path was much kinder to his bruised and battered feet. Though still very early, everybody was up and about. Doors stood open, and villagers chatted earnestly in the streets. Nobody seemed too concerned at the sight of Hal as he hurried along. If he had been reported missing, he was simply one of many. Occasionally he passed huddled groups of sobbing women who had discovered their neighbors, friends, or loved ones missing from their homes. How awful it must be to pound on a door, shouting, "Are you there? Open up!" And, when no answer came, to break in and find signs of a struggle and the occupants gone, abducted in the night by thugs from old Earth. Hal gripped his collar to stop it from jiggling about and chafing his neck as he broke into a limping, barefooted jog. His parents would be frantic by now. His house stood among the trees along a wooded path, a large 1-story log building about twice the size of the average stone-walled, straw-thatched cottages in the village. He ran up the path and threw open the door. "Mom, Dad, I'm home!" His mom flew out of the bathroom into the hallway. As soon as she saw him, she burst into tears and rushed to him, nearly knocking him over as she swept him up. It had been years since she'd lifted him off his feet, and he was shocked at her strength. As she cradled him, he couldn't help noticing how grey her hair seemed this morning. Maybe it was his imagination. Besides, she wasn't yet dressed and made up for the day. She still wore her dressing gown. Seconds later, she put him down and rushed back into the bathroom. "He's home! Look, he's home!" When Hal popped his head around the door, he saw only his dad's rear end and feet, because he was leaning into the smoky portal, secured by a rope. Hal's mom dragged him out. "Still nothing," he told her at once. "There's no sign of him. I don't think—" "Hal's home," she interrupted with a smile. Once again, Hal was lifted off his feet, this time much higher, the hug much stronger. It was only when his dad put him down that his parents noticed the iron collar. Others might have been confused by it, but they knew immediately what it was there for. "We need to get that off you," his dad said. "Come with me." "Oh, your head's bleeding," his mom said, suddenly seeing the wound. "And your feet, Hal. Come sit down and I'll—" "No need, Mom. Once this collar's off, I can shift and heal myself." His dad studied the lock, frowning, then shook his head and started tapping on the metal. "This thing's tough. I might have to cut it off with a hacksaw." Hal nodded. The thought of anyone sawing into his neck worried him, but he trusted his dad completely. As they headed into the small workshop at the back of the house to find a hacksaw, it occurred to Hal that he could ask Robbie to break the collar off, but maybe the ogre's oversized, meaty fists would be too clumsy for such a delicate task. After getting comfortable on a stool, the sawing commenced. Beads of sweat popped out on his dad's forehead. In an effort to relax, Hal took the opportunity to tell his parents what had happened to him. They listened in silence. "Do you know how many are gone?" he asked when he'd finished. "The soldiers said at least 25. "More than that," his dad said through gritted teeth. "Do you know if—" Hal began. He swallowed. "What about the others?" "Your friends? We haven't heard, son." The sawing continued. "We haven't heard much of anything," Hal's mum admitted. "At first we thought it was an isolated incident, someone coming after you." "I stuck my head through to look," his dad said, "and nearly got punched in the face. It was a bit of a shock, seeing a gigantic boat filled with Scrags." "Tell me about it," Hal murmured. His dad paused. "I'm sorry, Hal. I shouldn't have sent you after them. I was thinking of you as a dragon instead of a 12-year-old boy." 13 next week. Anyway, it's not your fault, Dad." His dad sighed and resumed sawing. "I went to find a weapon, and I was back a minute later, sticking my head through the portal, but the boat had already moved on. I was too late." Hal's mom picked up the story. "I went rushing out in my dressing gown to get help, and I got all the way into the village when I realized other people were shouting for help as well. Soldiers were on the way, so I came home." "We've been looking for you ever since," his dad said, "watching the soldiers in their boats, hoping they'd pick you up." He stopped sawing and grunted with annoyance. "This is taking ages, and I can't get a good angle. The collar's on too tight. Let's go see the goblins. They're good with this sort of thing." Yeah, Hal thought. They used one of these collars on Thomas back when he was an untamed manticore. He and his dad set off, leaving his mum to get dressed. She was much happier in the knowledge that her boy was safe. Now, her concern had shifted to the rest of the village, and she was prepared to help out wherever she could. They came to a fork in the path. One way led to the village, the other to Abigail's house. Hal faltered. He said, looking at his dad. "You want to check on Abigail? Sure thing. Let's go." So they made a stop at the porter's house and knocked on the door. To Hal's relief, Abigail answered immediately. She was still in her pajamas. "Hi, Mr. Franklin," she said. She smiled at Hal. "Hey." It was then she noticed his iron collar. Her smile faded. "Yeah, I got nabbed," Hal told her, filling in the silence. Her hand flew to her mouth. "A goblin came pounding on the door this morning, saying they needed my mom to help with injuries. Said there had been some kidnappings. She went out a little while ago, and I was just about to get ready and head into the village." She reached around his head to touch his bloody lump, and he jerked away. "What happened?" "I'll tell you on the way. Go get dressed." He waited for Abigail while his dad went on ahead. She was ready 2 minutes later, pulling her dark brown hair back into a ponytail as she often did. She wore a magical dress of green and grey silk and was ready for action. Hal gripped her hand as they jogged, quickly recapping the events of the morning. Abigail's scowl deepened. More and more men, women, and children were out and about in the streets, many of them confused, others panicked and worried, and some devastated. "My parents!" a middle-aged woman wailed. "They're in their 80s. How can anyone in their right mind kidnap an old man and woman?" A huge, gruff man had a thunderous expression on his face. His fists balled as he stomped in circles outside what was apparently his middle son's house. A woman gestured toward him and said to anyone who was listening, "They're just gone. Elijah and Zoe. Nice couple they were. Only married a few months." "They're not dead," another woman retorted sharply. "They were kidnapped, not murdered." "Same thing. I heard that Scrags torture their prisoners." "Don't say that." A squabble broke out. With Abigail in tow, Hal caught up to his dad, weaved past the crowd, and headed for a small, industrious section of the village where goblins rubbed shoulders with blacksmiths and carpenters. A few more friends showed up along the way. "Robbie," Hal called, relief flooding through him. "Fenton, Emily, good to see you all." Before anyone could ask, he tapped his collar and said, "Just going to get this thing removed. Coming?" They followed, looking confused. Once more, Hal recapped his story, skipping over the details. "Have you heard from the others?" he asked when he was finished. "We can't find Lauren," Robbie said, his jaw tight. He had grown another inch in the last month, and he looked more gangly than ever. "I went to her house, but nobody answered the door." "Doesn't mean they're kidnapped," Fenton said shortly. "They might just be out checking on neighbors like we are." Robbie didn't look convinced. "What we should do," Emily said, "is organize a roll call." She tossed her almost black hair and looked over her shoulder along the street. "It's hard to know who's missing if everyone is out looking for others. We can't all be out looking. It's ridiculous. Someone should go door to door making a list, and at least one person from each family should stay home and confirm they're okay." "Why don't you go do that, Em?" Fenton said, sounding a little sarcastic. His attitude had worsened again lately, probably due to boredom. He had gained a bit of weight, too. "Go organize things. There's a good girl." Rather than look offended, Emily pursed her lips and looked sideways, as if considering the idea. "Let's get that collar off," Hal's dad murmured in his ear, steering him by the shoulder toward a ramshackle wood building. It was the first of a few such structures. For some reason, goblins felt more at home in rundown shacks. Given the choice between a robust stone cottage and a thrown-together heap, goblins would choose the rotten wood walls and warped, leaky ceiling any day. Hal had asked Blacknail about it once. The grouchy goblin had replied, "What's the point of fixing what doesn't need fixing?" His answer suggested goblins weren't happy unless they were tending to some structural or engineering problem. Hal couldn't help wondering if their level of skill was deliberately lazy, so they'd have something to remedy later. The shack had a sign over it, "Keep out working goblins." Goblin spelling and grammar was notoriously atrocious, and the lack of punctuation confused the meaning somewhat. But everyone knew the workers here were excellent locksmiths. Inside the dingy, oily shack, A goblin was snoozing on a hammock stretched across one back corner. "Morning," Hal's dad said loudly. The goblin jerked and sat up, then spun sideways and crashed to the floor with a thump. He slowly climbed to his feet and blinked a few times, rubbing his small, beady eyes. "We ain't open yet?" Hal's dad stepped closer and towered over the squat goblin. "You are now. I need you to get this collar off my boy's neck." When the goblin turned his pig-like face toward Hal, his brow furrowed and his nose wrinkled with disdain. "Have you tried unlocking it?" "The idea had crossed my mind, yes. Unfortunately, we don't have a key." The goblin put his hands on his ample hips and rocked to and fro on the balls of his booted feet. "Daft thing to do then, ain't it? Putting a collar on him if you ain't got a key?" Hal's dad scowled and opened his mouth to retort, but Abigail dashed over and touched his arm. "It's okay, Mr. Franklin. If this goblin isn't clever enough to pick a simple lock, I guess we'll try the human locksmiths farther down. I hear they're much cleverer than goblins anyway." The goblin's tiny eyes widened. "They ain't no cleverer than what I am. Here, boy, sit down on that bucket." Hal took his place on an upturned metal bucket and smiled at his dad, who visibly calmed down and forced a grin. The goblin huffed and grumbled the whole time he picked at the lock. "Looks like you've been at it with a saw. Dangerous, that. Might as well have used an axe. Should have come to me first and saved a lot of time." When the collar sprang open, Hal threw the thing down and jumped to his feet, rubbing his neck and twisting his head all around. It felt wonderful to be free again. He grinned and thanked the goblin, then headed outside. The first thing he did was transform. He made sure he had room and shifted quickly. His huge dragon body expanded to fill the space, his wings flapping open and his tail uncurling. Startled passers-by jumped in shock and scurried away. Although Abigail, Robbie, Fenton, and Emily looked up at him without fear, each were wide-eyed. Seeing Hal in dragon form was nothing new, but seeing him in this dragon form took some getting used to. It was bigger than the original, a kind of rebooted improvement following the cleansing of his tainted werewolf-infected blood. He was twice as big and several times more powerful. If he was respected around the village before, now he was feared. Not the best feeling, but one he was learning to live with. Hal had noticed a change in the way his friends perceived him, too. He was like a stranger to them in this form, a new member of the gang that they hadn't been on any adventures with yet. All that was about to change. Hal beat his immense wings several times, causing the ramshackle wood buildings to lean and jiggle in the draft. When stretched out wide, his wingspan could provide a roof over 3 goblin shacks, maybe 4. Previously, his low-slung dragon body meant he could look his friends in the eye. Now he rose above them. His fiery breath could burn an entire street if he tried. His claws could rip through the wooden shacks in minutes. His club-ended tail was heavy and powerful enough to obliterate a stone cottage, and his bellowing roar could echo across the entire village. He restrained himself, allowing only a short barking grunt or two as he shook off his minor injuries and reverted to his human form. "That's better," he said, grinning. He touched his head. The bloody knot had gone. His feet were back to normal, his blisters and sores wiped away by the double shapeshift. "Now, I'm ready to go looking for those Scrags boats." A commotion in the crowd caused him and his friends to look around. A blonde-headed girl came running. "Hal, I knew that was you roaring just then." "Hey, Darcy, what's wrong?" Panting and red-faced, she stopped before Hal as the others crowded around. Hal's dad and the locksmith goblin moved closer too. Darcy reached out, touching her friend's arms and shoulders as though checking they were really there. "I've seen Dewey and Thomas around the village, and now I see you other guys. But Lauren's still missing." Emily moved closer. Not necessarily. She's vanished, Darcy insisted. Her parents as well. Nobody's seen them anywhere. 30 or 40 people are missing from the village this morning. Just gone, taken off in boats. She looked toward Robbie, and tears welled. My dad forced his way into Lauren's house to check. He said there's broken glass from a lantern, the bedsheets dragged onto the floor, dirty boot prints down the hall. The Scrags took Lauren and her parents. Chapter 3. Searching for Boats. A feeling of déjà vu swept over Hal. He remembered the time Darcy had found him in the market during a downpour and told him Abigail was missing, that she'd been kidnapped. The Miengu of the lake had been involved that time. Now it was Scrags. Both times Darcy had been the bearer of bad news. Even more reason to find those Scrags boats, Hal said. I'm going up. He glanced at his dad for approval. Is that okay? His dad simply nodded. Abigail started waving her hands, demanding passers-by to back up and make room for him to transform. I'm coming with you, Hal, she added. Me too, Robbie said fiercely. Emily, Darcy, and Fenton joined in next, speaking in unison. Hal shook his head. Come on, guys, that's too many. Is it? Darcy demanded. You're much bigger now, remember? You could carry 3.5 before. Now you can carry us all. 3.5, Hal repeated. He shook his head. Never mind. Okay, but if you're too heavy, one of you will have to jump off. Robbie immediately pointed at Fenton. The fat boy's worth 2 of us. He should be the first one we dump. This caused Fenton to puff out his chest. I'm definitely worth 2 of you, you skinny rake. Call me fat again, and I'll throw you like a spear. Your pointy head is so sharp it'll stick into— Enough! Abigail snapped. Shut up, or we'll go without you both. Hal transformed, instantly filling the cleared space and causing his friends to stumble back even farther. They scrambled aboard. Hal's back was now broad enough for them to sit in pairs, clinging to the jagged, knobby ridge that sprouted from his backbone, but he suspected they had arranged themselves single file as always. He waited patiently while they got situated, amazed at how insubstantial they felt through his tough, scaly skin. It was their combined weight that mattered, though. When hunkering low on the ground like this, they could crawl over him all day long, and he would hardly be aware. Weight mattered a whole lot more when he was in flight. Abigail sprouted her wings and shrank to about 6 inches tall, leaving a vacuum of air that popped, then zipped up behind Hal's head and perched there. Hal launched off the ground in a frenzy of beating wings and grunts. Dust flew up in clouds, causing his dad and others to shield their eyes. Since the Scrags boats were in Old Earth, Hal headed for the biggest portal in the area. It was over at the edge of the village, a massive black, cloudy dome that spanned several hundred feet. A barn had once stood there, in which Blacknail had parked his giant 6-wheeled buggy and a wagon filled with geo-rocks. All those rocks exploding simultaneously had resulted in a spectacularly huge gateway between the worlds. He swooped lower. Mindful of the sea on the other side, Hal kept his trajectory shallow. The moment of blackness as he punched through the cloudy portal was terrifying, like flying utterly blind. But he emerged safely in Old Earth, his feet dragging in the water as he pulled up. He flew away from the bay and reached for the sky. Everything seemed quiet apart from his friends, yelling with terror and exhilaration. Oh, and the distant rumble of helicopters. Hal focused on the ocean, looking for the 3 fishing boats. They should be easy to spot if they were anywhere nearby, yet he saw nothing. He moved on, wondering if he should fly farther out to sea or follow the coastline. And if he followed the coastline, should he go north or south? The soldiers had mentioned that the Scrags might have docked somewhere to avoid being spotted by helicopters. That meant transferring the prisoners off the boats and onto land. Hal swooped low. The cliffs and beaches along the coast wouldn't hide much. He paid attention to occasional inlets in case there was a cave of some sort, but mostly he saw nowhere suitable to dock 3 large fishing boats, just endless sandy beaches and empty water. When he arrived at what had once been a densely populated residential area, he slowed and took his time. There were dozens of small jetties. 3 large fishing boats crewed by determined Scrags could easily make use of even the smallest platforms provided the water was deep enough to navigate. But he saw no such boats. Then he came across an old naval shipyard. This would be the perfect place for 3 large fishing boats to dock. Several hulking giants floated here, each as rusted and decrepit as the next, and Hal had to look closely to make sure they weren't what he was looking for. They weren't, and he moved on. Then, out of the blue, Darcy screeched from behind his head. "There! There!" Hal flew lower, following her excited directions to head for a nearby lake. And there he spotted 3 large boats moored side by side, tethered together, one of them pushing up against a jetty that was clearly designed for something much smaller. A rundown 2-story house stood nearby. Gasping with surprise, Hal looked all around in case he happened to chance upon a string of prisoners being led away by Scrags. But if they were down there somewhere, they were already hidden in the trees. He thumped down on the flat, rocky outcrop from which the jetty protruded. His friends disembarked, and once clear, he reverted to his human form and stood for a moment, getting used to the abrupt change in weight and balance. Now at full size, Abigail zipped around in the air. Emily and Darcy went to stand at the edge of the grassy bank to take in the view. Robbie and Fenton stared morosely at the 3 boats, which barely moved. The water here was relatively still, probably about as shallow as big boats such as these could manage. The Scrags probably had no intention of reusing them. They'd simply found a place to stop and abandon them, maybe even run them aground. "They're long gone," Robbie announced, hands on hips. "Why here?" Abigail said, now human-sized as she buzzed over their heads. "I see lots of houses, but would they keep 30 or 40 people together in one small place, or split them up?" "They're not here," Robbie said, scowling. "I'm telling you, they wouldn't park their boats in full view like this and pop into the nearest building to hide. They wouldn't be that dumb." "Maybe they didn't expect us to find the boats," Darcy ventured. "This place is pretty well hidden, and nowhere near the coast." Hal looked out across the water. It was a nice lake surrounded by trees and what had probably once been quiet, friendly neighbors. "They know we have helicopters and flying shapeshifters. Robbie's right. Why would they be so careless and let us find them?" "Well, actually, we have 1 flying shapeshifter," Abigail said, spinning around in mid-air. "Apart from me, I mean. We have you, Hal, but only because you escaped. Lauren is the other, and she wasn't so lucky." Everyone turned and looked up at her as she hovered 20 feet above, bobbing up and down while her wings buzzed. "You think Hal and Lauren were targeted because they have wings?" Emily asked. "It's a thought, isn't it?" "But you can fly as well, Abby," Fenton pointed out. "Not long distance. Maybe they didn't see me as a threat." Robbie shrugged. "Well, even if you're right, so what? They knew we could call on helicopters. If they're happy to dump their boats in full view for us to find like this, it's because they're really well hidden or long gone." Abigail descended and landed lightly. She ushered everyone together. "We could search all week and never find the Scrags and prisoners. There are just too many houses, too many places to hide. But the soldiers—" She grinned. "Remember, Hal, when we were on the island at Thomas's old house? They found us easily, didn't they? And they found us again when we escaped." "Because they used heat sensors," Robbie said. "Yeah, they flew over the island and detected the heat from our bodies and from the fireplace and chimney. They could do that again, especially with 40 prisoners plus the Scrags. Abigail nodded. So we'll tell Lieutenant Briscoe where to search. If the prisoners are here somewhere, they'll find them. Hal broke away from the group. Sounds good to me, but let's take a look around before we leave. Maybe we can follow their tracks. With 40 people on the move, they must have left some kind of clue. A path ran in a gentle downward arc around a slope of long grass to the jetty. Weeds poked up through cracks in the concrete path, and it was obvious many pairs of feet had trampled this way. But judging by the flattened grass to the side of the path and up the hill, it was also obvious the Scrags had taken a shortcut, rejoining the circuitous path farther up. There seemed little point climbing onto the monstrous boats to check them over. Hal followed the flattened grass instead, and his friends trailed behind. When he rejoined the path, he had little doubt that the Scrags had continued straight across the concrete driveway toward the large house that stood there. "Maybe it is this simple," he said quietly over his shoulder. "Looks like they got off the boats and came this way." "Too easy," Robbie said, frowning. "They wouldn't be that obvious." Emily gripped Darcy's arm. "If they're here, we need to be careful. Shouldn't we go get help?" Hal had no intention of leaving without investigating first, but he agreed that they should be careful. He stared at his friends for a second, and they stared back. Together, they were a match for any number of Scrags. They could rescue all the prisoners right here and now. However, he touched his throat, his smile fading. "Watch out in case they come at us with iron collars, okay?" "Only you'd be dumb enough to get caught like that," Fenton muttered. The group edged toward the house. It would have been a nice place once. Now it was covered in mildew, and a tangle of ivy spread across its front and around a corner to the side, smothering all the windows, pushing the gutters out of place, and even creeping behind the siding. The front door stood wide open, though the lock didn't look forced. Hal stepped inside, seeing a dense mass of dirty footprints on the otherwise clean floorboards in the hallway. The Scrags and prisoners had passed this way recently. "They went through to the kitchen," Robbie whispered. Hal nodded. "I see that." Aware that his friends were scuffling noisily behind him, he held up his hand to stop them. "If I run into any trouble," he whispered, "I'll probably have to breathe some fire. So hang back a bit, all right?" Ignoring the scowls of Robbie and Fenton, he edged farther along the hall toward the kitchen. He was puzzled. There was no way 40 prisoners and a gang of Scrags were waiting silently for him in such a small room. They had to have gone right through to the back door and outside. When he popped his head around the door, he saw that he was wrong. The back door was shut, and when he tried it, he knew it hadn't been opened recently. The window was broken, and rain had gotten in over the years and blown the wooden frame so that the door was jammed. He turned to wave his friends into the room, then froze. Over in the corner, an open door led downstairs. The footprints led that way. "Shh," he whispered, as Robbie and Fenton edged into the kitchen, followed by Abigail, Darcy, and Emily. "Looks like they're all downstairs." His friends looked as bewildered as Hal felt. It was so quiet. How could so many people be so utterly silent? Why weren't they yelling angrily or screaming in fright? A horrible thought hit him. What if the prisoners had been killed? He shook off the idea. It didn't make sense. The Scrags wouldn't go to all that trouble to kidnap people only to kill them all. Peering down a dark, narrow flight of steps, he decided the lower level was too well decorated to be a typical, unfinished basement. The carpet was dirty and the walls grubby, but it looked like a much-used part of the house. He descended, aware that the narrow walls would impede his ability to transform if he needed to. He waved his friends back in case he needed to come pounding upstairs again. They crowded the doorframe at the top, blocking the light. At the bottom, a damp, musty smell caused Hal to wrinkle his nose. He turned a corner into a room so plush in its carpeting that it seemed deliberately soundproofed. Two enormous black leather sofas were positioned side by side, angled inward, a gap between them, and on the wall directly in front hung a massive sheet of black rectangular glass. The purpose of the room clicked in his head. Media room, reclining sofas, giant TV. They watched movies down here back in the days before the virus. His dad had wistfully described such a place years ago. But there were no prisoners or Scrags. There was, however, a pulsing black portal in the corner, floating 2 feet off the floor and partially embedded in one of the walls. Hal groaned. No wonder everything was so quiet. "Come on down, guys. Nobody's here." Feet pounded on the staircase, and his friends tumbled into the room. A second to take everything in was followed by a collective sigh of understanding. "They went through the portal," Emily said, pointing out the obvious. "And that's where we're going," Hal said grimly. He thought about it for a second, then turned to Darcy. "Last time I stuck my head through looking for Scrags, they hit me, dragged me through, and snapped a collar on me. I wonder if you could have a quick peek instead, if they can't see you." Darcy grinned. "Stand aside, useless dragon boy." She abruptly vanished, in a sense anyway. She was still there, her magical talent painting the background across her entire body and even her smart clothes. Invisible, she poked her head through the pulsing cloud. Sound didn't travel through portals, so Hal was fairly certain Scrags on the other side wouldn't be expecting anyone. She should be safe enough. She pulled back and fuzzed into visibility again, turning to face them as she did so. She looked fed up. "It's safe. Come look." Turning back to the cloud, she lifted her leg and hopped through, disappearing in an instant. Hal and the others crowded forward to follow, jostling one another in their effort to be first. When Hal pushed through the blackness right after Abigail and ahead of Fenton, he blinked in the sudden, dazzling sunlight. They were back in New Earth. He and his friends spread out, taking in the scenery, their hopes plummeting. The portal they'd stepped through floated alone in the middle of nowhere, just 6 inches above the ground. A line of low mountains rose in the east, and to the west and south, endless rolling hills. But otherwise, the terrain was flat and rocky, cracks and crevices everywhere. The funny thing was, Hal recognized the place. He'd been this way before. "The Chamber of Ghosts is that way," he said, pointing to the eastern mountains. "Or was before I blew it up. Eastward Pass is somewhere over there. Carter is behind us, over those hills." His friends turned in a slow circle, taking it all in. "Why is there a single portal all the way out here?" Emily wondered aloud. "Because we came home this way from the mines, loaded up with geo-rocks," Hal told her. "One must have fallen off the wagon. This is the portal it created." Robbie pounced on something. "Look." He bent and picked it up. It was a giant white feather longer than his arm. "It's not Lauren's, though. Too dark and dirty." "There's another one," Fenton said, pointing. "And another." Hal looked up at the clear blue sky. A few puffy white clouds drifted lazily. It was early yet, but looking to be a fine day with little to no wind. "Rocs," he said after a while. "The Scrags have been coming across to New Earth a lot lately. One of them came across this portal by chance and followed it through to the house." He could see it now. Scrags gathered around a table, plotting to use boats to sneak into homes and kidnap villagers of Carter, then leave the same way and whisk them off into the night. "But how will we escape?" one probably asked. "They have helicopters. They'll be onto us straight away." And another piped up that he knew of a portal just up the coast in a hidden spot, a place the boats could get to before the helicopters caught up. We can dock there, lead everyone off the boat, into the house, and through the portal." "Where Rocs were waiting," Hal said, expanding on his theory to his friends. "They probably had big nets or something, and the Rocs carried them off." "The Scrags trained Rocs," Fenton said doubtfully, staring at the giant feather he held. "How'd they do that? They found a nest and said, 'Here, chicks, come and get this nice juicy worm,' and went from there? I don't buy it." Abigail sighed. "Hal doesn't have all the answers, Fenton, but the evidence is in your hand. Those are definitely rock feathers." "Yeah, but Scrags training Rocs?" "Well, somebody did," Abigail snapped. "It doesn't matter how they did it," Robbie said with a tremble in his voice. "They have Lauren." Looking all around at the deserted landscape, Hal knew they were beaten. Rocs can fly a long way and fast. The trail's gone cold. The Scrags and prisoners, and Lauren, could be anywhere. Chapter 4. The Village Council. With no decent clues to follow, Hal and his friends agreed to head home. After a few miles of barren, cracked plains, they flew over rolling hills of grass and sprawling forest. Everything was warming up and turning green now that spring was upon them. The village of Carter lay nestled between gentle slopes. The military had arrived in force, one of the benefits of working so closely with them over the last few months. They were allies now, and their armed presence this morning had to be a source of comfort for the besieged villagers. A bit late now, though, Hal thought, as he thumped down in front of a three-man squad. They leapt in fright. Abigail buzzed over to them and explained how the 3 fishing boats were docked at a private house on a lake near a shipyard. One of the soldiers immediately spoke into his walkie-talkie, passing the message to the helicopter pilots and thereby saving a lot of wasted effort. "They're on their way to check it out," the soldier confirmed when he was finished. "So tell me about the—" "Sorry, gotta go," Abigail said, buzzing back to Hal's head and slowly shrinking. Due to her diminishing size, her voice rose in pitch as she said, "Things to do, people to rescue, and all that." Leaving 3 bemused soldiers behind, their next stop was Miss Simone, wherever she might be. Hal flew up over the village to see if he might spot her from above. People looked like ants as they milled about in the narrow streets. "Try her house!" Fenton yelled from his perch on Hal's back. "Hey, no need to shout," Robbie complained. "He's not deaf." Hal veered to the right, heading for the eastern side of the village where Miss Simone lived just outside the perimeter. Carter was a pretty place, full of stone cottages with straw rooftops and chimneys. Some of the narrow streets were dusty, others cobbled, and they wound around in gentle arcs, crisscrossing all over. A low fence encircled the entire settlement, separating it from the woodland that crowded in on all sides. There were houses outside the perimeter too, though most were lost in the trees. Hal's was on one side of the village, Miss Simone's on the other. He picked out the tiny gate that led to a meandering trail and descended toward it. "Whoa, wait," Robbie called. "Look, I see her." Hal grunted, looking left and right. "Where?" Then Emily let out an exclamation. "I see her too, by the council building. Hard left, Hal." He banked and turned. Down below, crowds had gathered outside a 2-story building. There at the front, waving her arms about, was Miss Simone. Her blonde hair and silky green cloak gave her away. The crowd spun to watch as Hal came down. He beat hard at the last second to slow his descent, then thudded down on his new, vastly more powerful adult legs. Dust flew up, and choking coughs rang out from the crowd. Once his friends had disembarked, Hal reverted to his human form and suddenly felt very small. He stood for a moment to regain his balance. Miss Simone approached. "Any news?" Abigail opened her mouth to speak, but Emily beat her to it, quickly and concisely briefing Miss Simone, who listened intently. Robbie finished by saying they'd already informed the soldiers and that helicopters were on their way to investigate. Not that there's anything more to see, he added. Just a bunch of big empty boats and no sign of anyone. Men and women in the crowd grumbled and murmured, looking and sounding disappointed, some of them angry as though the shapeshifters had failed in their duty. Hal suddenly spotted his parents, then realized all his friends' parents were there too, except Mr. and Mrs. Hunter, who had been kidnapped along with Lauren. As the noise of the crowd rose, Miss Simone waved her arms and raised her voice. "Please, everybody, stay calm. The council is already in session and making plans. I promise you, everything that can be done to bring our loved ones home will be done." "Send the monsters after 'em," a man yelled. Miss Simone frowned and shot the man a glare. "The shapeshifters will be on their way shortly, but first we need a debriefing. So if you will excuse us—" Abruptly, she turned away from the crowd and strode away. She ignored the front door of the building, which Hal knew led to a dusty, quiet room filled with books and historic records. Instead, she snapped her fingers for the shapeshifters to follow her around the corner. Catching his dad's eye amid the restless, grumbling crowd, Hal shrugged as if to say, "Here we go again. Another mission." His dad nodded grimly. As they hurried to catch up with Miss Simone, two more shapeshifters burst out of the crowd, red-headed Thomas and the diminutive Dewey. "You went off without us," Thomas complained as he joined the group. "You weren't around," Fenton told him. "Can't hang about all day waiting on you, lion boy." He grinned and stabbed a finger at Dewey. "Or you, horseface." Dewey could have argued that there was nothing remotely horse-like about a centaur's face, but he said nothing, preferring to let Fenton's routine jabs slide like water off a duck's back. Thomas was a little more sensitive and seemed genuinely put out. "I'm more than just a lion. I'm a manticore and—" "Stop arguing and keep up," Miss Simone called, sounding impatient. "Yeah, boys, hurry it along," Darcy said, sounding annoyed. "Are you forgetting Lauren's missing? This is no time to joke around." Falling silent, the shapeshifters ran after Miss Simone down a narrow alley past dusty windows toward the back corner of the building. Around that corner, a door opened onto a short corridor and a flight of stairs leading to the upper floor. A sign on the wall said, "Council members only." As Miss Simone headed upstairs, her footfalls loud and echoing, she spoke over her shoulder. "I'm not on the council anymore, but that didn't stop them demanding my presence just like always." She pushed the door open and marched in. The discussion inside cut off immediately, and a man's gravelly voice said, "Ah, Simone, come in." Hal had imagined the council office as small and stuffy, with a group of old people poring over dusty papers. Instead, he was greeted by a huge, well-lit boardroom that took up one half of the building. 11 council members sat along one side of the enormous table opposite 3 people Hal knew: Lieutenant Briscoe, a soldier he had once despised and now thought wasn't such a bad guy after all; Blacknail the Goblin, looking as grumpy as ever; and Molly the Gorgon, her long, curly black hair reminiscent of dormant snakes. Her face was hidden behind a veil, her familiar wide-brimmed hat on the table before her. "Have a seat," Miss Simone told the younger shapeshifters. As Hal and his friends rather noisily fought for seats alongside the lieutenant, the council frowned and drummed their fingers. "Really, Simone?" a wrinkled old man complained. "All of them? One would have been sufficient." Each council member had a name tag propped in front of them. The old man's name was Frobisher. There wasn't a tag for Miss Simone now that she had retired from duty, but she sat herself at the head of the table as though she'd done so many times before. Now, the man admonished her. "We're equal here, a collective. It never was appropriate for you to sit at the head of the table. And yet you always look to me to make all the difficult decisions," she retorted coolly. I have to say it's good to see you all so animated. My leaving seems to have woken you up. Several council members cleared their throats and looked at one another. We honored you with the title Lady Simone, a woman said somewhat haughtily. You were our spokesperson. Of course we look to you. Miss Simone's smile faded. That's a title you gave me and one I never asked for. Besides, you can't have it both ways. Either we're equal or we're not. Now, let's stop bickering and get to the matter at hand, shall we? Amen, Lieutenant Driscoll muttered. He was a huge, rugged man with a shaven head, garbed in full military uniform and looking entirely out of place in this informally dressed council meeting. Frobisher looked at him. Fine. Tell Simone about the boats. Driscoll tapped his walkie-talkie. It's just as the kids said. I had a helicopter in the area, and he just now reported 3 trawlers docked side by side in a lake. The biggest one is pretty much grounded. The Scrags weren't intending to use them again. They got in, got out, and knew they had a certain amount of time to sail 12 miles at maybe 8 knots before my helicopters caught up. They planned this carefully and knew the boats would be found, and it didn't matter because they had a bolt hole. He glanced at Miss Simone. I keep hearing about Rocs. Those are huge birds, right? I haven't seen one before, but I understand a few of them would be sufficient to carry off the 52 missing residents. 52, Hal thought, a shiver running through him. The number keeps getting higher. As if reading his mind, Frobisher rubbed his nose. Is that number accurate? I heard 51. Molly spoke up then, her veil quivering. We just found out our good friend Orson is gone too. As Hal and his friends gasped, she leaned forward and said, He wasn't taken like the others. He lives near the fields outside the village, so he can go for a gallop every morning, and there's no portal in that tiny shack of his. The Scrags came out specially to take him, probably earlier in the night. But he's a Pegasus. They must have grabbed him in his sleep. Otherwise, they never would have stood a chance. They took Astrid the same way. Astrid was taken as well, Darcy squawked. She clapped a hand over her mouth. Sorry. It's just that Lauren, Orson, and Astrid. What about Bo? The twins, Bo and Astrid, had been staying in the same small cottage, inseparable as they were. The difference was, Astrid had accepted her ability to transform into a sphinx, whereas Bo had not. He remained, stubbornly, in his human form, unable and unwilling to change. Molly shook her head. Bo's fine. He's essentially a non-working sphinx. The fact that he was left behind seems like a deliberate slur. Did you know they took Blair as well? Hal and his friends groaned. Blair the Phoenix was gone too? The news was getting worse by the second. A horrible thought struck Hal. What about Ryan? The Scrags hate Ryan. Your friend is fine, Molly said. He'd gone out hunting early. If they came for him, he wasn't there when they arrived. And Jolie, Emily said, also fine. What use is a half-girl to them? The only other person Hal really knew well was Chase, the 14-year-old boy they'd gone with to find Bo and Astrid. But he'd been gone for a month, this time on a quest to find his father. Chase was blissfully ignorant of the situation. There's a clear pattern, Molly went on. A harpy, a Pegasus, a Sphinx, a Phoenix, and almost a dragon, all are flying shifters. The Scrags made a point to kidnap them along with 48 others. So they couldn't fly after the boats, Lieutenant Driscoll said, nodding. A good strategy. They knew the helicopters would be slow on the scene, but that the shapeshifters would be on them immediately. They didn't bother with you, though, Abigail? One of the council women asked. Her name, according to the tag on the table, was Charisma. You're the fairy, if I understand correctly? I am, Abigail said, but I can't fly far. I'm not built for long distance. She turned and patted Hal on the shoulder. Not like our resident dragon here. They clamped an iron collar on his throat before he had a chance to transform. Miss Simone frowned, which shows that the Scrags knew us all very well. They've been watching us for some time. Not only did they figure out who the flying shapeshifters were, but also where they lived. They mapped out all those portals over the sea and knew which ones to step through. Frobisher nodded. They must have been sticking their heads into people's homes for weeks. It explains several disturbing reports lately. What disturbing reports? Noises in the night, food stolen, valuables taken. We assumed a bout of burglaries and were on the lookout for the culprits. Well, Miss Simone said after a moment, now we know. Scrags were spending their nights spying on us. They thought this through, planned their escape, and covered their tracks. Except for some rock feathers, Hal muttered under his breath. Miss Simone seemed to approve of his observation. They probably didn't care about those. They literally could be anywhere by now. But to what end? A silence followed. Frobisher glanced sideways at his council colleagues, and they raised eyebrows and gave small nods, some kind of secret council conversation. The old man voiced what appeared to be on their minds. There are two objectives, then. First, we must safeguard this village against further attacks. For this, we are very grateful for your presence, Lieutenant Briscoe. The lieutenant gave a grunt. And secondly, we must of course find the 52 who are missing. Shouldn't we try to figure out why they've been taken? Charisma asked. Perhaps there's a clue somewhere. Maybe they're all linked in a certain way that suggests a possible motive. I'm not interested in motive, Frobisher said. We don't have time for whys and wherefores. I'm sure a motive, if indeed there is one, will present itself in due course. For now, we must focus on what we can actually do. Well said, Hal thought. I therefore suggest, the old man went on, that the military men patrol the seas and protect our homes as well as stand guard around our village. Meanwhile, it befalls our young dragon shapeshifter here to seek out these Scrags. Frobisher pointed at Hal. Go looking immediately, and don't come back until you find some trace of our missing loved ones. Don't come back, Abigail repeated. That's a little stern. As if he'd been waiting for an opening to launch an attack, the old man gripped the edge of the table and glared first at her, then Hal. The whole reason these Scrags, as you call them, are here at all is because they came through those infernal portals that you created, boy. Hal hung his head. There it was again. He'd gotten a lot of this in the past few months, the accusations, the contempt, the barely concealed anger for blowing up the mines and causing all those Rocs to explode. He couldn't blame the villagers. They were right to feel affronted. He'd practically opened the door and let the wolves in. On the flip side, he'd also enabled a lot of people from old Earth to start over. Families had emerged from their 13-year-old cocoons and smelled fresh air for the first time in ages. There were children born in bunkers that had never smelled fresh air. Thanks to Hal and his friends, the virus had finally been eradicated. For that reason, Hal slept easily at night, though it had taken him a while to stop beating himself up. I'll do what I can, Hal said. Chapter 5. Scrambling. Though Hal was eager to get on his way and search for the prisoners, he agreed that some airborne help would be handy. The shapeshifters, Miss Simone and Molly included, hurried through the streets of the village. Dozens of homes had been flattened by rampaging giant lizards months earlier. It continually amazed Hal to see how quickly people, with the help of goblins and a group of trusted centaurs, could work together and rebuild. Even more amazing were plans to extend Carter's perimeter and continue the construction work farther into the woods and up the gentle sloping hills. Old Earthers were keen to start a new life. The problem was, that included gangs of Scrags. The shapeshifters arrived at a small cottage. Rocs had never been installed here, so a portal hadn't exploded into being, and that had forced the Scrags to break in through a window instead. Abducting Astrid had been fast and easy work for a team of 3 Scrags, and Bo had been left trussed and gagged the same way Hal's parents had. Bo answered the door immediately, his gaze darting between all the shapeshifters gathered there, 8 young ones and 2 adults. He sagged with disappointment. "No, Astrid?" "No," Miss Simone said. He hung his head. "Now I wish Astrid and I had gone with Chase to find his father. We should have insisted. Then my sister wouldn't be missing now." "He wanted to go alone," Miss Simone said gently. "Listen, Hal's the only one of us capable of long-distance flight, and we could do with your help." The man looked a little worse for wear this morning. Normally neat and tidy, his medium brown hair was sticking up on end, and his perpetual stubble sprouting into a full-grown beard. He shook his head. "Not this again, Simone. I'm telling you, I have no idea how to shift. If I could turn into a sphinx like my sister, don't you think I would have gone after her myself?" "I think you don't want to change," Miss Simone said. "I do, however, think you have it in you. You just need to figure out how." "Maybe we should go fetch my fairy ball from that cave by the sea," Abigail suggested. "I hate the idea of going back there, but it could really help Bo remember. Or I could ask my fairy friends for another." She seemed so doubtful of her second idea that Hal knew it probably wasn't feasible. Those tiny glass fairy balls were basically orbs of pure magic and extremely valuable. Still, it would definitely help. "Let's go get it," Hal urged. "It's just a short flight." Though he put on a brave face, he didn't like the idea of revisiting that place either. It was where the Miengu had imprisoned Abigail inside a small bronze box and toyed with her, fed on her fear as she'd faced suffocation, drowning, even being stuck with a blade. It was also where a handful of calcified Miengu had woken when an ancient phoenix had cleansed the region of magic. Those Miengu might still be there today. Bo knew nothing of this, though. He narrowed his eyes. "What's this fairy ball you're talking about?" "Something that can retrieve deep-seated memories and base instincts," Miss Simone told him. Bo shook his head dismissively. "All right, but what about the helicopters? Aren't they out looking for the hostages?" Molly huffed noisily, her veil fluttering. "For goodness sake, this might just give you a chance to find your beloved sister. Show some enthusiasm, man." I am," Bo said, flustered. "It's just, oh, never mind. Bring me that fairy ball, and I'll see what I can do." Miss Simone began issuing instructions. While Hal and Abigail were off visiting the Miengu cave by the sea, Dewey would go see the centaurs. Emily would visit the Naga, and Thomas would rally his manticore friends, if they could be called friends. Any extra help searching the woods and surrounding area for Scrags and hostages would be welcome. The 3 looked doubtful, though. It seemed unlikely the Scrags would be anywhere nearby, and Thomas said the manticores wouldn't be much help because they'd never leave the confines of the forest. "Ask them anyway," Miss Simone said. "I'll be over at Canaan's house. Maybe she can ride out to Whisper Mountain and enlist the help of the elves there. They're fast on horseback." "What about mermaids?" Darcy piped up. "They could search the sea." Miss Simone explained that mermaids were silly and irresponsible. If they came across fishing vessels loaded with hostages, the mermaids would probably scuttle them on the rocks and drown everybody. And Jolie's people, the Miengu, were infinitely worse. She stalked away after that. Molly went with her, giving a parting command over her shoulder. "Quit standing around, kids. To work." Abigail batted Hal on the shoulder. "You heard her, Dragon Boy. Let's go fetch my fairy ball. The sooner we—" A shout went up. It came from a few streets over. What kind of shout it was, fear, excitement, confusion, wasn't obvious, and the friends exchanged wide-eyed glances. As one, they ran down the street and around the corner, following the direction of a rising babble of voices. Had a prisoner returned? Had someone found a clue as to where they might have gone? A crowd was gathering in the street, leading to one of the perimeter gates. All the focus was on a person who had just walked into the village. A small woman with long, black hair, she ambled along with her arms to her sides, looking around with an air of defiance as though she knew her presence would stir up trouble. She wore all black, tight pants, tight, long-sleeved shirt, and a belt around her waist crammed with assorted weapons, including a knife, a corkscrew, a tire iron, and a loop of thin wire with wooden handles on the end. Hal also recognized a walkie-talkie, the same kind that Lieutenant Briscoe and his soldiers used. Heavy black eyeliner completed her dark, sinister appearance, that and the dark brown scars across her face. "Scrag!" people were shouting as she walked. "Get her!" Yet nobody moved. The fact that she was alone, walking directly into the lion's den without fear, seemed to faze the villagers. They looked around, expecting an attack at any moment. 2 armed soldiers came running, their weapons clattering, but even they were on alert for an ambush and cautious about engaging the enemy, as they would have put it. Abigail clutched Hal's arm. Is that—" "It is," he said, an awful feeling in his gut. "It's Queen Bee." Almost as though she heard her name mentioned, the Scrag spotted him. She smiled and veered closer, glancing around at all the shapeshifters as they stood there dumbly. One of the soldiers spoke into his walkie-talkie, and a startled voice squawked back. Then the 2 of them raised their weapons and moved closer. As they did so, the crowd joined them, pressing in on all sides until Queen Bee appeared to have her very own bubble of space that moved with her. By the time she stopped 5 feet from Hal and his friends, she was hemmed in on all sides with no hope of escape. "Hello?" she said simply. She was about the same height as the children, slim and fit, coiled like a spring. Hal imagined she could launch into the air and flee by stomping on heads until she was clear of the crowd. "Well?" the woman said, spreading her hands. Hal felt Abigail's hands squeezing his tighter. "Well, what? Aren't you going to greet an old friend?" A murmur throughout the crowd told Hal that he'd better act fast and diffuse any indication that he was somehow associated with this woman. "You're no friend of ours," he said, trying to stop his voice from wavering. Why was she targeting him anyway? Queen Bee stuck out her bottom lip. "I'm offended. Well, perhaps we can catch up later. I can't stand around here all day. These handsome soldiers need to arrest me." As she spoke, they were already moving in to clutch her arms, 1 soldier on each side, their weapons now slung over their shoulders. The Scrag might be crazy and agile, but there was no way she could escape now. "See you soon, Hal," she said with a wink and smile as the uniformed men marched her past the shapeshifters. They moved so fast that Queen Bee had to skip to keep up, lest she stumble and fall. All right, she said plaintively. "There's no need to be so rough." Stunned, Hal and his friends stared after her as the crowd jostled and grew louder by the second. By the time he opened his mouth to say something, it was too noisy to be heard. He gripped Abigail's hand as they, along with their friends, moved with the crowd down the street, following the soldiers and their captive, who were already turning a corner out of sight. It was a surreal moment. Darcy and Emily clutched at each other as they hurried. Robbie looked lost and confused, and the 3 others, Fenton, Dewey, and Thomas, were quickly swallowed up in the crowd. Hal and Abigail kept a tight hold of each other as the villagers' anger grew. Pretty soon, men and women alike were shouting and hollering, and a stampede had begun, a furious mob that surged down the street with blood on its mind. Queen Bee's arrival had taken them all by surprise. People had been slow to react, fearing an ambush the moment they pounced on her. That fear had evaporated. There was no ambush. The woman had simply walked into the village and gotten herself arrested. But to what end? It was too noisy to discuss anything with Abigail, but questions raced through Hal's mind, the biggest pushing itself to the forefront of his mind. Why wasn't she dead? How had she survived the sea serpent? Hal and his friends had seen the monstrous creature clamp its jaws over her and swallow her. Or had they? The scene replayed itself in his mind over and over, he in his dragon form, swimming across the lake laden with Abigail, Robbie, and a virus survivor named Ryan. Emily swam alongside, in her Naga form. They'd just escaped the Scrags and come through a portal. Only Queen Bee had shot at Hal with a harpoon, the arrow lodging in his rear end and dragging her through on a wire. The serpent had risen up and what? Hal had looked away at the last second, but he'd felt a tug, and when he'd looked back, Queen Bee was gone. The wire snapped. He hadn't actually seen her swallowed up by the serpent, but it had happened. Of that he was positive. Emily, he called, wanting to ask her what she'd seen. She'd been underwater at the time, goading the serpent on. She would have witnessed the whole thing. But Emily was too busy being jostled along by the mob. By the time Hal and the crowd, now easily 50 strong and growing, had caught up to Queen Bee, she was surrounded by an entire squad of soldiers, barely visible as they pressed in around her. Miss Simone came running up, her silky green cloak fluttering. Then Hal saw no more, because the crowd swelled and blocked his view. Frustrated, he tried to push through but failed, and he started to fear that he would be trampled if he fell. Abigail was getting frustrated too. She shouted in his ear, "Hold on!" Abruptly, she was gone, or much smaller anyway. She zipped up into the air, and villagers practically fell into the spot she'd just vacated. Hal found himself alone, a short boy in a mob of adults. Then, to his surprise, Abigail reappeared, back to her normal full size now, buzzing over his head. She tilted forward, lifting her legs high. She held out her hand, and Hal grabbed for it. The moment he had a good grip, she tugged and pulled him up out of the crowd. He knew she was straining her delicate wings, but it felt good to be free at last. As she buzzed over dozens of heads and shoulders, an ogre rose up to their right, pushing the crowd back. At the same time, a centaur suddenly appeared, clip-clopping around, then a manticore with its deadly tail and stinger held high, then a huge black lizard that Hal saw only when the villagers had scattered. He grinned, seeing Emily slithering in her Naga form and snapping at an unruly bearded man. No doubt Darcy had found her own way out, possibly by grabbing a piggyback ride from Emily. The sudden transformations unsettled the mob, but somehow broke the spell of anger. The volume lowered to unpleasant murmurings rather than demands for blood. Exhausted, Abigail deposited Hal at the front of the crowd, close to where Miss Simone was interrogating Queen Bee in the street. "And if you don't, I can't be responsible for what these people will do to you. So tell me now, quickly, where are they?" Queen Bee, a tiny figure surrounded by burly soldiers, her arms held tight, still managed to smile and look defiant. "This particular conversation is futile," she said evenly. "We do need to talk, Lady Simone, but I suggest we sit down and talk in a civilized manner, perhaps over a nice, hot cup of tea." Miss Simone slapped the woman across the face. The sound filled the air and seemed to shock everyone into silence. She rose up to her full height and looked down on the petite, black-clad Scrag. "Do you have any idea how close you are to being torn limb from limb?" She gestured at the bristling crowd. "These good people have lost their friends and family, their parents, their children. Whatever you came here to say, you'd better say it now, before I lose my patience and throw you to the lions." Queen Bee, unable to nurse her cheek, stretched her jaw and blinked a few times. then nodded. "We'll forgo the tea then, but listen to me." Her voice hardened. "If anything happens to me, if I'm hurt and unable or unwilling to report back, my faithful swarm has strict orders to deliver one of your friends back to you, in a casket." A hush fell. In that eerily silent moment, the two women stared each other down. One was tall, blonde, and blue-eyed, with the weight of the village on her shoulders. The other was small, black-haired, and heavily scarred, with not a single trace of fear in her expression. Hal wasn't sure which had the coldest, steeliest glare. Miss Simone slowly relaxed. She took a deep breath and spoke calmly to the soldiers. "Take her away." Chapter 6. Queen Bee. The air of disbelief thickened as Queen Bee was marched away, surrounded by soldiers, while other uniformed men spread out to block the street. Men and women darted from the crowd, some dodging around the blockade and tearing after the prisoner. Miss Simone tried to intercept, but was shoved aside. The mob jostled Hal and his friends in an effort to set upon the soldiers, who found they had to release their prisoner to ward off the attack. Any other Scrag, suddenly freed, might have taken the opportunity to run, but the self-named queen merely sauntered onward, glancing backward as she went. Miss Simone caught up to her and gripped her arm, taking over the escort. Hal couldn't hear what the women were saying over the roar of the crowd. A dozen soldiers had formed a line across the street, and they did a good job of shoving to keep the villagers from slipping through. More uniformed men appeared, one of them Lieutenant Briscoe, and they strengthened the wall and allowed Miss Simone to hurry her prisoner around a corner. Several angry men dashed out of the crowd and down a side alley. Hal knew they were taking another route, planning to intercept Miss Simone and Queen Bee at the next corner. He glanced at Abigail. "I guess we should help." "Help who? Miss Simone or the people?" Before Hal could answer, Robbie appeared in his ogre form, stomping with care. He nudged aside a group of shouting village folk, stepped over the line of soldiers, and continued on around the corner. Several soldiers, already sweating and panting from their efforts at holding back the crowd, looked for guidance from their leader. The lieutenant shrugged. The ogre would do whatever the ogre wanted. Hal felt a surge of relief, grateful that Robbie was taking over. Hal was already disliked by many in the village. Standing in their way now would create even more of a rift, perhaps an irreparable one. So he took Abigail's hand and pulled her away from the jostling crowd. "Let's stay out of it," he said. "Robbie can handle them." She agreed. "I've never seen these people so angry." "They have good reason." They slipped down a side street and away from the noise. They weren't alone in taking this route, but there was no shouting from the men that ran by. They were grim and determined, clearly looking to sneak up on the prisoner from a back street. And what? Kill her? Drag her off somewhere and torture her? What did they hope to achieve that Miss Simone couldn't? Probably nothing. They'd do more harm than good. But emotion, mainly rage, was running the show at the moment. Dewey clip-clopped past, his centaur gait steady as he weaved in and out of startled runners. In a second, he was gone, ahead of the crowd. Hal picked up his pace. If Robbie and Dewey couldn't control the situation, then he could easily transform and breathe a little fire, perhaps stomp around a bit and swish his tail from side to side. But he really didn't want to. As it turned out, Miss Simone had already vanished with her prisoner. Robbie towered over a small, square building, about the size of a cottage, that stood apart with alleyways on both sides and around the back. A solitary structure with a sign hanging out front. Detention. When Hal had first come across this place months ago, he'd joked with his friends that teachers were serious in this world, that detention for naughty students was the real deal, shackles and solitary confinement, and nothing but bread and water for supper. The place was rarely used, and whenever an unruly person was locked up, it often drew a cluster of gossipers. Dewey clip-clopped around in tight circles as the crowd of villagers grew. They were still shouting, demanding justice, calling for the Scrag to be brought out and interrogated, but no answer came from within. Before long, the soldiers arrived in force, cutting through the mob and positioning themselves around the entire building. Hal and Abigail weaved their way through to the front and approached the soldiers. Although the grim-faced, uniformed troops menaced anyone who came near, they seemed to see right through the shapeshifters as if they weren't there. As Hal and Abigail dithered, the barking voice of Lieutenant Driscoll made them jump. "What are you waiting for? Get inside!" "Who, us?" Abigail said. Hal nudged her through the line of soldiers. "Do as he says." They barged through the front door and into the darkened jailhouse. When they slammed the door behind them, muffling the noise outside, they sighed with relief and looked for Miss Simone. On their left, a tall desk stood in front of an office. On their right was an empty cell enclosed by bars. Before them, a narrow hallway led through to the back. Since nobody was around, Hal shrugged and waited. The door burst open and Fenton entered, followed by a blur that had to be Darcy. She fuzzed into visibility before Fenton had finished closing the door again, and he jumped at the sight of her. "Where is she?" Darcy said, scowling. "She'd better start talking." "Or what?" Fenton scoffed. "You going to turn invisible and confuse her until she starts blabbing?" Miss Simone appeared from the back hallway at that moment. She swept a hand through her hair. "What a day," she muttered. She focused on Hal. "Is that her? The woman you told me about?" The door burst open again, the sudden swell of noise from outside interrupting the conversation. It quickly died as Emily slithered into the room and slammed the door behind her. Her serpentine coils gathered together as she crowded into the lobby and rose high. "Well?" Miss Simone prompted, giving Hal a sharp nudge. "What? Oh, yeah, that's Queen Bee." He frowned. "Only she can't be. I mean, we saw her die, didn't we?" He looked from Abigail to Emily, seeking confirmation that he wasn't going crazy. Abigail nodded. "We saw her swallowed alive. The serpent's mouth opened wide and snap. She was inside." "And the serpent swam off with her," Emily added. "I was underwater. I watched it happen." Miss Simone sighed. "Well, honestly, her showing up alive isn't as much of a surprise as when you told me the serpent had eaten her. It was trained to guard and deter any young shapeshifters who tried to leave the island, not kill them." They all stared at her in silence. "Wait," Emily said. "You're telling me it. Let her go?" "Probably took her back through the portal under the lake and spat her out," Miss Simone agreed. "Did you ever ask the soldiers if she showed up again?" She shook her head impatiently. "It doesn't matter. She could have dragged herself up the bank without anybody noticing. The point is, I trained the serpent to loathe the taste of human flesh. It never would have chewed anyone up." Again, a silence. "How?" Abigail said at last. Miss Simone's interest in the conversation had obviously worn thin, judging by the way she huffed and frowned and shook her head. The same way we taught it to fetch, with endless positive and negative reinforcement from an early age. It was just 10 feet long when it first hatched. Abruptly, she was done. "Never mind. Listen, that woman back there knows how valuable she is. Without her, we may never find our friends. We need to find a way to make her talk before that angry mob breaks in and tears her apart." As if on cue, the door was flung open again. Everyone flinched as though the angry mob was indeed breaking in. Instead, Lieutenant Driscoll stood there looking flustered. "What's the story?" he demanded. "Close the door, Lieutenant," Miss Simone told him. When the noise dulled again, she stepped close to the man and spoke in a low voice. "Interrogating prisoners isn't my thing. Any suggestions?" He scowled. "Yeah, let her stew in her cell. If she thinks we're all going to grovel at her feet and accept whatever demands she's about to make, she can forget it. We'll leave her there overnight and come back in the morning. We'll talk when we're ready." "But the hostages? They'll survive," the lieutenant said. His jaw tightened. "I don't like this any more than you do, but we have to stand firm, show her we're not here to bow and scrape. She'll soon realize we're not the pushovers she thinks we are." He patted Miss Simone on the arm, then held on. "I've met this one before. She leads a gang, a big one called, the Swarm," Hal said. "Yeah, the Swarm. Weird bunch they are. I brought some of them over a while back and set them to work." Hal remembered. He'd spotted a whole group of them when returning to Carter with Chase during his werewolf problem. Now that he thought about it, they'd openly warned him that he and his friends would be sorry, like they knew their queen was still alive and plotting revenge. "Wait," he said, frowning. "Where are those Scrags now?" The lieutenant pursed his lips and looked away. "Working on a building project on the east side of the village. Were, anyway." "They escaped?" Hal gasped. "They were only loosely supervised," Briscoe grumbled. "Seemed sincere in their desire for a new life. But yeah, they slipped away one night. Maybe they were waiting for word from their leader. Anyway, they're all bluster. That queen bee is strong, but the rest are morons. Take her away and they'll run around like headless chickens, eventually crumbling into tears." He tightened his grip on Miss Simone's arm. "We have to call her bluff, okay?" Miss Simone looked so utterly lost that Hal felt sorry for her. She wasn't even a member of the council anymore. And here she was at the heart of the crisis, being forced to make hard decisions. As she'd stated, she was a scientist, not a hostage negotiator. But what if... The lieutenant nodded. "I understand, it's your call." He paused. "What has she told you so far?" "Nothing. She just said we needed to talk, and I put her in the cell and said, 'All right, let's talk.' And she just smiled and said we'd talk tomorrow." "She said that?" The lieutenant looked confused. "She wants to wait?" "She said she didn't approve of her lodgings." Outside, a single gunshot rang out. The lieutenant rushed to a small, dusty window and peered out. After a moment, he nodded and returned. "Just a warning shot. So wait, she expected to sit down and talk over dinner or something?" "She said a nice hot cup of tea," Abigail murmured. Fenton snorted. "Yeah, as if." Miss Simone closed her eyes and pinched her nose. "She wants to talk, but not in a jail cell. She expects me to treat her like a guest and make her comfortable. Until then, she's prepared to wait." Briscoe straightened his shoulders and lifted his chin. "Well, unless you want to pander to her every whim, I suggest we call her bluff and allow her to wait until she's ready to talk from her jail cell. We can break her, Simone. We just need to appear stronger than her, more stubborn. She wants you to be anxious and flustered, desperate for answers. You need to convince her that we have other ways to find the hostages, that we don't need her, that she's expendable. You make it sound so easy." "It's not." He patted her arm again, gave a sharp nod, and returned to the window. "Most of these people will calm down and go home eventually. Some will hang around, though. Some will try to break in. We'll stand guard all night, but, He raised an eyebrow and looked at Hal. "One of these shapeshifters would be a good deterrent if one will volunteer to stay the night." Hal groaned inwardly. "It's always me." To his surprise, Fenton cleared his throat. "I'll do it. I'll sleep right here in this cell. If anyone comes in, I'll glue him to the floor. Thomas can hang out too." He went to the door, opened it enough to stick his head out, and yelled, "Thomas, get in here!" When Thomas walked past the line of soldiers and into the lobby, Fenton clapped him on the shoulder and turned to grin at Miss Simone. "Nobody will mess with the prisoner while we're here." Darcy looked sternly at the boys. "And you'd better not either, especially you, Thomas." The red-haired boy bared his teeth and opened his blue eyes wide. "I'll keep him in line," Fenton said. "Don't worry, we've got it." And to Hal's surprise, Miss Simone agreed. "Thank you, Fenton. Perhaps you others can stick around outside until the crowd moves off. Then you can go on home." When Hal, Abigail, and Darcy stepped outside with Lieutenant Briscoe, they were greeted by at least 100 villagers crowding into the street. They hushed when the lieutenant raised a hand to address them. "The prisoner says she won't talk unless she's fed a nice hot meal and given a warm blanket and cozy armchair. Do we want to give her that?" After a startled pause, another ripple of anger spread through the men and women. "No!" they cried. "That's what I thought. So we're going to let her stew overnight in a cold cell and see if she's more willing to talk in the morning." If the lieutenant thought this would elicit a yes from the crowd, he was mistaken. They looked troubled and turned to look at each other. Finally, a woman spoke up. "My parents are in their 80s, held prisoner somewhere by thugs and murderers, probably tossed into some dark, damp, filthy cell. How will they get through the night?" Another woman said, "My daughter's 21. She was kidnapped, leaving her 2-year-old son alone. My grandson. He's crying for his mother. We can't stand around waiting. We need to know where they are. You have to make that woman talk, or we will." The crowd agreed wholeheartedly, and the noise level rose again. Briscoe held up his hands. "I understand, really I do. But this woman, this Scrag, isn't someone who will fold easily. Please, go home." Instead of dispersing, the villagers stood their ground and argued even more. Through the babble, Hal picked out individuals telling of their poor kidnapped neighbors. Anne and Meredith, with their 2 teenage girls, vanished. Jensen and Chloe, with their 2 boys and 1 girl, dragged away in the night, leaving their frail old grandpa tied up and gagged. Rourke and Teresa snatched from their bed, a bloody handprint on the doorframe. And he couldn't help fretting again over Lauren and her parents. As the lieutenant tried again to placate the crowd, Hal decided that waiting simply wasn't an option. He turned about, pushed past Darcy and Emily, and marched back toward the jailhouse with a startled Abigail hurrying to catch up. "What are you doing?" she called over the noise. "Getting some answers," Hal said as he strode inside. Fenton was in his open cell, poking at the bunk and checking out his digs for the night. Miss Simone was talking to Thomas, and she looked pretty stern. "I say again, you will not approach her. Understand? You'll stand guard here until—" Puzzled, she looked up. "Hal? What's going on?" He pointed down the hallway toward the back end of the building. "She needs to start talking. The crowd isn't going anywhere, and they're right. All those hostages. There are old people and young kids. We can't let them stay even one night in a cell like this one." He ground his teeth. "Let me take Queen Bee into the sky and dangle her by the feet. I'm pretty sure I can make her talk." "Or let me sting her," Thomas offered. Emily stood in the open doorway. "I could change again, wrap my tail around her and squeeze until her eyes bug out." Miss Simone hung her head. She was silent for a moment, and when she looked up, tears filled her eyes. "I'm afraid. I don't know what's best. I don't want to give in to her, but the idea of waiting until morning?" She shook her head and scowled. "If we could somehow convince her there's no hope, make her realize her plans are futile—" She froze. In the doorway, Darcy sidled into the room and quietly closed the door, muting the noise of the restless crowd outside. A silence fell, and slowly Miss Simone's ice-cold, steely glare returned. "There's a place," she said simply. "A place?" Abigail prompted. "It hasn't been used in years. An old prison." She paused, thinking hard. "And?" Abigail prompted again. "It's not much bigger than this jailhouse, but it's away from here, outside the village, buried in the woods." Miss Simone seemed to have made up her mind. We need to get this Scrag out of here without anyone seeing. If the crowd breaks in here overnight, they'll find an empty cell. Queen Bee will talk, though, not because she's being tortured by enraged villagers. She nodded, then turned and disappeared along the hallway. Overcome with curiosity, Hal and his friends scurried after her, passing a tiny room with a toilet and sink, and another door that looked like a cupboard. Queen Bee sat calmly on a stool in one of the two barred cells at the back of the building. A single window, equally barred, shed faint light on her dingy surroundings. The room was empty except for a bunk with a mattress and a metal pail, presumably an emergency toilet. She looked up at her visitors. "Come to chat?" Miss Simone said nothing. Instead, she fetched the key from a hook on the wall. Queen Bee's belt hung there too, her walkie-talkie and collection of tools dangling from it. Miss Simone whispered to Darcy, pointing up at the small window. Darcy frowned, then nodded, and hurried away. Miss Simone confirmed her scheme seconds later as she unlocked the gate to the cell and faced Queen Bee. "We're leaving. It's not safe for you here, and you're no good to me dead. I'm taking you someplace else." The prisoner narrowed her eyes. "Where? Somewhere pretty? Perhaps your house? That's really all I ever wanted, you know, to have a nice house and run a small community like this adorable village. I'm glad you're seeing sense." "Not quite what I had in mind," Miss Simone growled. She stepped into the cell and stood over the woman. "Get up and move away from the wall." "Why?" This time, Miss Simone said nothing. She stepped back and looked up at the window. After a while, Queen Bee looked up too, twisting her head around to see over her shoulder. When a huge shape blocked the daylight, Queen Bee's eyes opened wide. "Oh, I see." Robbie peered in, his ogre face filling the window. He poked at the glass pane, cracking it so the shards fell into the cell and shattered on the floor. Then he gripped the bars tight and gave a sharp yank. The stone wall cracked to one side of the window, and dust trickled down. Robbie yanked again, and suddenly the entire window, bars, frame, and a huge chunk of wall came away in a shower of dust. "Out!" Miss Simone ordered the prisoner. "I want my stuff," Queen Bee said, not moving. She nodded toward her belt hanging on a hook near the keys. When Miss Simone simply glared at her, the Queen sighed. "At least give me back my walkie-talkie. Without that, people will be executed." Miss Simone finally agreed, but she held onto the walkie-talkie herself instead of handing it over. The belt of ugly tools remained on the hook. In the narrow alley out the back, where Robbie barely fit, a soldier stood at the corner, looking mystified. Miss Simone spoke quickly. "Eyes front, soldier. Nothing happening here, you understand? Robbie, go on around to the front again. Pretend you were just taking a walk and checking things out." "Where are we going?" Abigail said. "Yes, I'm curious too," Queen Bee said. Standing side by side with all the shapeshifters, and not much taller, she looked for all the world like she was part of the group, except for her striking black outfit. As the ogre lumbered off, Miss Simone looked up at the late morning sun. "Hal, I need you to fly out of here and take a few of us with you, the prisoner included. She can wear my cloak to blend in with our smart clothes. The crowd might not recognize her from a distance. If they do, well, then the cover will be blown. But hopefully we'll keep the villagers here at the jailhouse while we move the prisoner to a safer place." She removed her cloak as she talked and handed it to Queen Bee, who took it with a bemused expression. Fenton looked put out. "So we're not spending the night here?" "Yes, you are," Miss Simone said. "It'll help keep up the pretense that the prisoner is still here. So go back in and peer out the front windows from time to time. Robbie, Dewey, and the soldiers can continue their guard duty outside." "I'm pretty sure Robbie will want to come with us," Hal said. "You know Lauren's his girlfriend, right? If Abby had been taken instead of her... Right now, Robbie is an ogre and lacking the faculties to know what he wants, Miss Simone reminded him, which is good, because I need him here. Also, I don't want him getting mad and stomping on our prisoner. Abigail slipped her hand into Hal's and smiled at him. You're so sweet. Sweet? A little puzzled, he shrugged. Sure, whatever. Miss Simone, Hal, Abigail, Emily Darcy, and a bemused Queen Bee spent the next few minutes climbing up onto the flat jailhouse roof, using the broken window and rubble as footholds. Once up on the roof, the far fringes of the crowd came into view. Some of the men and women spotted that something was going on and began shouting. Hurry! Miss Simone urged Hal. He transformed, instantly filling the roof with his enormous presence, his tail swinging high to avoid knocking everyone off. He thumped across the flat surface, and when it sagged and crumbled beneath him, he tried to tiptoe in case it all came crashing down on top of Fenton and Thomas. He looked down on the crowd so that the prisoner, herded along by his friends, could climb aboard behind his head with relative anonymity. The crowd would see he had passengers as he flew away, but they wouldn't see who. Just in case, Miss Simone shouted out to the crowd just before she climbed on after Queen Bee and the others. Do not attempt to enter the jailhouse. The prisoner must not be harmed, so leave her alone. I have shapeshifter guards posted outside her cell. Stay calm. I will report back shortly. Hal launched seconds later, following Miss Simone's directions and heading for a mysterious prison in the woods. Chapter 7. Prison of Despair. The prison was so heavily buried in the woods that even Miss Simone had trouble finding it. She directed Hal one way then another, back and forth over the treetops. The place was probably only 10 or 15 minutes' walk from the village, but it would take hours to find the place without a guide. There's a reason it's hidden, Miss Simone said, above the whistling wind and flapping leathery wings. Look, try down there. I see a clear patch. Queen Bee had not said a word throughout the short flight over the village and out across the forest. Hal hoped she was terrified, but he doubted it. She was probably enjoying herself. The clear patch wasn't the prison at all. I've never flown here before, Miss Simone admitted. It's all so unfamiliar from above. But that clearing is close to the prison. See the ring of rocks? That's where goblins camp out when they want to take a break from guard duty, a place to unwind. Head north. So Hal kept the sun behind him and flew low. He caught a glimpse of a wall the moment Miss Simone did, and he veered around, even before she told him to. Landing was tricky with such dense foliage. Being the size he was, he had no choice but to slow his descent and then simply crash through the short trees, drawing his wings close and thumping down amid a shower of branches, twigs, and leaves. Birds squawked their disapproval and flew away, and several rodents screeched and fled. When the passengers dismounted, Hal reverted to his human form and stood with them before the old prison. It was 4 or 5 times larger than the village jailhouse, a one-story sprawling building of grey stone, absolutely smothered with ivy and other creeping vines. If there were windows, they were well hidden behind the tangled, withered mess. Though it was early spring and the forest was turning green, everything in the immediate vicinity of the prison still seemed dead and wintry. The entrance was rather grand, all things considered, 4 wide steps leading up to a set of heavy double doors. Hal couldn't help thinking of the elfin temple on the Mountain of Whispers where the so-called shadow demon had lived. Only here there was no wind. All was silent and still. Nice, Abigail said. What did you expect from a prison? Emily commented. Miss Simone yanked her cloak from Queen Bee's neck, reclaiming it without a word. She gave the smaller woman a shove toward the building. This isn't what I had in mind, the black-clad Scrag growled. I strongly suggest we go someplace else. Move, Miss Simone said. or I'll personally pick you up and carry you. I'd like to see you try." But the Queen, apparently deciding this was not the time for a bare-fisted fight, trudged up the steps to the sturdy doors. Hal ran ahead to open one. Incredibly heavy, it groaned and scraped on the stone floor, collecting all manner of debris on the inside. They all filed into a cool, musty lobby. A few small rooms lurked to one side. Hal glanced into them as he passed. One was a narrow storeroom, dark and full of cobwebs, shelves stacked with dusty blankets. The second appeared to be a tiny bedroom with a bunk bed, presumably for long-term prison guards. The third was an office complete with a desk, 3 chairs, a chest of drawers, a rusty metal bird cage hanging from the ceiling, plus a whole clutter of things piled on a shelf and in the corner. Beyond the rooms stretched a wide corridor lined with spacious cells, bars across the front and thick walls between. There were 5 cells in total, all on the left. The right-hand wall of the corridor was nothing but featureless stone, hung with dusty lanterns. At the far end, the corridor turned to the left and disappeared, probably leading to somewhere even more depressing. The entire prison was gloomy even with daylight outside, and it took a while to notice that much of the ceiling was covered with vines, just as dry and withered as those outside. They spread down the walls too, and in some places had started a slow, creeping journey across the floor. "Wow, you really let this place go," Queen Bee said. "In here," Miss Simone ordered, and shoved the woman into the first cell they came to. She closed the gate, and it screeched and clanged, echoing down the hall. As the Scrag moved to the center of her cell, the shapeshifters spread out along the barred front and peered in at her. "Is there anything you'd like to tell us?" Miss Simone asked quietly, removing the key from the lock. Queen Bee stared back. "I'm not happy. I told you that one of your friends would be brought here in a casket if I wasn't happy. Didn't you hear me?" "I don't believe you," Miss Simone said, though Hal caught the slightest waver in her voice. "You're a smart woman. You must know that if you harm any of my friends, you'll pay dearly." She let the threat hang for a moment, then unhooked the Queen's walkie-talkie from a loop on her dress. She held it up. "You said hostages will die without this?" "Correct," Queen Bee said sullenly. "If I don't contact my swarm before the day's out, people will die until I get in touch." She looked around with obvious distaste. "But even if you gave me back my walkie-talkie right now, I wouldn't use it. Not while I'm trapped in this hole. I won't be treated like a criminal." Her eyes gleamed as she grinned suddenly. "I'm a queen, you know. I want a proper house with a proper bed. I want servants. When I have all that, then I'll be willing to tell my swarm to hold off on the executions. And then I'll talk to you." Miss Simone hooked the walkie-talkie onto her dress and stepped back from the bars. "You have a long wait ahead of you. See you in the morning." Abruptly she turned and strode away, leaving the younger shapeshifters to hurry after her. She paused only to hang the key on a hook in the lobby. Queen Bee called out, her voice soft and echoing. "You're making a huge mistake." Ignoring her, Miss Simone disappeared outside, and when Hal and his friends joined her, she pulled the door shut with an echoing thud. Then she broke down. Abigail, Emily, and Darcy looked at one another and moved closer, reaching for her. Nobody said anything, though. Nobody knew what to say. After a while, Miss Simone wiped her eyes. "This is so unlike me. I can make scientific decisions, even hard ones, but this is so foreign to me. 52 hostages? I just can't. I don't know what to do. What if she's not bluffing and someone is killed because of me?" "You brought her here for a reason," Abigail said. "What was it?" The woman sighed and pulled them all away from the door. "Let's head back, and I'll tell you on the way. You see, we don't have much crime in our village, Certainly not enough to warrant long-term sentences. This prison was built 100 years ago, but these days it's hardly used. She cut through the trees, walking fast, following a barely visible trail. We brought a man here a year ago and locked him up for a week. He was involved in a silly love triangle that ended in tragedy. He lost his temper, viciously beat the other man, and killed him. So we locked him up. For 1 week? Abigail exclaimed. That's all? Well, that's the point. This is a special prison. As in magical? Darcy asked tentatively. Miss Simone screwed up her face. This is a subject I refuse to pigeonhole as unexplainable magic. There's science behind it. Anyone who stays here feels like they're staying much, much longer than they really are. The first 24 hours feel like a few days, the second day feels like a week, the third feels like a month, and so on. It gets worse as time goes on. A week behind bars drags for years. So in their minds and hearts, they've served their time after just a week. That man was changed, deeply remorseful, completely over whatever love he had for the woman, well beyond any anger he'd tried to suppress. He served his time, but did so in the space of a week. They chewed on this before she spoke again. Of course, the rest of the village doesn't get over something like that in a week. As changed and remorseful as the man was, he was still in exile and he had to leave. On the one hand, he had served his time and still had his youth and health, but on the other, he'd lost everything around him and had to move on. Hal understood now. So tomorrow morning, you think Queen Bee will... What? Think she's been there much longer than she actually has? Hopefully, yes. The imaginary feeling of time wasting away leads to genuine feelings of frustration and anger, followed by despair. That's usually when a prisoner is ready to talk, when he thinks years have slipped away, his family and friends have moved on without him, his life is essentially rotting behind bars. It's impossible to mark time in this place. Hours and days blur together, meals become countless, even chalk marks on the wall seem utterly inaccurate. Hal couldn't help grinning. You think she'll talk in the morning? Maybe, maybe not. It's been a year since the prison was used. The vines may take a while to warm up. The vines, Darcy said. Some of the vines that smother the building are sentient. And with that, she clammed up, leaving them all to ponder on their walk back to the village. Miss Simone arranged for a squad of goblins to go out to the prison. Though Queen Bee had willingly subjected herself to incarceration to serve her own twisted agenda, she might now change her mind and try to escape. She might even have Scrags watching her from a safe distance in case. Besides, even prisoners needed feeding. The villagers were still crowding the small jailhouse, unaware their quarry had been relocated. Robbie kept up the pretense, stomping around and making sure nobody nipped around the back of the building and saw the large hole. Soldiers remained on guard. Fenton, Thomas, and Dewey hung about as well, making their presence known and enforcing the charade. If people find out the jailhouse is empty, Hal said to Miss Simone, will they guess where Queen Bee's been moved to? Oh, probably. At which point the soldiers and you shapeshifters will need to defend the prison instead. Until then, let's get back to work. Getting back to work meant actively looking for clues as to the whereabouts of the 52 hostages. Miss Simone found Lieutenant Briscoe and spoke quietly to him, then gave Hal instructions. Hal took Abigail with him. Since she could fly, she could veer off on her own if she wanted to, thus helping with the search from above. None of his other friends could do that, which reminded him of his plans to fetch the fairy ball from that Miangu cave. Well, that could wait. Miss Simone had a more specific mission in mind for now, to look for bird poop. With Abigail perched on his back, he flew east over the woods and hills to where the landscape dried up and became cracked and featureless. Eventually, he spotted the solitary, smoky black portal leading to the media room in Old Earth. He thumped down next to it. The rock feathers had fluttered away by now, but he found giant footprints in patches of hard-packed dirt. Most of the ground was rocky, the prints sporadic. It was hard to tell how many rocks had been here. In one place, he also spotted the suggestion of a crisscrossing indentation. It looked triangular at first, but one edge petered out on the rock, and he realized it might just be the corner of something large and square. Perhaps a cage? If so, there must have been at least 4 or 5 of them, each carrying 10 or 15 hostages. That was a lot of weight, even for rocks. How exactly did one track a flying creature? Miss Simone had suggested carcasses of dead animals they might have preyed on along their journey. And poop. It stood to reason that giant birds would have pretty noticeable droppings, and Miss Simone had assured them it was just as bright white as ordinary birds. It's actually uric acid, she'd said, and it's white because of chemical reactions in the urinary system. She'd gone on like that for a minute, but Hal hadn't listened. So bird poop is always white, no matter how huge the bird. Good to know. Still, finding giant white spatters in such a vast landscape was almost impossible when there was no indication which way the rocks had flown. Dead, half-eaten animals were just as hard to spot. "This is hopeless," Abigail said, buzzing around in a large circle and shielding her eyes against the glaring sun. "They literally could have gone in any direction. There's no clue whatsoever except for all these feathers. But they're too scattered and random to tell us anything. And even if they showed us which direction the rocks headed off in, they might have turned around in the air just to throw us off the scent." Hal, reverting back to his human form so he could talk to her, said, "If anyone lived around here, we could ask if they saw a bunch of rocks flying over this morning. But there's nobody for miles. It's just one big empty nothing." She battered at him. "You should have stayed a werewolf. We could have used your sniffer right about now." They resumed their search, aware that the entire village was relying on them to find something. They chose a direction at random and scoured the ground, looking for white splotches and stinking carcasses. An hour later, they turned around and came back. The problem was, if their direction was even slightly off, they would have no chance of picking up any trail whatsoever. With this in mind, they tried circling around the black, pulsing portal and increasing the radius with each pass, an endless series of ever-widening circles, all to no avail. 2 hours later, they had lost sight of the portal and any nearby landmarks, and they became confused as to what ground they'd covered. When they eventually found the portal again, Hal was tired and fed up. "This isn't working," he said, collapsing on the hard ground and laying back to look up at the blue, cloudless sky. He shielded his eyes with the crook of his arm. "We need help. We need to get your fairy ball back and force Bo to turn into a sphinx so he can help us look. Or I could fly north and talk to Felipe. A fleet of dragons would be useful right now." "And do you think Felipe could convince them to go hunting for bird poop?" Abigail asked, sitting cross-legged next to him. Hal said nothing. He had to admit it seemed unlikely. Plus, the labyrinth of fire was a long way north. Could he afford to waste that much time? "We'll have to go about this another way," Abigail said. "We're trying to guess which way the rocks went, but maybe we should just skip that and figure out where rocks are most likely to end up." "That doesn't make sense. The rocks would have ended up where the Scrags told them to end up, at their evil headquarters." "But how did the Scrags find the rocks in the first place?" "They trained them, a pretty amazing feat. But they had to know where they were to start with, right?" Hal thought about that. Where did rocks hang out? He'd come across them before, but they'd already been in mid-flight. He'd never seen an actual rock nest and had no idea where one might be. "I wonder where Queen Bee and her swarm first came through to New Earth. If we knew that, maybe we could figure out where they walked to from there. There's no way to know for sure, Abigail said. They gave up on the island because Lieutenant Briscoe had that place locked down, but then you blew up the mines and portals appeared just about everywhere. They might have found dozens in the city or along the cliffs. She paused. Wherever they came through, maybe they kept seeing Rocs flying about. They decided to track them down and train them. Just like that, Hal grumbled. They sat in silence for a minute, thinking hard. We should ask someone who knows where Rocs might have nests, Hal said at last. Orson is pretty good at... He faltered. Except Orson is one of the hostages. It's the only lead we have, Abigail agreed. Start with the Rocs. Maybe also check with other villages in New Earth and see if a large gang of Scrags showed up one day. Villages that use Geo-Rocs would be the logical place to start. If the Geo-Rocs turned into portals, that's where Scrags might have come through. Abby, that's brilliant! She beamed at him. I know. Then she shrugged. Actually, I overheard Miss Simone telling Lieutenant Briscoe that. Soldiers are already investigating. Maybe we should stick with finding Rocs nests. We're probably more suited to that job. Let's go home and see if anyone can point us in the right direction. And so, dejected, they returned to Carter. According to Miss Simone, Orson was indeed an expert on creature habits and could have told them where to look for Rocs nests, although it probably wouldn't have helped much. They were scattered all over the land. But, she said slowly, perhaps we can find a nest of Rocs that's near a village that once used Geo-Rocs and was recently invaded by Scrags. It was something to go on, and she hurried off to make investigations. Hal and Abigail went back to the jailhouse to see what was going on. Although the crowd had dispersed some, a couple dozen people were steadfast in their picketing, awaiting a single moment for the equally numbered soldiers to drop their guard. Robbie looked bored. Still in his ogre form, he was sitting to one side of the jailhouse against the wall of a neighboring cottage, utterly out of place. Dewey arrived at that moment in his centaur form and carrying a basket of thick-cut sandwiches. When Robbie saw him, his eyes lit up, and he reached for the basket with a huge, hairy hand. Dewey shook his head. "Change back first." Realizing his folly, Robbie reverted to his human form. Only then did Dewey trot closer and offer him something. Hal and Abigail joined them. "Do you have enough for us?" Abigail asked. "We haven't eaten all day." "Sure," Dewey said. "What about the poor soldiers?" "They ate already," Robbie said. "They went off a couple at a time. I think the mob was disappointed at that. Most of them went home afterward." With Dewey standing on four hooves, the others sat against the cottage wall and ate, watching the small crowd. Some of the men stood with scowls and folded arms, while others squatted or lounged on the dusty ground. They partially blocked the street, and frequent passers-by spoke words of encouragement. One couple even returned to join the group, handing out an assortment of vicious-looking hammers and crowbars. "They're really after her blood," Hal murmured. Chewing noisily, Robbie said, "I know how they feel." Dewey picked up the basket. "Guess I'd better go feed Fenton and Thomas. They're still inside. Thomas makes a point of showing his furry face once in a while and growling." "What do these people think they're going to do if they get their hands on Queen Bee?" Abigail wondered aloud. "How do they think they'll make her talk?" "I don't think they trust the soldiers," Robbie said, his mouth still full. "I think they just want to see the Scrag tortured." "For a sense of justice," Dewey said. "They keep yelling, 'Where's our justice? Do something. If you can't make her talk, make her hurt.' That sort of thing. Miss Simone's been by a few times to persuade them to go home, but they won't budge." The afternoon wore on into evening. Frustration and anxiety grew. It was clear that the hostages, wherever they were, would be spending their first night in whatever miserable place they'd been tossed. The crowd of villagers swelled again as night fell, and this time they brought flickering torches and renewed anger. "Drag her out here!" a man roared to the soldiers. Hal had been home for the past hour, returning to relieve Fenton and Thomas, who said they were going stir-crazy and needed a break. Hal paused in the shadows of the street as tempers boiled again. Miss Simone showed up, hurrying in front of the crowd and holding up her hands for quiet. "Please, everybody, this is not helping. The prisoner won't talk until she's ready. Nothing you do or say will change that. Only she knows where our friends and family are, and if you kill her, they'll be doomed." "I can think of a few ways to make her talk," a man with a shovel snapped. 5 minutes with me, and this gardening tool will—" "Please," Miss Simone interrupted. She looked quite angry herself now. "There are children at home, some in bed, listening to all this shouting. What kind of example are we setting? We're not monsters." "You are," said a woman. "You and the rest of the shapeshifters." The noise increased again. Miss Simone visibly sighed and let her arms drop to her side, shaking her head with despair. She strode away without another word. Hal ducked through the line of soldiers. They seemed jumpy, but nodded at him as he passed. He hurried inside the jailhouse to find Fenton and Thomas pacing back and forth. "Finally," Fenton said, "I'm out of here." "Has the prisoner behaved?" Hal said with a half-smile. "Haven't heard a whimper. It's almost like she's not here. See you in the morning, Shorty." Fenton and Thomas slipped out the door, leaving Hal alone. Sighing, he entered Fenton's cell and perched on the bunk. It seemed ridiculous being here in an empty jailhouse, but if word got out that the prisoner was elsewhere, the villagers would jump to the same conclusion and try to storm the prison in the woods instead. He settled back for a very long wait. Since Robbie and Dewey had been standing guard outside all day, there was no chance of their company tonight. But Abigail had said she'd be along presently. She showed up as promised, and they talked for hours. Hal popped outside once in a while to remind the villagers he was there, and they groaned every time they saw him, knowing they were no match for a dragon. "We never did fetch your fairy ball," Hal said, yawning. Abigail shuddered and snuggled closer. "I don't think I ever wanted to. I'd rather leave it there forever. The idea of going down into that cave on the cliff. I keep wondering if those Miengu creatures are still there." Hal had wondered about that too. They'd been statues, frozen by Molly's death gaze, but the ancient phoenix's rebirth trick had woken them. Since the underwater entrance had been sealed at the same time, the sinister creatures had been trapped in that partially submerged cavern, unable to swim away. Still, the Miengu had the power to breathe air, so maybe they'd crawled out of the opening higher up and dropped into the ocean. Maybe. It was nearly midnight when Abigail finally gave Hal a kiss and buzzed out the door. He settled back on the hard bunk and closed his eyes, wondering if he would ever be able to sleep. He did, though. And in the early hours of the morning, an ear-splitting screech and the beating of heavy wings caused him to leap up and peer out the window. A roc came into land, carrying a casket. Chapter 8. Demands. Hal burst out of the jailhouse and into the street as the gigantic bird descended on another part of the village. It dwarfed the cottages, making them look like miniature replicas. Though similar to an eagle, this one's wingspan was bigger than Hal's, spreading across several rooftops. Its plumage was dull white with pale brown on the tips of its wings and tail. The curved grey beak looked like it could snap tree trunks in half. A long-haired man perched on its back like a tiny doll figure. But Hal was distracted by the wooden casket gripped in the huge talons, slightly wider at one end to allow for the shoulders of whoever lay within. "It's gotta be a bluff," Hal thought, with mounting horror. The Rocs screeched again. Doors opened in nearby streets, and people exclaimed. The monster bird touched down, partially out of sight behind the cottages, its wings beating hard above the rooftops. Rather than becoming still, it pushed off into the sky at once, taking the rider with it, but leaving the casket behind. The roc had delivered its load and was off again. Hal was torn. He stood on the steps of the jailhouse alongside the morning shift of uniformed troops and wondered whether he should go after the roc. He desperately wanted to see what was in the casket, but if the bird could lead him to the Scrags' lair. He ran to the middle of the street and transformed, filling the space and pressing up against the eaves of a cottage. As he launched into the sky after the roc, he looked down to see villagers gathered around the casket. Hal lingered, hovering in place with a morbid fascination. A man stomped through the crowd with a crowbar. He went to work on the casket, prying the lid loose bit by bit. He flung it aside, and everyone gasped. Inside was a man with his arms and legs contorted and stiff, his fingers grasping yet motionless, eyes wide and staring, mouth stretched into a scream. He was absolutely still. Women began screaming, and men roared in anguish. Someone yelled a name, the name of the deceased, but Hal couldn't quite make out what it was. The sun was barely up, people hardly dressed for the day, and tears were already flowing. People just now stepping out of their homes ended up staggering in horror as word of the tragedy spread. The grief and anger was like a visible wave as it swept down the street in both directions. Hal tore his gaze away and stared after the roc. It was heading south, though it had come from the east. What did that mean? Was the rider not returning to his lair? Of course not, he thought. He knows I'm following. Torn by indecision, Hal hovered over the rooftops. What should he do? Go after the roc or return to the jailhouse and help the soldiers, for villagers were already rampaging through the streets. With Hal no longer guarding the cell, he feared for the soldiers who stood out front, and the level of anger would no doubt rise once it was known the cell was empty. He made a note of where the roc was headed, then veered toward the jailhouse. He thumped down on the rooftop, and it gave a little under his weight, so he shifted to the front edge and overhung the doorway. The weary soldiers looked relieved at his presence, especially as the approaching mob could clearly be heard around the nearest corner. As the first of the villagers came running from one end of the street, followed by half a dozen others, Hal had a pang of fear. What could he do to stop them that wouldn't inflict actual harm? Blast fire and make it too hot to approach? How long could he keep that up? What if the soldiers used their weapons? Or what if they didn't and were overcome by the angry crowd? The situation was out of control now. No matter how he looked at it, people were going to get hurt. Maybe now it was best to let them into the jailhouse. He leaned over and gently bumped a soldier sideways. The man stumbled and turned to him with a look of shock. To make it clear the shove wasn't accidental, Hal did the same to the man on his left. Practically under his chin, the jailhouse door now stood unguarded. As the soldiers closed ranks again, Hal growled and shook his head, then bumped them out of the way again, harder this time. By the time the angry mob arrived, the jailhouse entrance was a clear shot for them. Hal stood up straight, lifting his head out of the way. The first three villagers barely noticed the befuddled soldiers, but they glanced up at Hal as they passed underneath and crashed through the doors. The furious mob followed. As the jailhouse was stormed, the soldiers stood aside and watched, fingering their weapons nervously but not attempting to raise them. After a brief silence, a roar of indignation and rage sounded from inside. Hal sighed. The cat was well and truly out of the bag. How long would it take to guess the prisoner had been secreted away to the woods? Right now, though, there was time to check on the roc. Hal took off after the giant bird, now a distant dark speck in the sky. That was okay. He just had to keep it in sight and pay attention when it next landed. He trailed it for 30 minutes. Whisper Mountain was ahead somewhere, one of those distant peaks. The Rocs' overall path was true, though it veered once in a while, rising and dropping with the air currents. After 45 minutes or so, the rock descended. Hal's heart leapt with sudden excitement. What if this was the swarm's lair? He watched, unblinking, as his quarry circled lower and disappeared behind some trees. When Hal caught up and flew over those trees, he found a small, rocky canyon lined on both sides with trees. 9 or 10 Rocs nested there, one of them with several goat-sized chicks whose wings flapped ineffectually. Hal had no idea which rock was his. This was where it had landed, but its rider had already dismounted and hidden. Now the rock looked like any other. If the swarm's lair was here, it was well hidden. There could be caves below like in the Labyrinth of Fire, a chasm riddled with tunnels. Hal flew in, determined to get a look, and the Rocs immediately began screeching and stalking around in their giant nests, wings unfolded to shield their young. Yeah, Hal thought. Don't ruffle your feathers. I'm just looking. He doubted he would find the swarm here, nor the hostages, but he had to check anyway. He had to be sure. So he flew in and out of the canyon for 20 or 30 minutes, exploring its entire length, checking cave-like openings and looking for any signs the Scrags had been here. He found nothing. The rider had deliberately led him on a wild goose chase. Maybe he would eventually climb back onto his rock and fly home. But when? Certainly not with Hal around. Ignoring the screeches of unsettled Rocs, he left the canyon behind. Probably the main reason the Rocs didn't follow him was because they were protecting their young. The mysterious rider was brave and talented. How had Scrags learned to tame Rocs? Maybe the rider wasn't a Scrag after all. As Hal headed back to the village, he wondered if there was such a thing as a Roc shapeshifter. There had been shapeshifters in the past. Creating shapeshifters was an ancient art. Miss Simone's program was newer and safer, but what if the procedure had been mastered by some random individuals somewhere else? He mulled on this all the way home, then put it aside as he flew over the streets and found them to be largely empty. The casket was gone, no doubt taken inside somewhere. Everything was quiet. Guessing that the prison in the woods might now be the center of attention, Hal veered north, looking first for the tiny rock-filled clearing they'd spotted from above, then the vine-covered prison roof. When he crashed down through the trees in the same place as before, more branches rained down and collected in a pile. As expected, about 30 villagers clustered outside the grand entrance, with dozens more lining the narrow trail back through the woods. There was no easy way for them to creep around the sides or back of the building as the foliage was just too thick. So they stood out front, facing an ogre, a manticore, a giant black lizard, a naga, and a centaur. Darcy stood to one side of the double doors with Abigail. When Hal thudded down between the prison and the mob, the grim-faced people quieted somewhat. He was startled by the intensity of their glares. The hatred was almost palpable. Abigail sprouted wings and flew closer. She perched on his back and leaned forward to speak into his ear. Miss Simone's inside, trying to get Queen Bee to talk before these people tear her apart. "A lot of good that will do," Hal growled, knowing she couldn't understand him. His deep, rumbling dragon voice caused everyone to take a step back. "Stay as you are," Abigail said, patting his neck. "As much as I hate the idea, I think we might end up defending Queen Bee." Hal wanted to ask where the soldiers were, but couldn't articulate his words. He sighed heavily, positioning himself alongside his grim-faced shapeshifter friends and wondering again how far he would go to stand his ground against innocent people. He could lie across the entrance and physically block the way, but what if they started stabbing at him with pitchforks? Miss Simone emerged, looking pale. A shout went up, and everyone hushed as she came down the steps. "So?" someone yelled. "What's going on?" She chose her words carefully. Queen Bee said that this morning's demonstration was just the start. She said a stinging will automatically take place every night at midnight from now on, unless she contacts her swarm each evening to cancel it. She said we must release her from prison and allow her to walk about the village unmolested. She said, swallowing, Miss Simone took a deep breath. She said that if any harm comes to her, any harm at all, then she won't bother contacting her swarm to prevent the next stinging. Hal waited for the long silence to erupt into full-blown pandemonium. When it didn't, Miss Simone continued. She hasn't yet told me what she actually wants, other than to live here for a week and be part of a community. She says it's her turn, that she's lived on the streets of a ruined city for 13 years and simply wants a taste of what we've taken for granted all this time. She could have just asked, a woman snapped from the crowd, instead of killing an innocent man. A ripple of agreement and a new wave of anger filled the air. Miss Simone nodded. I told her that, but she said we never would have welcomed her, and she's right. She cleared her throat. She's made a few other demands that we must obey. A man spoke up now, his tone suspicious. Like what? First, that all remaining members of her swarm are to be released from custody. This is something I can arrange with Lieutenant Briscoe. Frankly, it's not our concern. They were only arrested in the first place because they caused trouble on the island back in Old Earth, and most have slipped away already. A grumble of agreement swept around the crowd. Most shrugged, as if they didn't care. Other Scrags, Miss Simone went on, will show up soon. They will be made to feel welcome for the duration of the week. Another silence fell. Every man and woman in the crowd scowled, and Hal was sure he heard someone mutter, "Oh, we'll make 'em feel welcome all right." Whatever sinister meaning lay behind that sarcastic remark was left to the imagination, but others nodded and pounded their fists together. "What else?" a man barked. "She wants the military to vacate the village and go back to Old Earth. She says they're to abandon their search for the hostages." Miss Simone tore her gaze from the crowd and glanced sideways at Hal and his friends. "And she said we shapeshifters need to be secured. We're to be locked up in her place." "What?" Abigail blurted. "Queen Bee insisted on it, especially Hal. She won't allow anyone to go off searching for the hostages, and the best way to ensure that is to lock us up so our whereabouts can be accounted for at all times. So we're to subject ourselves to incarceration for a week." Hal couldn't believe his ears. Miss Simone had only just put Queen Bee into this old prison yesterday and mentioned about the weird vines that messed with the mind, and now her idea had backfired in the worst possible way. A week? According to her, a week would feel like months, maybe years. He growled his disapproval, and as his friends started protesting, Miss Simone held up her hands. I know, but please don't fret about it right now." She turned back to the crowd. "That's all. Queen Bee gives her word that she will release all the hostages unharmed at the end of the week, just as long as we play ball, as she puts it." Another murmur started up. "A week!" someone squawked. "That's a lifetime!" Miss Simone began speaking in monotone, reciting something she found deplorable but needed to be said. "She assured me they're all very comfortable. She says they're being treated better than you think, that she's not out to torture them and cause unnecessary harm." Her next words obviously stuck in her throat. She regrets the death of the first hostage, but said she expected it, that it was the only way to make you behave. She said her swarm would have asked for a volunteer, and that volunteer should be remembered as a hero. The crowd was surprisingly quiet, a mixture of feelings spreading through them as they tried to process the news. It was a long time before somebody spoke. "That's it?" a tall man near the front said. That's all she wants from us? To wander among us and pretend she lives here? For a week? His voice dripped with sarcasm and disbelief. Miss Simone spread her hands. So I've been told. We have no choice but to go along with this and hope for the best. She has us over a barrel. And how exactly will she contact her people and cancel these stingings? Somebody demanded. With her walkie-talkie, a portable two-way radio, she added for the benefit of villagers who might not know. She'll speak to someone each evening and offer a code word that will indicate all is well, thus cancelling the planned midnight stinging. This code word will change every day in case we decide to mimic her voice and trick the swarm. She's thought this through. As long as she's satisfied with her day, no more deaths will occur. Otherwise, she closed her eyes. Otherwise, an execution will take place, and the number of victims will double each time. We've had one already. The next time it will be 2, and after that 4, then 8, and so on. The villagers gasped. The mood had changed. Whatever anger they felt now took a back seat to fear and obedience. Get those soldiers out of here, a man yelled. Nobody will miss 'em, and lock up the shapeshifters if that's what it takes. He looked down. Sorry, Simone, but... She gave a wan smile. No need to apologize. Go home and spread the word. It's vital that everybody knows. The crowd began to disperse, but not all of them went willingly. Some loitered, shaking their heads in disbelief. Hal recognized some of the faces from the streets outside the jailhouse, a core group of stoic protesters. But even those stragglers left in the end. Miss Simone took a long, shuddering breath and called the shapeshifters to her. They all reverted to their human forms so they could huddle together. We don't really have to be locked up, do we? Abigail said. I'm afraid so, Miss Simone said. We're going to have to be patient. We'll all be here at this prison. You, me, Molly, and Beau. And Kanan, Fenton said, sounding like he considered it unfair otherwise. She's a shapeshifter like us. But she's not here, Miss Simone said, lowering her voice. She's with the elves on Whisper Mountain. Look, clearly Queen Bee has spies watching us, no doubt those same Scrags that Briscoe arrested and brought to New Earth, who later slipped away. Through them, she knows all of you, and she knows about me. Her spies would have seen Orson and Astrid transform, and she'll be aware of Molly, what with her veil and all. She's wary of those who can harm her easily, or those who can sneak out and go searching for hostages. There must be something we can do, Darcy said. Miss Simone suddenly stood up straight, staring over Hal's shoulder. I had hoped for a little time before we volunteered ourselves to the prison. Hal turned. With the villagers disappearing into the woods, a dozen Scrags emerged from the trees. They grinned, showing yellow teeth to go with their oddly yellow eyes. They wore wildly different clothes, most filthy and raggedy, some clean and well-fitting, as though they retained a sense of vanity and pride despite their rough living and somewhat crazed outlook on life. They all carried spears, each coated with what looked like tar, slick and black, a home-brewed poison of some sort, deadly on contact with an open wound. Even a light slash with one of these spears would cause insufferable pain. Death by stinging was Queen Bee's trademark. As if reading his mind, another of the Queen's trademarks filled the air, an awful droning sound as the gang members started humming, their individual tones overlapping to create a continuous, incessant chant that carried through the woods. This small faction of the swarm moved closer, spreading out. One quit his humming and spoke over the noise, and Hal groaned at the sight of him, the one he called Scarecrow. Inside, the grinning man said. All of you. Miss Simone frowned. We should get the word out first. Lieutenant Briscoe won't evacuate the village unless I personally tell him, and I need to speak to the council and make sure... Then go, Scarecrow said, pointing his spear at her. He jabbed it toward Hal and his friends. The others stay. Returning his attention to Miss Simone, his grin faded. Go spread the word. Make arrangements. Gather the other shapeshifters. Be back here within 2 hours to start your voluntary jail time. There's nothing voluntary about it, Miss Simone said through gritted teeth. She gave Hal and his friends a last, sorrowful look. Please go inside. They won't hurt you. We're obeying them because we have to, but that doesn't mean we can't defend ourselves from harm. With this remark, she shot a look at Scarecrow. I trust you understand the meaning of that. She abruptly marched away, causing the swarm to part so she could pass between them. Surprisingly, most of the Scrags went with her, leaving only Scarecrow and one other. Inside, Scarecrow ordered again. Don't push me around, Hal thought, knowing it would be the easiest thing in the world to overpower these two men, and indeed, the whole swarm. And he could so easily go inside the prison and tear Queen Bee limb from limb. It seemed ridiculous to take orders from them. Yet he had no choice. The thought of 2 more stinging victims turning up in a casket because the Scrag leader failed to check in. Hal and his friends filed inside, squinting in the darkness. Once past the 3 rooms in the lobby, they stepped into the wide corridor to find Queen Bee peering out the bars of her cell. About time, she snapped. What kept you? Scarecrow picked up his pace, hurrying past the shapeshifters to the small hooks on the wall. Most keys were sticking out of the cage doors, but Queen Bee's was hanging right here. He snatched it and went to unlock her cell. When the gates swung open with a squeal, she hurried out into the corridor as if something had bitten her. She took a moment to compose herself, then stopped before the shapeshifters and forced a smile. You may choose your cells. I suggest you're separated into boys and girls, but I don't really care. But first, which of you is Abigail? When she received a genuinely confused silence, she scowled and glanced between Emily and Abigail. Come now, I've wasted enough time here as it is, and my patience is thin. Which of you 2 dark-haired girls is the fairy? My spies tell me you can shrink down small. That won't do. Abigail opened her mouth to speak, but Emily spoke first. It's me. Hal knew immediately what Emily was doing. Out of the corner of his eye, Thomas turned his head with a puzzled expression on his face. Before he could ruin the subterfuge, Hal took Emily's hand and pulled her closer. Abby, don't even bother talking to her. Queen Bee raised an eyebrow at him. Ah, yes, I heard you 2 were sweet on each other. She looked at Scarecrow. Put the fairy in solitary. I believe it's down the corridor and around the corner. That Simone woman threatened me with it. She said the room has no bars or windows, not even a bunk, just a toilet. She looked Emily up and down. You'll be lonely in there, but I won't have you sneaking in and out and nosing around. Abigail shook her head, stepped in front of Emily, and faced the Queen. This isn't right. Look, she's not brave enough, Emily interrupted loudly, pushing Abigail aside and giving her a glare. She then scowled at Queen Bee. Go ahead, throw me in there, see if I care. At least I can use the bathroom in private. Queen Bee threw her head back and laughed, then waved her hand, signaling for Scarecrow to march, who she thought was Abigail, down the corridor. When they disappeared around the corner, Queen Bee grew serious and turned to the real Abigail. And so you're Emily, the Naga, the one who ordered a giant sea serpent to chew me up. Abigail sighed. Well, you deserved... She got no further because Queen Bee slapped her hard across the face. Abigail staggered and fell, and when Hal rushed to pick her up, she was shaking and tearful, her nose bleeding. Rage grew deep within Hal's gut. Trembling, he turned to face the Scrag, but Abigail gripped his arm, and he turned back to her. She shook her head. Save it, she whispered. For Queen Bee's benefit, she said aloud, Abigail would want you to stay calm. People are depending on us. It took all of Hal's willpower to refrain from transforming. Even though Queen Bee had meant the slap for Emily, he took the assault personally. The Scrags had smacked his girlfriend, his Abigail, and made her bleed. One way or another, the Queen would pay. Chapter 9. Incarcerated. Queen Bee left shortly after, leaving Scarecrow and another Scrag in charge. Her parting words were, "I have a collection of iron collars for you all, but perhaps I can trust you to be good boys and girls. Don't even think about leaving your cells, kids. I know a couple of you, the ogre in particular, can break out very easily, but hostages will die if you do." The gleam in her eye suggested she was secretly hoping someone would break out, just so she could wield her power and punish the village. The boys, Hal, Robbie, Fenton, Dewey, and Thomas, took the first cell. It was certainly large enough for the 5 of them to pace up and down, but there were only 2 bunks and 1 toilet. Hal grimaced every time he looked at it. Peeing while his friends were standing around nearby didn't faze him too much, but he didn't relish the idea of doing a number 2 in their presence. Or worse, his friends doing a number 2. Gross. The girls, Abigail and Darcy, were in the cell next door. A solid wall separated them from the boys, but Hal found he could reach through the bars at the front of the cell and part way around the dividing wall to hold Abigail's hand. That was something, at least. "I can't believe Emily did that for me," she whispered. "It means you can sneak out of here any time," Hal whispered back, shooting a glance into the lobby where the 2 Scrags were poking their heads into the 3 rooms. A storeroom filled with dusty blankets, a small bedroom with a bunk bed, and a cluttered office. Judging from the Scrags' exclamations, he guessed they were well satisfied. Apparently that kind of squalor was luxury compared to sleeping rough in the woods, as they were used to. Hal couldn't imagine inmates ever letting their guards sleep. Already, he was planning a ruckus the coming evening. He would rattle the bars and talk really loudly just as the Scrags were dropping off. He tried not to think about the vines over his head. They sprawled across the ceiling and down the walls, dry and withered. Had they affected Queen Bee during her overnight stay? She'd seemed a little flustered when she'd emerged from her cell. She'd probably gotten off lightly, though, if the vines were still warming up, as Miss Simone had suggested. "I need to pee," Thomas said, staring at the toilet. It was a simple hole in a wooden board. Below, waste dropped straight into a slow-moving stream. The prison had probably been built here because of that convenient flow of water, thus avoiding a nasty clean-up chore. "Now?" Fenton complained. "We only just got here." "I only just needed to go." Hal, Robbie, Dewey, and Fenton dutifully turned away while Thomas did his business. "So this is how it's going to be," Fenton said morosely. "For a whole week." "Which will feel like 10 years, Dewey added. "My dad used to talk about Monday blues," Hal said. "Now I know what he means. I'd rather be at school doing a test." He sighed. "This is going to be the longest week ever. And it's my birthday next week. I don't want to spend my birthday in here." His friends looked at him with a grudging respect. 13, Fenton said. "A teenager. It's not fair that you'll be first." "What's not fair about it? I'm just the oldest, that's all." "Only by a week," Dewey said. "I'm next." "Then Lauren," Fenton said. "Then me. Then Thomas, Robbie, Emily, Abigail, and Darcy last. She's just a baby, really." Hal shrugged. "We'll all be teenagers within 3 weeks. We're almost exactly the same age. So what does it matter?" "I always wondered if you got to be a dragon because you were the first to be born," Fenton went on, with a hint of jealousy. Dewey shook his head. "Our moms had the same procedure at the exact same time. We were just born in random order." They lapsed into silence again. "Well, I still don't want to be stuck in here on my birthday," Hal said. Glancing sideways at Robbie, he added, "You've been really quiet lately. You all right?" Robbie shrugged. Just wondering how Lauren's doing. Oh, yeah. Hal wanted to add that she was probably fine, that Queen Bee had said the hostages were comfortable, but he couldn't force the words out. None of them had any idea how Lauren was, nor her parents, nor any of the others. Apparently the Scrags were dusting and moving things around in their temporary lodgings. Hal moved to the front corner of his cell and called softly, "Hey, Darcy, you there?" After a pause, she answered, "I'm here. What's with these vines? Can you, talk to them?" "Talk to them?" "Yeah, Miss Simone said they were—" He trailed off, trying to think of the word she'd used. "Sentient?" Abigail said, her voice seemingly miles away. "Sentient, right. So can you talk to them, Darcy? Can you tell them to leave us alone, so we don't feel like we've been here for years?" She clicked her tongue. "It's not as simple as that. Anyway, they look dead to me. Maybe they are." Hope flared. Hal looked upward again, seeing the dry vines plastered to the ceiling and wall. "You mean they might not affect us at all?" "Hal, I don't know. Miss Simone didn't explain much." "She never does," Hal grumbled. The conversation withered, much like the vines on the ceiling. There was nothing to do but sit back and wait. Chairs would have been nice, but instead the boys had to make do with the two bunks. They were fixed to the walls on opposite sides of the cell, about 14 feet apart, if Hal's pacing was anything to go by. Fenton and Thomas took up one bunk and rudely excluded the others from their conversation. Fine by me, Hal thought. Robbie and Dewey are more interesting anyway. He missed Abigail even though she sat in the next room, quite possibly just a foot or two away on the other side of the stone wall. He touched the wall several times, imagining he could sense her touch. The Scrags explored the rest of the prison, walking in and out of cells and around the corner, their muffled voices drifting through the place. The two men returned to the office what seemed like ages later. "Wonder how Emily's getting on," Robbie said after a long period of bored silence. "Must be horrible sitting in that room on her own." You mean Abigail, right?" Dewey piped up, wide-eyed. He was doing his bit to keep up the charade in case the guards were listening, but Hal wondered how long the boy would last if directly questioned about the situation. If Queen Bee got wind of the subterfuge, she could probably force a confession simply by looking at him. Hal frowned. That wasn't fair. Dewey was timid, but brave. He might cower at the back of the group, but he wouldn't break as easily as all that. None of them would, at least not any time soon. They all lapsed into silence again. Hal imagined time passing with alarming speed, and he began to sense that the world outside was already forgetting them. He imagined days and weeks slipping away as his parents pleaded with the Scrags to let the prisoners go and Queen Bee steadfastly refusing. He worried that the swarm might go crazy and kill everyone. What if they'd done so already? How long had he and his friends been locked up? What if the village was, at this very moment, a ghost town devoid of life, deserted except for corpses lying in the streets, rotting away in the sun, their clothing turning to rags as vultures pecked at their dead, sightless eyeballs, and— The entrance doors groaned open, and Hal blinked. Scuffling footsteps roused him further. Everything seemed to come into sharp focus around him as if he'd just woken. Where had those dismal thoughts come from? How long had he been sitting there fretting? His friends, too, were frowning and rubbing their eyes. All of them looked pretty worn down, and Dewey's eyes were red and moist, as though he'd been weeping. Molly had entered the lobby, her face veiled as usual. Bo stood next to her, looking decidedly put out. The two Scrag guards gave them a shove. "Come on, move it along," Scarecrow griped, "all the way down to the end." "Why can't we join our friends?" Molly said, pausing outside Hal's cell. "We came here voluntarily like good boys and girls, walked all the way out to this dump without an escort. Don't we get to choose ourselves? Look, There are only 2 girls in this next one. Plenty of room. Queen Bee wants you separated out, Scarecrow said. Molly turned her veiled face to him, and Bo winced, as if knowing she was about to stir up trouble. What's to stop me from giving you a good, hard stare? She asked. Have you ever looked into the eyes of a Gorgon before? She gave a laugh. Of course not. If you had, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The Scrag was unmoved by her threat. Do I have to file a report? Do 2 hostages have to turn up dead in the morning just because you can't get with the program? A silence fell. Then Molly sighed. I'll do as you say. But when things turn around and my people rescue the hostages, my advice to you, my raggedy friend, is to run. Run very fast. Scarecrow smiled. I appreciate the warning. If everything goes south, I'll be sure to kill you first. Bo and Molly continued down the corridor. Hal shouted after them. Where's Miss Simone? Is she coming? Molly called back to him. She's at her house. Queen Bee marched her off there. Don't ask me why. When the adults were locked up in separate cells at the far end of the corridor, the Scrags headed back to their office, looking satisfied with themselves. Scarecrow was even scruffier than the previous night, his hair sticking out at odd angles from beneath his cap, his chin unshaven. He scratched at his heavily scarred face as he strolled by, his fingers a practiced blur. The other prison guard was older, a little pudgy, and just as unshaven, his long, greasy black hair pulled back in a ponytail. It was a while before Hal heard this one's name mentioned. The Scrags started playing chess in the office, and there were long moments of silence, then occasional shouts of "No!" and grumbled complaints as a rook or bishop was taken. When Scarecrow lost a game, he came out of the office shaking his head and saying, "Dung Beetle, you're a liar and a cheat," to which the other guffawed loudly. Hal normally wouldn't pay much attention to individual Scrags, except that he had plenty of time on his hands. When another hour passed, he sighed and went to investigate the filthy window. It was about 18 inches wide and 12 high. The glass was encrusted with dirt and barely let in any light. To his surprise, it had a latch. It eventually budged, and he pushed the window open as far as it would go, about 4 inches before it stopped against some strong bars outside. Fresh air wafted in, and he savored it. This vent would be most welcome when one of them absolutely needed to use the toilet. The vines smothered the wall and window outside too. Even if he broke open the window and somehow bent the bars aside, some of the vines were thicker than his wrist, a tangled mass, 3 or 4 deep. He could, of course, easily transform and break out, and if not him, then Robbie. But that would be impossible to hide, and Queen Bee would be angry. Hostages might die because of him. Abigail could slip out, though. Tiny gaps were no problem for her. She just needed to find the right time, perhaps when the guards were asleep. But to do what? Hal didn't know exactly. "Is it time to eat yet?" Robbie asked. "It must be dinner time by now." Mention of food made Hal wonder how meals would be dealt with. He called to the Scrags, trying to keep his tone respectful for now. "Hey, Scarecrow, just wondering, when do we eat? And what do we eat?" A chair scraped in the office, and footsteps brought the Scrag to the door. He stopped there, leaning on the doorframe. "Who are you talking to, kid?" Hal remembered then that the Scrag's name wasn't really Scarecrow. Just whoever. I was wondering about meal times." Meals will be brought from the village 3 times a day, sunup, midday, and sundown." Hal glanced toward the window. It let in nothing but a dull glow. "So when's dinner? We're starving. We missed breakfast and lunch today." The Scrag Hal still thought of as Scarecrow laughed. "You might have missed breakfast, but it's not even midday yet. You can have a jug of water if you're thirsty." Amazed, Hal turned back to his friends. They looked equally puzzled. "Not even midday," Robbie said. "Feels like it should be getting dark soon." Yeah, I could have sworn we'd been here all afternoon, Dewey added. Fenton sighed. The vines must be working better than we thought. So how come they don't affect the guards? Thomas wondered aloud. Hal peered through the bars, following the growth of the creeping plant across the ceiling. Though it was thick and strong within the cells, it petered out nearer the office and entrance lobby. I guess they're not close enough. Robbie covered his face and groaned. If it's not even midday yet, we can't have been here more than 2 hours, but it feels like we've been talking all afternoon. My throat is dry, and I'm starving. You're always starving, Fenton murmured, leaning back against the wall with his eyes closed. If we used your stomach as a clock, it would be a mealtime about 10 times a day. You're one to talk, Robbie exclaimed. Fenton's eyes snapped open. Hey, I eat 3 small meals. I can't help it if I'm a big guy. My dad says it's a sign of being prosperous. Prosperous, Robbie repeated, and cracked up laughing. He actually says that to your face? Don't you know what it means? It means ridiculous. He calls you ridiculous, and you don't even know it. Hal sat down and nudged his friend. You're thinking of preposterous. Prosperous means well off. Robbie's laughter died. Oh, well, whatever. Thomas pointed to a corner of the room that he'd been staring at for the past few minutes. Hey, Robbie, there's a big, fat, juicy spider over there. See it? They all looked, and eventually made out the 8-legged bug as it moved across the floor. It had to be the size of Hal's hand, not that he planned on testing that observation. He shuddered. I'm taking this bunk tonight, he said firmly. No way, Dewey said fiercely. I have dibs already. Hal shook his head, amused. The small boy had a fire in him at times. Meanwhile, Robbie looked more fascinated by the spider than repulsed. Hal got up and stepped over to the bars again, in the corner where he could talk to the girls around the wall. Hey, are you there? After a pause, a hand stuck out, and Hal took it silently. He held on for a while, wishing he could just break through the bars and get out of this place. It wasn't fair that he and his friends should be locked up like this. Darcy spoke. Hal, you're nice and everything, but why are you holding my hand? Hal jerked away. What? Darcy, I thought, why are you... Both girls exploded into giggles, and he sighed. It was going to be a really long day. Lunchtime finally arrived in the form of a basket crammed with sandwiches and fruit. To Hal's surprise, many hands brought the basket, a large crowd of adults. Mom! Dad! He shouted, seeing his parents among the others. He clutched at them through the bars, while his friends clutched theirs. Tears trickled down several cheeks. Hal's dad looked ready to explode. Thankfully, he controlled himself. Blowing up wasn't going to achieve anything and might even make future visits impossible. How are they treating you? Many of the parents asked. Fine, Hal and his friends replied. We're more bored than anything. He could just about see Dr. Porter gripping a pair of hands that protruded from the adjacent cell. The woman was talking in a low voice to Abigail, while Darcy's mum and dad, Mr. and Mrs. O'Tanner, spoke loudly as if to cover a secret conversation. Hal glanced toward the entrance, seeing the 2 guards standing there watching. Something occurred to him, and it was then he noticed Emily's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Stanton, at the back of the crowd, looking confused as they searched for their daughter. He called them over. Emily's in solitary, he whispered. She took Abigail's place, so you have to pretend Abigail is Emily, okay? They blinked and frowned, but grudgingly understood even if they didn't like the idea of it. They moved to the next cell, and Dr. Porter moved aside for them so they could keep up the pretense. Hal heard them saying, Are you all right, Emily? With a little too much emphasis on her name. Dr. Porter wrung her hands a little, then approached the guards. And what about my Abigail? Why is she in solitary confinement? Scarecrow shrugged. So she can't shrink down small and escape. Go see the little brat if you want to. That way. Can't you bring her out here? She can have lunch with the others. Queen's orders, ma'am, Scarecrow said. He gestured for her to lead on. Do you want to see her or not? Without waiting for a reply, he marched past her, and Dr. Porter grabbed a few things from the food basket and followed. Mrs. Stanton cast her a look that Hal couldn't see. He imagined it must be difficult for the Stantons to not see their daughter today, but he was glad they were playing along, even if they didn't fully understand or agree with the reason. They remained with Abigail instead, only half talking, while they glanced longingly down the corridor. Be careful, Hal's dad warned him quietly. I don't see why Abby would need to nip out for any reason, but if she does, don't get caught. Hal nodded, accepting his father's warning on her behalf. When Dr. Porter eventually returned, the Scrags told all the parents it was time to go. First, the contents of the basket were divided up and passed through the bars of both cells. Let me give the rest to Molly and Bo, one of the moms said, and the Scrags sighed and nodded. 5 minutes later, all the parents were chased out of the prison doors. A silence fell, broken only by the hungry munching of sandwiches and slurping of water. Hal, a girl's voice called. Hal sidled over to the corner and peered out. He saw a girl's hand held out for him to grab, and he stared suspiciously for a moment. Shouldn't he recognize Abigail's hand by now? He had to assume it was her this time, but he vowed to pay closer attention to such details in future. Hey, he said, taking her hand. Mom says Miss Simone won't be coming to the prison after all, Abigail said. Queen Bee is keeping her under house arrest, as she calls it. Dr. Kessler is there as well. Hal blinked. Dr. Kessler is at Miss Simone's house? Right. Under house arrest? Yes. But why? Abigail was silent for a moment. What do Miss Simone and Dr. Kessler have in common? They're both doctors. Well, one's a scientist, the other's a doctor. And? Hal frowned. They're both women? I'm not sure what you're getting at. Abigail squeezed his hand tight in rebuke. You of all people should know the answer to this, Mr. Dragon Boy. Light dawned. They both know the secret of the new shapeshifter program. But so what? So does Astrid. Astrid had a blueprint in her head that she carefully explained in detail to Miss Simone while it was fresh. She doesn't understand it, though, and probably doesn't even remember it now that her talent for knowledge has faded. Miss Simone and Dr. Kessler understand everything. They're the only two who do. A horrible feeling crept over Hal. But, I mean, he almost didn't want to say it for fear that speaking it aloud would make it so. You're saying Queen Bee has some sort of interest in the shapeshifter program? Shh, Abigail said, voice down. He glanced toward the guards. Scarecrow was looking his way. Though the Scrag was too distant to hear the conversation, he had a frown on his face. After a moment, he sauntered closer, his frown deepening. He stopped right outside the bars between the cells, staring from Hal to Abigail, then back to Hal. What's this? Are you sweet on Emily too? Hal snatched his hand away as fast as Abigail snatched hers. No, he said. We're just friends. Just friends, eh? Scarecrow had a half smile on his face, but it was mingled with confusion. I thought the Dragon Boy was dating the fairy girl, not the Naga girl. What gives? All the cellmates had gone quiet. Even Robbie had stopped munching on his apple. Emily's just scared, Darcy piped up from the next cell. Hal heard her padding closer. Hal's a nice guy, and he's a dragon. I held his hand earlier too. It helps, okay? She ended up with a challenging tone, and the Scrag chuckled. All right, all right. He wandered off, still chortling. When Scarecrow was back in his office, Waving his arms about as he laughingly explained something to Dung Beetle, Abigail spoke again, this time keeping her hands to herself. "I'm going to pop out tonight, when the Scrags are asleep. I'll go to Miss Simone's house and see what's going on." Hal nodded, though she couldn't see him. "If tonight ever comes," he said. "Hey, is Darcy close?" "I'm here," Darcy whispered. "Can you feel it? The way time is dragging?" "Yeah," she admitted. "I can't believe it's only lunchtime right now." "So talk to the vines," Hal said. "Do your thing." Darcy made that scoffing noise again, clicking her tongue and sighing. "You think I haven't tried? What do you suppose I've been doing for the last 7 hours?" A pause. "I mean, 2 hours, maybe 3. "Well, try harder. You need to tell the vines to quit doing what they're doing." An idea struck him. "Hey, can't you tell it to speed things up instead? Make it seem like time is whizzing by? That would be cool." He was so taken with his brainwave that he pretended not to hear Darcy's complaints. He rejoined the boys, who were sitting in the middle of the floor together, and told them his idea, not expecting it to be possible, but enjoying the notion of it anyway. Talking in low voices, they discussed it for the remainder of their lunch. "Or better still," Dewey said, grinning, "maybe the vines can make the guards think time has passed by really fast. They'll think it's been a week already and will let us out, and we'll wander back into the village later today." They all laughed. Growing serious again, Hal lowered his voice further. "Abigail's going to sneak out later." Robbie sucked in his breath. "Awesome. But why?" Hal explained about Miss Simone and Dr. Kessler being under house arrest. They all chewed on this news for a while, none of them coming up with a better explanation than an interest in shape-shifting. "You don't think she wants to be a shapeshifter, do you?" Dewey asked timidly. "Who wouldn't?" Robbie said. The idea of Queen Bee, maybe other Scrags too, becoming shapeshifters filled Hal with terror. She'd be unstoppable. Her swarm would be, well, just really bad news. Think what they could do if they had a gang of dragons and manticores. "And ogres," Robbie added. Fenton rocked back and forth slowly. "Is this what it's all about? The hostages and everything else? She's here to interrogate Miss Simone and Dr. Kessler to get the shapeshifter program out of them? Seems like it would have been much easier to kidnap them instead of 52 others," Thomas said offhandedly. Hal shook his head. "Miss Simone would never have given up the secret. There's no way she'd let the swarm have that information. She'd take it to her grave. Maybe Dr. Kessler would too." "Not with 52 hostages, though," Fenton murmured. "Queen Bee could kill one after the other, until she got what she wanted." 51, Thomas murmured. Nobody responded to his correction. "Okay, but again, why risk coming here and going on about wanting a slice of normal village life? Wouldn't it be safer for Queen Bee to interrogate them at her secret lair miles from here?" "Maybe she just likes to ruffle feathers," Robbie said. Hal chewed his lip, mulling it over. Thomas had a point. "Maybe she needs something from here?" Dewey offered. They all looked at him, and he suddenly looked bashful. "I mean, like the science lab?" "The blood samples," Hal said, remembering the mobile shelving rack that stood against the wall in the room where he'd been infused with adult dragon blood. Miss Simone had wheeled the rack into the room a few days after his procedure, and she'd been very proud of it, saying it was the culmination of many months of work, dozens of blood samples taken from different creatures across the land, all stored in small glass vials. A shapeshifter could literally choose what he or she wanted to be. She could steal those too, Thomas argued. "I'm telling you, she has no reason to be here." "The lab, then," Hal said. "Queen Bee doesn't know anything about the shapeshifter program. She thinks she needs a whole building full of scientific equipment, something she doesn't have at her secret lair." Thomas folded his arms. "She could have stolen that too. She could have stolen everything just in case she needed it." Fenton raised an eyebrow at him. Everything? The entire building? Roof and all? I'm not sure the Rocs could have carried it all. It would be good to know for sure, Hal said, thinking about Abigail's planned trip out of prison later. He suddenly wondered if she could take him with her. Chapter 10. An impossibly long day. The afternoon dragged. Hal sat on one of the bunks with Robbie and Dewey. None of them spoke. He spent the whole time gazing across at the tiny, dusty window with the absolute certainty he could see a gradual shift in the way sunlight fell around the frame. Motes drifted in the air, rising and falling on the tiniest air currents. The ultra-thin feelers of a giant centipede grabbed his attention, and he watched as the 6-inch bug crawled down the wall from a corner stuffed with vines. Or was it a millipede? Robbie would know the difference. He could have sworn he and his friends must have fallen asleep and woken again the next morning. He tried to remember the last time he'd used the toilet and decided he hadn't at all since entering the prison. That couldn't be right. And if he'd skipped an evening meal and breakfast, he would be hungry. He wasn't, but he did feel drained and morose, filled with the uneasy feeling that Carter residents had forgotten him, or worse, been murdered by the swarm. Rubbing his eyes, he shook his head and tried to wake up. Sometimes things cleared a little when he made simple movements like that. Usually he fell straight back into a trance, though, and again, time slipped by. Logic told him he'd arrived sometime that morning, eaten lunch, and now it was sometime in the afternoon on the first day. His body and mind told him he'd been here much longer, at least a day or two. I wish I had a clock like back on the island, Fenton said suddenly. Hal jolted awake. Me too, he said, finding that the sound of his own voice brought him some much-needed clarity. He thought about the small living room clock his dad had carefully wound every morning. A sense of time was important. When we first came here to Carter, I thought it was weird how nobody used clocks. How does anybody keep time without them? But people just do. They're always looking up at the sun, Robbie said, or looking down at the shadows. If we had direct sunlight, we could set up something and cast a shadow, then track it to figure out how many hours have passed. Hal stared out the window, trying to ascertain the position of the sun right now. It was impossible to tell through the dust, iron bars, and thick foliage. All he saw was a fuzzy, faint glow. I doubt this prison would work as well if people could keep a check on the time, Fenton commented. Hal immediately thought about smuggling in a clock of some kind. Perhaps he could ask a visitor to do that. The Scrag guards didn't help. They gave no indication of how much time had passed and seemed puzzled when Hal asked about it yet again. "What's with all the questions about the time?" Scarecrow asked, a frown on his scarred face as he stood outside the bars. "You asked me the same thing about 10 minutes ago." "No way," Hal said, shaking his head. "That was at least an hour." He stopped. Obviously, the guards knew nothing about the vine's weird effect on the prisoners. Queen Bee didn't fully understand it either, and probably never would unless someone in the village was in a chatty mood. And as long as the guards stayed in their vine-free office, they would be largely unaffected. "Never mind," Hal finished with a sigh. As Scarecrow shrugged and turned away, Hal had an idea. "Hey, could you bring us some fresh water every hour?" Scarecrow paused. "Every hour?" "Right. Just so we don't have to keep asking." "But every hour?" Scarecrow extended a bare wrist and pointed at it. "Do I look like I'm wearing a watch? Heck, I haven't worn a watch since before the virus. And if you think I'm going to count away the minutes in my head just for your benefit, you can think again. Just call when you're thirsty." The afternoon wore on, and with it, the intense feeling of being alone. Hal was sure even the guards had been abandoned. They just didn't know it yet. Queen Bee was long gone, and since nobody had come to release the prisoners, the people of Carter must all be dead. There I go again, Hal thought. He jumped up and started walking back and forth. The action cleared his mind a little, and before long his friends had dragged themselves to their feet to join him in his pacing. The 5 of them were like caged animals, stretching and yawning as they staggered in a clockwise direction. Caged animals. That's exactly what we are. "Hey, Robbie," he said. His friend started. "Huh?" Hal lowered his voice. The guards couldn't see into the cell from where they were in the lobby office, but voices might carry. "Can you do a partial change to a half-size ogre?" Robbie stopped pacing and blinked at him. "Why?" "I was wondering what would happen if you tried to break some of these vines. Maybe if they were damaged, snapped in half, they'd wither and die, and the effect would wear off." Staring doubtfully at the tangled, pale grey mass smothering the ceiling, Robbie sighed. "Got nothing else to do?" Fenton, Dewey, and Thomas drifted aside to give Robbie some space. Robbie frowned and concentrated. Slowly, he began to grow, then sat down to create more headspace. By the time he was finished transforming, he dwarfed the cell and left very little room for his friends. By now, they stood crammed into a corner. "Okay, give it a go," Hal said, pointing at the vines over the ogre's head. Robbie reached up and gripped the thickest he could find. Muscles bulged under his shaggy arm hair. The vines shook, and a few small twigs dropped loose. The ogre moaned, his face twisted into a grimace as he strained to snap something. He began to yank violently on the foliage, and dust trickled down in places, then small chunks of stone, and then a few bigger lumps. "Okay, stop," Hal said, racing over to the bars and sneaking a peek toward the entrance lobby. "Robbie, enough," he whispered fiercely. The ogre scowled and let go of the vines. Looking deflated, he abruptly reverted to human form and sat in the same position on the floor while his clothes finished rippling into shape around him. "Those vines are tough," he said. "We figured," Fenton said, as he and Thomas stepped away from the wall. Dewey sank to the floor, his eyes wide. "I thought the whole place was going to come down." "Well, I guess that idea's worthless then," Hal said. He frowned. "Wait, should I try burning them?" Nobody spoke for a moment as they all stared at the vines. Finally, Dewey shook his head. "It'll smell of smoke in here. The Scrags will know." "So?" Fenton demanded. "Who cares, Squirt? It's not like we're trying to escape. We're just passing the time. Do it, Hal." The reminder of escape caused Hal to lose interest in the vines for a moment. He felt a thrill of excitement at the plan he and Abigail had hatched. "Hal," Fenton prompted. "Hey, Shorty!" "What? Oh, right." Hal checked the Scrags were out of sight and focused on a particularly thick length of vine that meandered across the ceiling amid dozens of thinner tendrils. He'd spotted it earlier and marveled at how sturdy it looked. He thought it had been grayer when they'd first entered the prison. Now it seemed marginally brighter, a little shinier. But that might be a trick of the subdued light. Breathing fire was something he practiced often. A warm feeling started in his chest and bubbled up into his throat, getting hotter and hotter. At that point, something in the back of his mouth tickled and changed, which he guessed was a hardening of the flesh to fireproof it against the emerging flames. When the fire came up, it felt rather like a belch, and for a split second, not dissimilar to vomiting liquid. The moment was brief, though. After that, it was all about exhaling long and hard through his mouth. The fire engulfed the vines above his head, then spread out, licking in all directions. Smoke rolled. He cut off the flames immediately, not wanting to choke his friends to death. In the silence that followed, the 5 friends came together and stared upward, waiting for the smoke to clear. When it did, They saw a lot of blackened, charred vines and began grinning. Hal was the first to frown. As black as the leafy foliage all around was, his target, the really thick vine, didn't look all that badly damaged. He'd merely scorched the surface. Maybe he could burn the thicker stems all the way through if he breathed on them long enough, but not before he and his cellmates died from smoke inhalation. The experiment was a wash. The ogre couldn't break the vines, and the dragon couldn't burn them. "Maybe you can glue 'em," he said to Fenton. Leaving Fenton to ponder, he picked up a small rock dislodged by Robbie's efforts earlier, then sat on a bunk and started to count in his head. He had to have some way to mark time. When he reached 60, he leaned down and scratched a mark on the stone floor. Roughly a minute later, he scratched another and another. When he'd etched 10 lines in the floor, he knew this system wasn't going to work. He was obviously counting far too slowly because there was no way only 10 minutes had passed since he'd started. More like 30. Sighing, he gave up. The guards came by much later carrying 2 baskets loaded with hot food, or what had once been hot anyway. Hal and his friends stared at Scarecrow and Dung Beetle, hardly able to believe their eyes. "We thought you'd left us here to rot," Dewey shouted, jumping up and running to the bars. Fenton and Thomas stirred. They'd been glassy-eyed for a while now, staring into space. Robbie was the same way, except he stared fixedly at a spot on the floor. Hal vaguely recalled seeing a big spider there, but that had been, what, a day or 2 ago? He shook his head, trying to clear it. He got up and staggered to the bars, feeling somewhat groggy, like he'd been asleep for a whole night. "What time is it?" he asked the guards. They exchanged a glance and laughed. Shaking their heads, they put the baskets down and started handing wrapped pies and baked potatoes through the bars. "You kids," Dung Beetle scoffed. "Always hungry, getting bored so quickly." Hal felt terribly confused. "This doesn't look like breakfast." "Breakfast? You're expecting something better?" Scarecrow said. "No, the food looks good. I was just expecting scrambled eggs or something." The Scrags laughed again. "Scrambled eggs?" They finished passing the food through the bars, shook their heads, and wandered off. "Want some more water?" Scarecrow offered over his shoulder. "Please," Robbie said, sounding a little hoarse. He sat on the floor right where he was and removed the cloth wrapping from his pie. Hal did the same with his. The pie was filled with meat and vegetables. He chomped down on it, savoring the bite and eyeing the wrapped potato in his lap. Yes, he was hungry, though not as ravenous as his brain told him he should be. It had been a full day or more since he'd eaten last, or at least it seemed that way. He frowned. The waning light in the window suggested early evening. He hadn't slept the whole night after all. The first day in the prison hadn't yet ended. That explained why the guards had scoffed at his mention of breakfast. Somewhat relieved, he looked forward to escaping with Abigail tonight, or hitching a ride inside her head anyway. His physical body would remain in the cell, but his mind would travel with her, freedom of a sort. Maybe he would regain some perspective once away from the vines. There had to be a way to remove its weird effects. The idea of spending a week in the prison filled him with horror. Today had dragged terribly. Tomorrow would be worse. In fact, tomorrow would probably last a week. Sometime later, when all the food had vanished and the 5 of them had gone back to staring into space, Hal spotted small, blackened fragments on the floor. He knelt to peer at them, then glanced up at the ceiling. The thick vine he'd tried to burn earlier seemed to be shedding its charred outer layer, and it glistened white compared to the rest of the dull, pale grey foliage. With sudden clarity, he realized that the thick vine was a separate organism, something that mingled with the plant, but wasn't the plant. Something sentient, waking from a deep sleep. The front entrance groaned open, and Hal pricked up his ears. His friends jerked awake too, and they all rose and moved toward the bars, wondering who had stopped by. It was Queen Bee. She stuck her head into the office and said something quietly, and the two men jumped up with a sudden scraping of chairs. "No, ma'am, everything's quiet," Scarecrow said, following Queen Bee out of the office toward the prisoners. "They're being good." Dung Beetle loitered in the background, his head low. The woman ambled closer to the boy's cell. She was wearing her belt again, complete with its dangling walkie-talkie and collection of deadly tools. Hal and his friends stood just short of the bars in case she reached through and tried to stab someone with a corkscrew. "Are you enjoying your stay?" she purred, a half-smile on her lips. Nobody spoke. She rolled her eyes and started pacing slowly back and forth. "Do you get the feeling time drags in here? I did last night. What a depressing place this is." "Yeah, this is the longest day of my life," Robbie said, sounding miserable. "So are you going to move us someplace better?" "That would be good." Queen Bee's eyebrows shot up, and she swung to face him. "Move you? Absolutely not." "Then why are you here?" Fenton griped. The woman laughed. "I just wanted to come by and see you. Shapeshifters interest me." Hal froze. "In what way?" Queen Bee moved closer and pressed her head to the bars. "When you look at my face, what do you see?" The question startled them all. They looked at one another, and it was Thomas who answered. "Scars." They were scratched across her cheeks and forehead, discolored lesions against a slightly darkened, blotchy complexion. She wasn't as bad as other Scrags, though. Her skin looked soft, whereas other virus survivors looked like they'd been roasted on a spit, turning brown and cracking open, the wounds sizzling black. Queen Bee had escaped lightly. She offered a sad smile. "Yes, scars. I used to wear makeup, thick white paint to cover the ugliness, but not so much anymore. Now that people have emerged from bunkers, I prefer them to see who I am, what I became when the virus struck. I like to remind those people how lucky they were to be chosen and saved all those years ago." Behind her, Scarecrow stood straight, his chin lifted high as though proud of his own cracked face, or if not proud, then unashamed. Dung Beetle, on the other hand, shrank lower. "Have you any idea of the pain we suffered?" Queen Bee said, her voice strangely monotone and quiet. The lull before the storm, Hal thought. She'd break into a rage any moment now. He edged backwards slightly as she went on in a dreamy way. "Our flesh swelled up. It tingled, then burned, and the only relief was cold water. The first day was the worst for pain. Most people died within an hour or two. Shock, unable to breathe, and various other reasons." She was surprisingly well-spoken, though why that was surprising Hal didn't quite know. He knew nothing of her previous life. She might have been a rocket scientist for all he knew, or an English teacher. He just couldn't place this soft-spoken, well-articulated woman with the fierce Scrag leader he'd seen running around on the mainland, urging her swarm to attack ogres and dragons alike. "The next day," she went on, staring past Hal to the small window on the far wall, "the swelling stopped but didn't diminish." She blinked and held up a hand through the bars, staring at it with fascination. "It was agony, like the worst sunburn you ever had, only with intense pain below the skin as well, in the flesh itself, like 1,000 pins pushing up from beneath." "I'm sorry," Hal muttered. "We couldn't sleep. We couldn't even lie down. We staggered around trying not to touch anything. We pulled clothes off because our skin was so red raw. Many of us were blind for a while. We couldn't speak because our tongues were puffed up." She nodded, staring into space again. "We were like that for a week." "A week?" Hal said, his voice coming out as a croak. "It was the longest week of my life," Queen Bee said, And if last night in this prison was anything to go by, this week will be the longest week of your lives. Only you won't be in terrible pain." "What happened after a week?" Thomas pressed. Queen Bee turned to look at him, tilting her head. Then our faces started cracking open. All 5 shapeshifters sucked in a breath, and Hal could have sworn he heard the 2 girls next door as well. They were probably right there by the bars, hanging on to every word. Not just our faces either. Our hands, arms, shoulders, backs, legs, everywhere. Our skin had dried up by this time, and though the burning had faded, the prickling had gotten worse, and the pressure under the flesh was horrible, like abscesses all over the body. When our skin cracked open, some of that pressure ebbed straight away. It was a relief in that respect, but now we had bleeding, open wounds to deal with, and we couldn't close them because it hurt too much. So we spent another week hobbling around without sleeping, shedding more clothes, staying near water, all the while breaking into homes to find food to eat. She looked at them all in turn before speaking next. "And don't forget, children, that we each had lost loved ones. If you think we were all members of gangs before the virus hit, you're wrong. We all come from homes. We all had family and friends. We all watched people die, our sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, cousins, all of them. Everyone we loved. Gone." She smiled now, though her eyes were cold. "Can you understand why so many so-called lucky survivors killed themselves? Why so many went crazy with grief and unrelenting pain?" She sighed and held up her hand again. Gradually, our skin dried and turned dark. "Touch my hand. Feel how crusty my skin is." Nobody reached for her. The burning faded. The pressure eased. The swelling went away. About 6 weeks after the virus arrived, we finally slept. That is until the itching started. Doctors will tell you that itching is perfectly natural. What happens as wounds heal? Well, the itching never stopped. We just learned to live with it. "Why are you telling us this?" Hal asked tentatively. Queen Bee stood up straight and stepped back from the bars, her storytelling abruptly over. "Because, my dear shapeshifters, after 13 years of suffering, now there's a way for us to heal." Hal knew the answer to this, but bit his tongue. The Queen looked wistful. "To be like you, to be able to heal just by shifting back and forth. My swarm would do anything for a power like that." Despite everything, hope flared in Hal's chest. "You just want to heal, so you don't want to be dragons and manticores? If that's true, I'm sure Miss Simone would help. You could be shapeshifters, just not dangerous ones. You could be harmless shapeshifters like dryads and fairies." "Dryads and fairies," Queen Bee repeated, a smile forming. Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Only your Simone isn't agreeable to that. She refuses to talk to me, and I'm not surprised. If I were her, I wouldn't talk to me either." She tapped the side of her head. "She knows, you see." Hal was at a loss for words, so Robbie said weakly, "Knows what?" "That we wouldn't stop at being dryads and fairies. My swarm and I will be shapeshifters very soon, my young friends. We'll be taking over the laboratory shortly, and the doctors there will be forced to work for me, using all the equipment they need to transform my people into fantastic magical beings. We'll sift through all those blood samples and choose what we want to be. And I can assure you, young Hal, we won't be harmless dryads and fairies." She spat the last words with a healthy dose of scorn and venom, anger reddening her scarred face. Then her brief fury lifted. She smiled again and leaned sideways to peer into the next-door cell. "No offense, Darcy." Chapter 11. A Secret Trip. Queen Bee winked at the boys, and instead of leaving, headed deeper into the prison, giving the 2 girls next door a curt nod as she passed. Moments later, voices drifted from the last couple of cells, Molly's sharp tongue and Beau's low, calm reasoning, followed by silence as the Scrag evidently continued on around the corner. Only then did Hal think about poor Emily stuck in a cell alone. How had he managed to forget her so easily? He vowed to check on her when he and Abigail got the chance. Abigail probably already planned to do so. Troubled at how he'd barely given Emily a thought, Hal put it down to the curse of the vines. He began pacing around the four walls of the cell, skirting around the toilet by the window. "Hey, Robbie, count aloud every time I pass the window, okay?" "Sure," Robbie said, not sounding sure at all as he sat back on the bunk and pulled his feet up. Dewey lounged at the other end. Fenton and Thomas were already in a dream state on the opposite side of the room. Queen Bee returned, and Hal paused to watch her warily as she sauntered past. Scarecrow and Dung Beetle snapped to attention as she approached the small office, and she nodded at them before exiting the building. Hal caught sight of darkness outside as the door groaned open and shut again. He shook his head, annoyed that he'd been distracted. So too had Robbie, for he was staring at Hal with a blank look on his face. "Two," Hal prompted him as he skirted the toilet and arrived at the small window above. "Huh? You're supposed to count when I pass the window. I've probably been around 3 times already by now. Some help you are." Robbie frowned. "You haven't made it around once yet, have you?" "I was watching." "Sure I have. This is the 2nd or 3rd time, isn't it?" "Oh, never mind." As Robbie shrugged and looked away, Hal paused again and stood thinking. How many times had he passed the window? He wasn't sure now. "There I go again," he thought. "I just can't keep my mind focused on anything." "3, he murmured as he made it back around to the window. He looked at Robbie. "Is this 3? His friend blinked at him. "Are you still doing that? You've been at it for ages. Give it a rest already." Hal gave up and lay down on the floor near the bars in the corner. Dewey and Robbie could fight over the bunk. The stone was cold and hard, though, and he got up again and called to the guards. "Hey, how about some extra pillows in here? And blankets?" A lazy voice drifted out of the office. "Sure, I'll get right on it." Soft laughter followed. Hal shook his head with disgust. He'd agreed to be a prisoner. A simple pillow wasn't too much to ask for. Turning onto his side, he bent his arm under his head and closed his eyes. Eventually, he dropped off and slept, for what seemed a long, long time. He woke with a jolt. The room was darker than before. Aching, he sat up and listened. All was quiet. The office door was open, but the 2 Scrag guards didn't appear to be in there. Instead, snoring came from the other room where the bunk bed was. "Hal!" a tiny, high-pitched voice in his ear called. He sat up. "Abby?" he whispered. She was standing on the floor just a foot away, inside the bars, her wings still. He leaned closer, propping himself on one elbow. "Is it time?" She shrugged. "The guards are snoring. I've bundled my pillow under my sheet. If the guards wander around, hopefully they'll think I'm sound asleep." With one pillow? Hal thought doubtfully. Then again, it was dark. If they strolled by, they'd see a shapeless lump in the gloom. He yawned. "Okay, how long will you be?" "I'll go straight to the lab, but I'll have to sit on Miss Simone's new Geo-Rocs for half an hour to get an extra dose of magic. So maybe an hour." "Check on Emily first, will you?" "Already have, but I can't get into her room. I spoke to her through the door, though. She sounded sleepy. Took me ages to wake her up." "Is she okay?" Abigail pursed her lips. "I guess. Go back to sleep. I'll see you soon." Her wings buzzed into action, and she flew across Hal's cell to the small window at the back. The pane was still open. She landed on the sill, slipped under the window frame, and out through the bars. Then she began to climb the crisscrossing tangle of stiff vines, as though she were Jack ascending the fabled beanstalk. She was out of sight seconds later. Sighing, Hal lay back down and stared into the darkness. Although the vines on the ceiling were hard to see now, he felt he could hear them, a strange, rustling, slithering sound. He listened for a while, imagining a writhing mass, like hundreds of snakes. He started to worry that he'd never drop off again. He was pretty sure he had to be asleep for Abigail to do her fairy trick, but time marched on, and he seemed unable to drift off. Eventually he did, but only after an hour or two of fretting. Or maybe it wasn't that long. It was hard to tell. Abigail spoke to him in his sleep. "Can you hear me?" "I hear you," he mumbled. "Follow my voice. Take my hand." He roused himself, vaguely aware that he was still asleep and that only his mind was active. He fumbled around in his imagination, drawn toward Abigail's soft voice. He reached for her, blind and confused. Her fingers touched his, and he grabbed hold of her hand. "Here we go, then," she said. Hal had been on this mind trip with her before, and knew what to expect. She dragged him through a strange darkness, and he knew his mind was leaving his body behind in the prison. Though he couldn't see it, she was pulling him through the void between his physical body and hers. All at once, he arrived inside Abigail's head in the laboratory, or a storeroom anyway. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a corridor beyond. She perched on a pile of geo-rocks, some of them glowing, others dead. As Hal settled into Abigail's mind and looked out through her eyeballs, he felt a surge of excitement. In the space of a few seconds, his consciousness had phased out of the prison, through the woods, and into Miss Simone's science laboratory. A truly magical and mind-boggling experience. "I think I've drained half of them," she said. When she looked down, Hal almost felt like he was going to topple forward and out of her head, yet he felt oddly secure, unaffected by real-world gravity. The rocks at her feet were certainly dimmer than those all around. Her fairy trick required an abundance of magic. "Let's go," Hal said, wishing he could take control of her legs and make them walk. "Straight to Miss Simone's house." "Yes, sir," she said. "And no, you can't take control of my legs." Hal groaned inwardly. He always forgot she could read him like a book when he was inside her head. It should be the other way around. Abigail slipped out of the storeroom through the gap between the enormous door and its frame. Enormous because she was still in her tiny fairy form. She was far too small to have turned the doorknob, and Hal wondered how she'd gotten the door open in the first place. "Why not just ask me?" she said. "Okay, how did you get the door open?" "I grew big." "See?" "Nothing exciting. I left the prison, flew out of the woods and over the village to the lab, arrived at the front door, grew big to open it, walked in, shrank down small, flew past a couple of Scrags and a tired-looking doctor, came down the corridor to this storeroom, grew big, opened the door, got inside, left it open just a little bit, and shrank again, so I wouldn't drain too many geo-rocks." She giggled. "There. The last hour summed up in a sentence. Mine is simpler. I was asleep." She giggled again, then fell silent as she buzzed along the corridor. At the far end, she peeked around the corner into the main part of the building. It was a strange place, old and quaint with its timber beams and supports and polished floorboards, but modernized with gadgets from old Earth and light bulbs hanging everywhere. Many of the lights were dimmed to save energy, but the corridor was normally very bright. A cupboard on the right was partially obscured by a floating, smoky portal, one of many such accidents throughout the building where geo-rocks had exploded. Wires from lighting and machines trailed through these portals to old Earth, connected now to noisy generators. Though magic had returned to the land and geo-rocks were again available for mining, they were used more sparingly these days. Out of the corner of Abigail's eye, Hal glimpsed a white-coated scientist or doctor bending over a patient in a room to the right. Another strode from a room to the left and turned sharply toward Abigail, and she zipped upward to hide behind a beam in the ceiling until he'd hurried past. She reached the lobby, where a goblin janitor was mopping the floor. Two Scrags wandered into view from an adjoining corridor, this one very narrow. They gave the goblin a long, sneering glare as they passed, and he paused to stare back, unflinching, water pooling around his mop. No words were spoken, and the Scrags moved on along the corridor, not seeing Abigail as she buzzed overhead. "Seems a bit tense around here," she said in her head. They had to wait for someone to open the main door before she could nip out. The woman flinched as Abigail buzzed past her ear. She batted at her hair as though a giant bug might be lodged in it. Staying clear of the village, Abigail whipped through the woods and shortly after arrived at Miss Simone's cottage. The place was obviously the center of attention. An army of Scrags loitered outside, at least 30 of them, most sitting around makeshift campfires, others walking about. The windows at the front of the modest-sized house glowed in the darkness. The front door stood open, but there were too many Scrags to risk entering that way. Abigail circled around to the back and found that window guarded too. 3 Scrags shuffling through the bushes, looking bored as they dutifully squinted into the darkness for hidden enemies. There was enough foliage to cover Abigail as she dropped in from high above and landed on the windowsill. The guards couldn't see her from here. She tried to peer in through the window, but there were no gaps in the curtains. She huffed with annoyance before tapping on the glass as hard as she could. Hal winced at the noise, though her tapping was probably no more noticeable to the full-size Scrag guards than a squirrel gnawing on a nut. "Shh," Hal warned her anyway. "How else are we supposed to get Miss Simone's attention?" She tapped again. "I swear we've done this exact same thing before." "We have," Hal said. "Only last time you threw a rock, and it was Jolie who looked out the window. Don't be too noisy, okay?" Despite his warning, Abigail pounded on the glass until she winced with pain, once in a while rising up above the bushes to check that the guards hadn't heard the noise. They hadn't, but nor had Miss Simone. As Abigail was trying to decide whether to grow to full size or hunt for a rock to throw, the curtain twitched and a puzzled face peered out. "Dr. Kessler!" Hal exclaimed, his voice entirely inside Abigail's head. Abigail hovered in place, clearly in view of Dr. Kessler, who was a round-faced woman with dark, curly hair and small brass-rimmed glasses on the end of her nose. The doctor frowned for a long time before easing the window open. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered. A low voice came from inside, and Dr. Kessler turned to say, "Keep your voice down. Abigail's here." The curtain whipped aside. Miss Simone leaned out the window, her eyes wide as she checked for the guards. Without a word, she gestured for Abigail to enter, then gently closed the window behind her. Dr. Kessler moved across to the bedroom door and slowly, carefully inched it open. She stood there and peered through the gap, then nodded to Miss Simone. "What are you doing here?" Miss Simone hissed. Abigail dropped lightly onto the large bed. As she swept her gaze around the room, Hal was surprised at how disheveled the place was. He knew Miss Simone was a neat, tidy person, but it looked like Dr. Kessler was sharing the room also, the two of them imprisoned here. "We wanted to see if we could help with anything," Abigail said aloud. Unlike her internal voice, which was loud and whispery, her actual voice sounded distant to Hal, somewhat muffled. Miss Simone had difficulty hearing her, though for different reasons. She cocked her head. "What? All I can hear is a faint whine." Abigail hopped up onto Miss Simone's shoulder and spoke directly into her ear. Somehow, Hal could smell seawater, a strangely familiar mermaid scent. With Dr. Kessler standing guard, Miss Simone spoke quietly. "Only Dr. Kessler and I know the secret to the shapeshifter program. Queen Bee wants it, and she intends to break us, to make us talk. If not, she'll start hurting people." "That'll cause a riot," Abigail said. "Can't you just escape?" Miss Simone shook her head vigorously, her blonde hair batting Abigail in the face. "Even if we could, there are still the hostages to think about. And we can't kill Queen Bee either. No, we're not killers. And if someone murdered her in her sleep, it wouldn't solve anything. Her Scrags would still kill the hostages. How about kidnapping her and torturing her until she begs for her life?" Abigail spoke matter-of-factly. It was a valid question, but neither she nor Hal, nor Miss Simone for that matter, were capable of such ugliness. Then again, if it meant saving the 51 remaining hostages. Miss Simone shook her head, this time more gently. "We're stuck. She's not leaving until she gets what she wants. The only way out of this predicament is to rescue the hostages. She'll have no hold over us without them." Hal had an idea. "Abby, tell her what Queen Bee said, that she wants to heal her wounds. Maybe she'll negotiate." When Abigail repeated this to Miss Simone, the woman pursed her lips. "She wants to heal? I'm sure she does, but that's not all she wants. The swarm is probably out there right now talking about what they want to be, dragons, ogres, manticores, and more besides. They're looking forward to being shapeshifters. Maybe Queen Bee and a few others want to heal their skin and stop itching. Maybe they all do, but they're after much more than that." Deflated, Hal slumped back against the imaginary wall of his dark cave in Abigail's head. "What can we do?" she asked. Miss Simone stared sideways at the open window for a long time. Dr. Kessler waited patiently by the door, keeping a careful watch through the crack. "There's nothing we can do," Miss Simone said at last. "Nothing you can do anyway, Abigail. None of you children can be involved in this. You need to go back to your cell and stay there. We can't risk the death of another hostage." "Can't you just lie about the shapeshifter program?" Abigail said. "Tell them some big fat lies so they go away." "Do you think I haven't thought of that?" She gestured toward the window. "You should go. Tell your friends to lie low." "I can't just—" Abigail started to argue. "She's coming," Dr. Kessler said sharply, stepping back from the door. Abigail didn't need a second warning. She buzzed to the window, but rather than fly out, she landed on the sill and hid in the 6-inch gap between the glass and the curtain. Even though Hal could no longer see into the room, he clearly heard the door fly open. A silence fell. Then Queen Bee said, "It's midnight, Simone. Time for you to talk. Or shall I let 2 more hostages be delivered in the morning? If I'm going to stop that from happening, I need to call my swarm right now." Hal wished he could see around the curtain, but he was glad Abigail was being cautious and staying out of sight. "I'm not an idiot," she whispered around his mind cave. Through Abigail's ears, Hal heard the squeak of bed springs as Miss Simone stood up. He imagined her facing Queen Bee, looking down on her. When she spoke, her voice was cold and steady. "Do what you have to do. Kill 2 hostages. Kill everyone in the village. Burn the place to the ground while you're at it. It doesn't matter what you do, Queen Bee. I'll never let you have the secret to the shapeshifter program. Do you understand me?" "Never. Because if someone like you gets hold of a secret like that, the entire land will be at your mercy, and I can't allow that. So go ahead and kill a couple of hostages tonight. But if you do, if they show up in caskets tomorrow morning, the entire village will revolt, and you'll die as well." "Go, Miss Simone," Abigail said, mentally punching the air. But she wasn't finished. "On the other hand, we can talk about healing you and your people. If you let me run some tests, I might be able to figure out—" "You're in no position to bargain," Queen Bee hissed. She sounded furious, her voice shaky. Abigail chose that moment to peep around the curtain, and Hal found himself craning his imaginary neck, too. They both saw the swarm leader in the doorway, her fists balled and trembling, a terrible scowl on her face. Miss Simone stood her ground. Dr. Kessler stood aside, clearly frightened, but equally determined. Queen Bee raised an accusing finger. "You just killed 2 hostages. Remember that." Reaching for the walkie-talkie that hung from her belt, she lifted it to her mouth and pressed a button. Though no sound came from the device, Hal knew that she was about to transmit a command to her swarm, wherever they were. She paused, her mouth open. Miss Simone and Dr. Kessler were frozen like statues, staring at her walkie-talkie. Abigail seemed to be locked in place, too. Seconds ticked by. The Queen spoke softly, staring at Miss Simone as she did so. "Hold off on the executions tonight. Code word is honey. Understood?" A quick burst of static sounded, and a loud, crackly voice came back. "Copy that. Code word confirmed. No executions tonight." Miss Simone let out a long sigh and swallowed. Dr. Kessler closed her eyes and mouthed a few silent words to herself. Nodding slowly, Queen Bee said, "I'm a reasonable person. I set the rules of this game, and I shouldn't change them. The people of this village are already at boiling point, but they're behaving themselves and leaving me alone. They know that if they misbehave, or if any of the young shapeshifters break out of prison, that would constitute a punishable violation of my rules, resulting in the deaths of hostages. I want to maintain that status quo as long as I can. Therefore, it would be foolish for me to kill hostages willy-nilly." "Glad to hear that," Miss Simone retorted. Queen Bee pointed the walkie-talkie at her. "But don't think you've won. You will see someone die in the morning because of your refusal to talk to me tonight. You and Dr. Kessler will witness an execution right here in the privacy of your home, and nobody else will know about it." "Don't do this," Miss Simone said, shaking her head. "We can work this out if only you'll—" "I'll wake you bright and early," Queen Bee said, smiling now. "It should be quite a show. And it's poetic, really. If I can't have shapeshifters on my team, then neither can you. Tomorrow morning, one of your young shapeshifters will be stung to death by my swarm." Chapter 12. Dilemma. Hal and Abigail discussed the threat of a stinging all the way back to the prison in the woods. She flew at a leisurely pace between the trees, not in any great hurry. Every idea they came up with was flawed. Escaping seemed the most obvious solution, but that would undoubtedly invite the execution of more hostages. To not escape would result in the execution of a shapeshifter. An alternative plan was to kidnap Queen Bee and threaten to drop her from a great height unless she caved and revealed the location of her secret lair. Hal liked that plan better. She's not so stupid that she'd rather die than give in. "She's not stupid," Abigail agreed. "But that's what worries me. Let's say we kidnap Queen Bee, take her into the sky, and she refuses to talk. Would you actually be able to drop her if she called your bluff?" "Yeah," Hal said. Then doubt crept in. He couldn't kill anyone in cold blood, not even her. "But I would catch her again. Just the fright of falling might be enough to make a believer out of her." After a pause, Abigail said, "Okay, that might work. She'd have to actually take us to her lair, though, to prove she's not lying. And while we're away, the others can round up the rest of the Scrags." "Easy," Abigail said triumphantly. "As pie," Hal agreed. They thought about it for a while. So many things could go wrong with the plan. What if another one of her gang calls back to base and tells them their queen has been kidnapped? Abigail wondered. They might give the order to kill all the hostages straight away, long before we got there. It's too risky. Let's think of some other options. What else can we do? Hal suggested going through with the stinging in the morning, only faking death. Whoever it is could use an anti-venom before getting stung, and then scream a lot and pretend to die. You're kidding, right? Yeah. He next suggested going along with the stinging up until the last moment, and then whoever it was could break free. All we'd need to do is transform, he said. Queen Bee would probably put a collar on whoever is chosen. That wouldn't stop you, though. You could just shrink out of it. That's if she picks me, and maybe she will. She thinks I'm Emily, so if we all remind her that I ordered the sea serpent to chomp her, maybe she'll pick me just out of spite. Then I can escape at the last second. But then what? How does that help? If you escape, she'll just pick another shapeshifter to be stung to death instead. Not if everybody else breaks out of prison at the same time. And how is that different to escaping tonight, like right now? Abigail sighed. I don't know. Another idea, Hal mused, is to just give Queen Bee what she wants. Give her the shapeshifter program, let her test it, try it out, whatever. Basically let her know she's won, and hope she'll give us the hostages back. Then it will all be over. You really think so? Abigail didn't sound too optimistic. Not really, but I think she'll be done with her hostages no matter what. She might not bother returning them, but she also might not kill them. She'll probably take off somewhere and vanish, and then we'll just need to hunt around and bring everyone home. Abigail sounded mildly amused. My, aren't you trustworthy? Leaving the hostages alone in whatever prison they're in might actually be worse than being watched over by Scrags. What if it's weeks before we find them? Even 1 week? They might not last long. Well, without guards, maybe Lauren, Astrid, Orson, and Blair will find it easier to escape. Lots of maybes. When they reached the moonlit clearing with the remains of old campsites, Abigail slowed to a stationary hover. The prison was lost to the darkness ahead, but it was there. She didn't need to say anything. Neither one of them wanted to be locked up again. She bobbed up and down, staring ahead. What are we going to do, Hal? I don't know. With no definite plan in mind, they had no choice but to sneak back into their cells. But the very idea of it filled Hal with frustration. If Queen Bee really planned to sting one of the prisoners to death in the morning, why on earth would they knowingly wait for it to happen? Obviously, we're not going to let the Scrags do it, Abigail reasoned. We'll stop them or escape. But when? Tonight, in secret, or right in front of them during whatever stinging ceremony they have planned. Should we slip away quietly now, or break out in style tomorrow? Tonight would be easier. We could all just leave, maybe lock those Scrag guards up so they don't report us missing. Then we'd have all night to do something useful like finding the hostages. We're going around in circles. Abigail sighed, and it echoed around Hal's cozy chamber. We won't find the hostages unless she tells us. An idea came to Hal. Or shows us! His mind was suddenly buzzing with ideas. What if they spooked Queen Bee so badly that she fled? If there was some way to track her from a distance without her knowledge, then she might lead them straight to the hostages. But how could they be sure she would head back there at all? She might if one of the hostages turned out to be more valuable than she thought, Abigail said. What if we let slip that Astrid actually does know the secret to the shapeshifter program? Queen Bee might not go running back there right away, but she might later if things go bad for her here. That'll put Astrid in danger, though. That's true. Maybe something else then. Something really important. Though still rather sketchy, Hal thought it was nice to throw ideas back and forth and have something to cling to. They'd had pretty sketchy ideas before that had turned out all right, like when he and Lauren had pretended to burn an actual human baby in front of a nest of harpies. Sometimes things just worked themselves out. All it took was a bit of faith and a bucket-load of luck. With that in mind, they decided to play along just a little longer. When morning came, they'd act surprised when Queen Bee or someone showed up to drag one of them from the cell. As for who that might be, Abigail had a few ideas that she whispered into Hal's mind as they continued toward the prison. She was mostly done talking when something odd happened. Hal spun to his right, searching the darkness. Someone was calling him, and he felt motion as though his arm was being yanked on. "You're being woken," Abigail said quickly. "You're about to—" Abruptly, Hal felt himself yanked with force from the dark cave in Abigail's head. He flew backward at breakneck speed into the void, reaching for her hand and finding nothing. "Abby!" He woke with a gasp, sitting upright in his cell. Robbie tumbled backward, a look of surprise on his face. It was still dark in the prison, still the middle of the night, the only light coming from the hanging lanterns in the corridor. "Whoa!" Robbie whispered. "Eyes left." Glancing left, Hal spotted Dung Beetle ambling slowly out of the lobby toward the cells, yawning wide and stretching, smacking his lips as if he had a nasty taste in his mouth. Befuddled, Hal blinked himself awake and took stock. Fenton and Thomas were sound asleep, one on the bunk, the other on the floor a few feet away. Dewey was stretched out on the opposite bunk. "I've been keeping lookout for hours," Robbie hissed in his ear. "Abigail better get back here right now. Can you warn her?" "Not anymore," Hal muttered. "I'm wide awake, and we've broken contact." "What's with all the whispering?" Dung Beetle said, stepping up close to the bars. "What are you boys doing? Why are you awake?" "Because this floor is impossible to sleep on," Hal grumbled, pleased with his quick thinking. Nobody could argue with an excuse like that. "Can we have some more pillows and blankets? There are some in that storeroom." Dung Beetle scratched vigorously at his cheek as though he had fleas under his crusty skin. "This ain't a summer camp, kid. Go to sleep." "I can't." "You'd better. Don't make me come in there and beat you." "See what happens if you do," Robbie blurted. The Scrag stopped scratching and glared at him for a long time, as if trying to think up a suitable threat. Eventually, he found one. "You'd better hope our queen had a good day today. It's past midnight. That means she either called in and cancelled tomorrow's double execution, or a couple of caskets will be on the way at first light." Hal's ears pricked up. So Carrier Rocs typically wouldn't leave until first light? He'd assumed the last one, complete with Ryder, had flown through the night and into dawn, but apparently not. It had left at first light and arrived shortly after, suggesting the swarm's lair was actually fairly close, at least by air. The idea of that thrilled him. He tamped down his surge of excitement and put on a worried expression. "How long will the caskets take to get here after they leave?" "About an hour," Dung Beetle said. He frowned suddenly, and Hal could have sworn the man's face turned a few shades darker. "Or more. Maybe 3 or 4 hours. Who knows?" Quelling his desire to punch the air, Hal pretended not to notice Dung Beetle's modification. About an hour seemed accurate. It hadn't been long after dawn that the last rock had arrived with its load. As awful as that memory was, it gave a good indication of distance. If Hal flew for an hour at a steady clip to match a rock's speed, he might end up somewhere close, but only if he flew in the right direction as well. So do they fly with the sun in their eyes, or— It was a lame attempt, and Dung Beetle rolled his eyes. "Pathetic. I know what you're trying to do, kid. Hoping I'll slip and tell you where the hostages are? It's not going to work. I know how far away they are. But that's all." He glanced over his shoulder toward the office, then turned back to Hal and lowered his voice. "Queen Bee is smart. Walking into this village was a dangerous move. She knows the folk here might lose their temper and turn on us. We might be captured and imprisoned and tortured. But see, none of us will ever give up the hostages' location. Want to know why?" Hal and Robbie exchanged a glance. It was the taller boy who eventually shook his head and said, "Why?" The Scrag guard smiled. "Because most of us don't know." Again, Hal and Robbie exchanged a glance. In that brief silence, Fenton snorted loudly and noisily turned over in his bunk. "Only the Queen knows?" Hal said. Dung Beetle shrugged. "Her and a few others. Not me, though." He sounded proud about this for some reason, as if being a lowly grunt pleased him. "You're lying," Robbie said. "How can you not know where your home is?" "Because it's not our home," Dung Beetle said. "So your base is here in New Earth?" Hal asked quickly. The Scrag simply smiled. "I didn't say that." "So it's in Old Earth?" Now Dung Beetle stuck his hands in his pockets, put on a bored expression, and started humming a tuneless tune. "Does Scarecrow know?" Hal asked. Now Dung Beetle looked confused. "Who?" Realizing again that Scarecrow wasn't the man's real name, Hal gestured toward the office. After a moment of frowning, light dawned, and Dung Beetle laughed. "You call him Scarecrow? That's funny. I'll tell him when he wakes. His name's Rake, but I like Scarecrow better." Hal refrained from pointing out that Rake obviously wasn't the man's real name either. In any case, the name Scarecrow had stuck already. "So does he know where your base is?" The Scrag shrugged. "Not your business, kid." "Okay. So what about the Rocs? Who flies them? What happened to the guy who flew the last one? Did he make it back to base?" The Scrag smiled. He seemed to relish evading certain questions and halfway answering others. "Ah, you followed him then. Queen Bee said you would. If a Roc shows up tomorrow morning with a couple of caskets, go ahead and follow it again. See where you end up." He laughed, but then his expression hardened. "Although I wouldn't advise leaving this prison." With that, he cast a long look around the cell, peering hard at each of the 3 sleeping boys in the darkness before starting to move on. Alarmed, Hal jumped up and gripped the bars. He hadn't seen Abigail return yet. She needed more time. Why did Queen Bee come here? If she wants to learn how to be a shapeshifter, why not just kidnap Miss Simone and Dr. Kessler with all the others? Why stick around here? The Scrag looked incredulous. "Well, duh. Because we need the lab." He leaned closer, his eyes suddenly gleaming. "How about answering some of my questions now? What did those scientist women do to make you a dragon?" "I was already a dragon," Hal said. It was his turn to give vague answers. Dung Beetle shook his head. "You were a dragon, and then you weren't. You were wiped clean because of the werewolf bite." "How did you know?" The Scrag grinned. "We've been watching and listening, but we couldn't see what went on inside the lab. You went in there one morning, then came back outside and shifted into a dragon, a bigger one than before. How? What did those women do to you? What equipment did they use?" Thinking long and hard, Hal glanced sideways at Robbie, who stared back with a concerned expression, as if to say, "Be careful what you tell him." Remembering a conversation with Abigail earlier, Hal wondered if he should mention that, in fact, as far as he knew, very little equipment was needed beyond a syringe filled with dragon blood. The shelving rack in the lab was crammed with small vials, all clearly labeled. Despite top-secret processes that even patients weren't privy to, the shapeshifter program was mostly about the blood. If Queen Bee learned of this, she might pack up and leave, taking Miss Simone and Dr. Kessler with her, and that might give Hal a chance to follow them back to their lair. But somehow, he doubted things would be that easy, and he wasn't comfortable giving out valuable information. "Sorry, can't tell you," he said simply. Dung Beetle scowled. Behind him, way back in the shadows, a tiny figure tiptoed across the floor. Abigail was here. Hal tore his gaze away, his heart leaping with both relief and fear. If Dung Beetle turned around now, she would be in trouble. "I would tell you if I could," he added quickly. "It's just that I was asleep at the time. I don't know what Miss Simone did or what equipment she used." "Which is why we're here to stay," the Scrag said with a nod. He stepped back, and Abigail darted past behind him, her footfalls soundless in the darkness. Flying would have been quicker, but her high-pitched buzzing when in tiny form could be quite noisy in an otherwise silent environment. "We'll get to the bottom of it soon enough," Dung Beetle added. With that, he moved on, but only as far as the next cell. Hal held his breath, watching the Scrag's face for any sort of reaction. There was none. Dung Beetle cast his eyes from one side of the cell to the other, then continued down the corridor, his clunky footfalls fading as he went. Hal threw himself down on the hard, cold floor, grinning to himself. All things considered, he and Abigail had gained quite a bit of information this evening. What they did with that information was another matter. Robbie moved closer. "So what happened tonight?" he whispered. Hal quickly told him everything, pausing only when Dung Beetle came ambling back along the corridor and returned to the prison bedroom. Afterward, Robbie let out a sigh. "So one of us is going to be executed?" Hal shook his head. "Not a chance, but let's tell the others so we know what to expect in the morning." The rest of the night lasted a lifetime. Hal drifted off to sleep, then woke again feeling refreshed. It had to be many hours later, only it was still dark. Fenton and Dewey sat on the floor talking in low voices, wide awake. Thomas was on one bunk, Robbie on the other. Somehow, Hal kept missing his chance for a slightly more comfortable place to doze. He yawned and stretched. He could probably go back to sleep if he tried, though his shoulders and back ached, and his head felt like it had a dent on one side. He'd been trying his best to keep his arm under him like a pillow, but it was hard to stay in that position when asleep. "Oh, for a pillow," he muttered. A slithering sound caused him to look up. Fenton and Dewey had paused in their muted conversation, so all three listened closely to the gentle rustling from the ceiling. It was too dark to see anything, though, so Hal reluctantly climbed to his feet. When he lit up with a blast of fire, the vines quivered as though flinching from the heat, or perhaps from the light. Curious, Hal breathed fire one more time, watching as the thickest vines squirmed and twisted away, taking the thinner tendrils with them and exposing a large patch of the stone ceiling. As he turned his head and moved the flames, the vines shifted again. "Definitely alive," Hal said quietly. It was a long time before he fell back asleep. The vines kept moving around in the darkness above. He felt sure they were creeping farther down the side walls too. He shivered, now glad he was on the floor and not one of the bunks. Chapter 13. The Chosen One. Daylight shone through the small, grubby, vine-smothered window. Hal stared at it for ages before coming fully awake and wearily rubbing his eyes. It might have been the sound of breakfast arriving that woke him. Footfalls tramping across the stone floor from the entrance lobby, rumbling voices echoing off the walls, the clinking of chains, and the wonderful smell of sausages. He sat up in a hurry, wincing as pain lanced across his back. He stretched and yawned, then watched as 3 Scrags approached. To his horror, one of them was Hammerman, loops of chains slung over his shoulder and a hefty hammer dangling from one end. The huge bald man looked as grim as ever. Scarecrow was with him, smiling amiably. Trailing behind, Dung Beetle seemed anxious, as though receiving a visit from a prison inspector. "Wake up," Hal said to his friends. When he looked around at them, he saw that Dewey was already awake. Fenton and Thomas roused slowly, but it took another couple of whispered urges before Robbie stirred. The Scrags passed food through the bars. They did it roughly, not caring if the cloth and paper wrappings came undone. Hal grabbed his anxiously, his stomach growling. It felt like days since he'd eaten, Someone had fried sausages and boiled eggs, and the crispy bread rolls were still warm, fresh out of the oven. Prison food was fabulous when organized and sent in from caring parents. "No visitors?" he asked the Scrags after his first bite. Hammerman stared at him without blinking, and it was Scarecrow who answered. "Maybe they'll stop by for lunch if you're good boys and girls." Scarecrow and Dung Beetle went to deliver the rest of the food to the girls next door and the oddly silent shapeshifters at the end of the corridor. Hal wondered when he'd last heard a sound out of Molly and Bo. During Queen Bee's visit? Sometime after? And what about Emily? The poor girl was all alone. Everything seemed vague, like a distant memory. Even now, certain that he'd stayed just one night in prison, that this was his very first prison breakfast, Hal couldn't help wondering if perhaps he'd been drugged. He had the feeling he'd been skimming the surface of consciousness like a flat rock bouncing on a lake. Only when something was happening, like breakfast being delivered, did he feel fully immersed in reality. As Hal and his friends were finishing their breakfast, Queen Bee showed up. Hammerman, who had stared at Hal continuously with a murderous look in his eyes, stepped back when she sidled up. There was plenty of room for her to stand alongside all her Scrags, yet they seemed to understand she should be closer to the front than the rest, and as a sign of deference, they dipped their heads slightly and eased back. Despite being dwarfed by her colleagues, especially Hammerman, the petite woman wielded a power Hal couldn't fathom. "Bring the girls in," she said softly. "I'd like to speak to them all together." All three of her henchmen scrambled. Scarecrow unlocked Hal's cell and stood aside, while Hammerman and Dung Beetle went next door to fetch Abigail and Darcy. The disheveled girls trudged into the boys' cell, and they all stood together as the door was slammed shut and locked again. Hal wanted to ask about Emily, still locked in solitary confinement, but thought it best she stay where she was, and he'd already guessed Molly and Bo weren't part of this dark ceremony. On the other hand, it might seem odd if he didn't ask about them. "What about the others?" he asked vaguely. "Are they invited to the party?" Queen Bee gripped the bars and pressed her face between them. "You'll do for now. Let's talk." She looked from one face to another as the friends stood there shuffling their feet. Finally, she settled on Thomas. "You boy, the redhead, you're the manticore, yes?" Thomas nodded, saying nothing, his expression sullen. "And you have a stinger? And poison quills?" This time he shrugged. The woman grinned at him. "Being queen of the swarm, I find that appealing. I'd love to have an actual, real stinger of my own." Now she looked at Fenton. "The giant black lizard? Someone like you could command respect simply by your size, at least when you're all grown up." He didn't react one iota, and Queen Bee's gaze shifted to Darcy. "You, blonde girl, you'll have to forgive me, but I only met some of you briefly back on the island, and I have only the descriptions my spies passed on. You're the only blonde of the group, so you must be the Dryad. I hear you can turn invisible. Would you please demonstrate for me?" Darcy scowled and folded her arms. "Get lost." Instead of being annoyed, Queen Bee simply laughed. "Lovely, such vehemence." She moved on, staring now at Abigail. Her expression hardened. "Emily, I can't say I remember your face, but I do remember your hideous snake body and the way you persuaded that giant sea monster to attack me. That was most unkind." "I made a mistake," Abigail said evenly. "I should have made sure the serpent knew to chew you up and swallow you instead of spitting you out again, although spitting you out seems appropriate somehow." Queen Bee's cheeks darkened. Careful Abby, Hal thought, his heart beginning to thump hard. "We want her to choose you for the execution, not kill you in a fit of rage." "Robbie," Queen Bee said through gritted teeth as she tore her glare away from Abigail, The ogre, yes, and you, little one, must be Dewey, the centaur." Though she spoke directly to them both, it was obvious her attention was still on Abigail. Even when she turned to Hal, her gaze kept flitting away. "And Hal? The dragon? Do you know how many of my swarm want to be dragons? Especially young Seth." Hal had no idea who young Seth was, but the other three Scrags did, and they all smiled and nodded. Hammerman's smile was more of a grimace. Queen Bee turned her full attention back to Abigail. "I've decided that you, my creepy little Naga girl, will honor your friends this morning. I was going to let you decide between yourselves, but the decision is now made." She didn't have to give a direct order. Her henchmen seemed to understand. Scarecrow unlocked the gate and allowed Hammerman to enter. He did so fearlessly, even though Hal could easily burn him alive where he stood, which he surely knew. "What's going on?" Hal said, remembering to keep up the pretense of blissful ignorance. "Where are you taking her?" "Emily and I are going to see Simone," Queen Bee said. As she spoke, Hammerman produced an iron collar and snapped it around Abigail's neck. The real Emily would still be able to transform into a Naga wearing such a collar, but this simple fact seemed irrelevant to the Scrags. The bald giant carefully unhooked his heavy hammer from its loop of chain, stuck it into his belt, and linked the chain to the collar instead. He dragged his prisoner out of the cell. "What's going on?" Darcy demanded. The cell door clanged shut. Hal ran to the bars. "Why are you taking her and not us? Why can't we come?" "Oh, this isn't something you want to be part of?" the Queen murmured. He again feigned confusion. "I don't care. We want to stick together. Let us come. You don't want us to get worried and escape, do you?" A silence fell, broken only by the sound of stomping footfalls and clinking chains as Hammerman led Abigail toward the lobby. Queen Bee stared at Hal. "I strongly suggest you stay put." And with that, she turned and marched away, Scarecrow and Dung Beetle scurrying behind to see her out. When the heavy door groaned and banged shut, the echo sounded for what seemed like minutes afterward. Scarecrow and Dung Beetle high-fived one another and returned to their office. Hal could see Scarecrow's boots as he sat back and put his feet on the rickety desk. The prison lapsed into silence. Hal spun around to his friends. They were all looking at him, including Darcy, who the Scrags seemed to have forgotten was in the wrong cell. Though it was nice to see her again, a girl's presence in a boy's one-toilet, two-bunk cell only drove home the need to leave this place. "We were kind of hoping to escape in style," Hal said, thinking of what he and Abigail had talked about. "I imagined we'd all be there at the execution, with Scrags everywhere and Queen Bee gloating about being in total control and all that. Then Abigail was going to shrink and buzz away, leaving an iron collar on the ground. It would have been great just to see Queen Bee's face when she'd realized she'd been duped." "So now what?" Fenton said with a scowl. Hal sighed. "I guess we should just break out and go nab the Queen." "About time," Robbie said. He straightened up as if preparing to transform right then and there. "Hold on," Hal said. "Let's not be noisy about it. Abigail can still escape on her own if she needs to. We need to be careful. If we all break out now and alert the Queen, hostages are probably going to die." "They will anyway if Abigail escapes," Fenton pointed out. "Queen Bee will have a cow and kill everyone in sight, and then order up some dead hostages." He frowned. "She might even make sure Lauren's one of them." There was no arguing with that. "Okay," Hal agreed. "So we need to be fast as well as quiet. Robbie, bend a couple of bars apart. Then we'll grab those Scrag guards before they can radio a warning. After that, we can go pounce on Queen Bee and Hammerman." Robbie hurried over to the bars and gripped them. Rather than transform fully, he grew only until his head touched the vine-smothered ceiling. By this time, his shoulders had widened, his forearms grown shaggy hair, and his waist and thighs doubled in thickness. He pulled on the bars, and they bent apart with a soft groan. The Scrag guards were still in their office, their soft voices evidence of a meaningful conversation. Robbie shrank down to his usual size, grinned at his friends, and was the first to slip through the bars into the corridor. Everyone followed him out, silent as they tiptoed toward the office. Hal felt a surge of excitement. No matter what happened next, this breakout felt right. He nipped ahead of the others and waved them back. Stepping up to the doorway, he leaned against the frame in full view of the Scrags. Scarecrow, whose feet were on the desk, was in mid-sentence, a walkie-talkie standing on the table before him. Dung Beetle had a knife out and was whittling away at a lump of wood, apparently carving a figurine. It was he who spotted Hal first. When he did, his mouth dropped open. "Please, sir," Hal said. "May I have a glass of water?" After 2 seconds of dead silence, Dung Beetle sprang to his feet, wielding his knife. Scarecrow leapt for the walkie-talkie, but Hal was ready for him and breathed a long jet of flame in his direction. Both Scrags jerked backward as the walkie-talkie, caught in the intense heat, began melting on the steadily blackening tabletop. In seconds, there was nothing left but a shapeless, bubbling black lump. "Now, kid," Scarecrow said shakily, "how did you—" "Never mind. You know the penalty for this, right? I'm prepared to say nothing to Queen Bee if you shuffle off back to your cage now. I'll get you some water. Just don't do anything." Ordinarily, Hal would have liked to string this out and enjoy the Scrag's panic. But thoughts of Abigail and hostages drained him of humor. "I'm only going to say this once," he said, as his friends loomed behind him in the doorway. "Find yourself a nice cell and sit in it." He stood aside and gestured. The Scrags stared for a moment, then hurried out of the office and down the corridor without a word. They started to enter the first cell with the bent bars, but Hal added, "Not that one," and they continued on to the second, which still had its key sticking out of the lock. Robbie swung the door shut and locked the Scrags in. As he was doing that, Darcy snatched other keys off the hooks and hurried along the corridor. Molly lay flat on her bunk, her veil laid neatly over her face. Bo was sitting in the far corner, head lolling. Their breakfast lay untouched just inside the bars. Vines were thicker here, and they crawled and twisted on the ceiling like snakes, oddly fitting for a Gorgon inmate. Darcy fiddled with the keys until she found the right one and unlocked the door. Robbie, Fenton, Thomas, and Dewey rushed inside at once, but Hal and Darcy hung back. "I'm going to get Emily," Darcy said, trembling. "I'm really scared for her." Hal immediately set off with her. Just beyond Bo and Molly's cell, the corridor turned 90 degrees to the left and became narrower and darker. The vines grew thicker still, so much so that an adult would probably have to duck slightly to avoid getting their hair tangled up. The thick, slowly writhing mass spread down the walls, and for a moment Hal doubted if the door leading to solitary confinement would even be passable. It was, but only just. The wooden door was grimy and stained, thick and sturdy with wrought iron hinges and a heavy iron ring for a handle. The door opened outward, but the vines had pushed into the room at the top, so it no longer closed properly. It was warped, tight-fitting at the bottom, and all the gaps farther up crammed with foliage. Because the latch no longer married up with the jamb, a padlock and chain had been looped through the iron ring and wrapped around a makeshift, heavy-duty staple protruding from the doorframe. With the chain pulled tight, the door strained at it, ready to fly open. With shaking hands, Darcy fumbled with the key in the padlock. "Hurry," Hal urged, suddenly wishing Robbie had come along with them. The hefty key clicked into place, and the padlock sprang open. Darcy unhooked it and threw it down with a thud, then yanked on the chain so it slipped loose, allowing the door to relax and open. Hal ducked under the vines and dashed inside. "Emily?" Mercifully, despite the heavy presence of foliage, there was fairly good light through a tiny non-opening window. It was like a forest in here, the ceiling lost to the vines, only the lowest parts of the walls visible, and the floor treacherous because of numerous tendrils that snaked across its width. The noise was unnerving, a creeping, slithering, rustling, scratching sound. The thinnest ends of vines seemed to sniff at Hal as he hopped past. Emily was in one of the corners, asleep or unconscious, with trembling tendrils snaking down over her shoulders and beginning, slowly, to encircle her neck. As Hal worked at pulling the plant off, Darcy dragged her to the center of the floor, away from the crawling walls. "Emily! Emily! Wake up, girl!" She stirred and blinked awake, her eyes moist. "Oh, Darcy," she cried, jerking upright, "where have you been? Why did everyone forget about me?" She burst into tears and sobbed on Darcy's shoulder, then abruptly pulled back and batted her friend away. Her cheeks flushed red as she grew angry. "I've been waiting forever. How could you leave me here alone?" Darcy helped her up. "It's not been as long as you think." Emily staggered to her feet. "I've been here a month." "Less than 24 hours, actually," Hal told her gently. Emily swayed and wobbled, then stared at Hal with an incredulous look. Before she could say anything, though, Darcy gave her a gentle shove to get her moving. "Come on, girl. We've got Abigail to rescue and Scrags to catch." They regrouped outside. Once they'd established there were no Scrags about, they all looked around in wonder. The cool morning air was like a slap in the face. Rather than clarify their sense of time, they felt even more muddled than before. "We got here yesterday," Emily said, walking quickly away from the prison steps. "That just can't be right. I know the vines are supposed to slow things down for us, but they're not supposed to do any such thing," Darcy corrected her. "The idea that time is passing by fast outside in the world is just a side effect." "Well, anyway, I can't believe it was only yesterday we walked into this place. I've eaten 3 meals a day for the past month." Darcy shook her head. "That was your mind playing tricks on you. You had it worse than us. The vines were thickest in your room." She glanced at Molly and Beau, who stood there acting just as wonderstruck as they turned and glanced about. "You two had it pretty bad as well." "I wouldn't say we were in there for a month," Molly said, "but certainly a week or two. I distinctly remember counting the meal times, which were as regular as clockwork. It was my way of keeping track. Same meals every day, same time, delivered by the same idiot Scrags. I love sausages, but I was pretty sick of them by the end." They were walking by now, moving through the woods toward the village and speaking in low voices because they knew Queen Bee would be somewhere up ahead. "It's a form of déjà vu," Darcy said. Fenton gave a snort. "Uh-oh. She's got that bright-eyed look on her face. You know the one Miss Simone gets when she's talking about science?" Darcy ignored him. "I couldn't speak to the creature because it's a living thing and not a plant, and dryads can only connect with plants." "The ivy around it is a plant, though," Hal said. "I couldn't really speak to the ivy either, because it was dormant like the creature." "Creature?" Thomas exclaimed. "What creature?" "The vine creature. It's mixed up among the ivy and creepers. It woke up the night Queen Bee stayed there and has been getting stronger ever since. Now the ivy seems to be waking as well, so I was able to get a feeling from it, and it sort of told me the vine creature was feeding off us." "Told you?" Emily repeated. "Feeding off us how?" Thomas demanded. Darcy shrugged. "I don't know exactly. Maybe not really feeding off us. The thing releases a harmless toxin in the air that messes with our heads and relaxes us while it absorbs us." "Absorbs us?" Thomas squawked, and everyone had to shush him. "Absorbs us how?" he added in a whisper. "I don't know," Darcy admitted, but the creature has tentacles, one big living thing with lots of arms. Like an octopus? Robbie said eagerly. A giant octopus monster? Hal was only half listening now, intent on the thick woods ahead. He couldn't easily fly up and out of the trees and intercept the queen until he found a clearing. There was one ahead, where the goblins had an old, makeshift campsite. But he figured it would be best to trail the Scrags on foot until they emerged from the woods at the outskirts of the village. "And you couldn't ask the giant tentacle plant to leave us alone?" Thomas said, still sounding grumpy. "I told you it's not a plant," Darcy said. "It did feel pain when Hal tried to burn it, though. I felt that. Or maybe I just felt the ivy next to it, burning." Hal jumped guiltily, suddenly feeling sorry for the monster. "Now you've got me caring about it," he said, annoyed. "Just because it's a strange, tentacled monster doesn't make it any less alive." "Nicely said," Molly agreed, finally joining in. "It sounds fascinating. I wonder if—" Bo clicked his tongue and sighed. "Can we stop talking about it and concentrate on the task at hand? Like rescuing my sister?" "Shh," Robbie said. He had been marching a little way ahead of the group. Now he held up his hand, and everybody paused. "Scrags ahead," he hissed. It wasn't just Queen Bee and Hammerman either. Dozens of jeering voices permeated the trees. The Queen knew her way through these woods. She had skirted the village and cut right through to Miss Simone's house. "Oh, we're here already," Emily said a little too loudly. "Shh," Robbie said again, giving her a fierce glare. Sure enough, after another minute, the group emerged slowly onto the woodland path that would eventually lead straight to Miss Simone's front door. Queen Bee was just disappearing around a bend up ahead, Hammerman by her side, and dragging Abigail on the end of a chain. Hal balled his fists. "We need to grab them now." Robbie nodded. "Ready?" "Wait," Bo said. He was perspiring, his eyes wide. "Look, all of you can transform into dangerous monsters, but I can't, and frankly—" Molly touched his arm. "You should stay back. We can handle this without you. This is shapeshifter work, my friend, and you're not much of one, are you? Stay here." She turned to the others. "Remember, kids, if I let out a terrific shrieking whistle, shut your eyes tight. Understand?" Everyone muttered under their breath, and Hal shuddered. He did not want to be calcified by the Gorgon again. Chapter 14. Standoff in the Woods. Queen Bee had almost reached Miss Simone's front door when Hal, beating his huge leathery wings and breathing fire, flew in from above with a bellowing roar. Every Scrag in the vicinity ducked and yelled. While he was descending, Robbie the Ogre burst out of the trees near the house and scooped a few Scrags off the path. They went flying, landing in nearby bushes. On the opposite side of the path, a slithering Fenton spat a deluge of foul-smelling water everywhere. It drenched some of the Scrags and showered others and quickly turned sticky. Fenton breathed on his nearest victims, and the liquid immediately hardened into a rubbery substance. A red-furred manticore flashed through the woods. Thomas's shrill laughter was somehow more unsettling than his bloodthirsty growls. Scrags shouted in panic, darting this way and that in their efforts to escape. Though Thomas didn't bring any Scrags down, he toyed with them endlessly, cutting off their escape and forcing them to run the other way, then circling around to cut them off again. Dewey clip-clopped about in centaur form, not as fearsome as the others, but managing to herd Scrags back to the path. He got in a good kick every so often. Hal glimpsed all of this in a matter of seconds as he thumped down hard by Miss Simone's front door. Queen Bee was already disappearing inside the house exactly as predicted, along with Hammerman, who still dragged Abigail on the end of a chain. The door slammed shut. She hadn't used the walkie-talkie to order mass executions. If she had, There would be nothing left to stop the shapeshifters from trouncing her swarm and tearing her apart. Even at a time like this, Queen Bee wasn't stupid. So Hal turned to watch the action. The Scrags were herded this way and that, eventually ending up back on the path with either a pouncing manticore, a stomping ogre, or a red-eyed monster lizard close behind. Nearly 36 scarred swarm members ended up coming together in a circle, facing outward and holding up their spears. Emily and Molly appeared, stepping out from the trees. One by one, the scruffy, spear-wielding Scrags fell silent. A surprisingly old woman, spry for her age, pointed at Molly's veil and shouted, "The Gorgon! Shut your eyes, all of you!" And they did, every man, woman, and youth effectively surrendering and lowering their spears. Molly wandered through the middle of the swarm with Emily in tow. "Drop your weapons," she said sternly, and a clatter of spears and the clang of knives filled the air. "Now your walkie-talkies." This time, only a handful of Scrags reacted, throwing down their walkie-talkies so that Emily could scoop them up as she passed by. Robbie, Thomas, Dewey, and Fenton pressed in closer and began pacing around the gang, their growls and hisses causing the disarmed Scrags to huddle together even closer. Dewey stamped on the spears as he went, and many broke. Molly and Emily continued on to Miss Simone's front door, which they found locked. Emily looked back at Hal. "Give it a whack, would you?" He shuffled sideways and turned so his back was to the house, then aimed his heavy, club-ended tail and battered at the door. It crashed inward, flying off its hinges, the door frame splintering. Molly gave Hal a mock salute. "Thank you. I'll be right back." Hal wished he could go in with her, but it made sense for the Gorgon to take care of things. She was far more deadly even in human form. As she entered the house, she took off her wide-brimmed hat and shook her long black hair. It was a little curly in places, and sometimes those curls turned into thin, hissing snakes. Maybe she was preparing for a scare tactic. Nothing sent a chill down a spine more than a Gorgon's writhing head of snakes and the threat of a death gaze if she whipped her veil away. She was gone for 5 minutes, during which came shouts and bangs and crashes from inside. Emily stood in the doorway, looking in. "They're threatening her with spears. Oh, her hair is coming alive. She's reaching for her veil. Ah, that's better. They've dropped to their knees now, covering their faces." Molly's voice drifted out, but Hal couldn't hear what she said. "She's heading into the bedroom at the back now," Emily reported. "Wait, the door's locked. She could do with your tail again, Hal, only you can't reach inside that far." Emily raised her voice suddenly. "Need help, Molly?" Molly said something in reply. Emily spun around on the doorstep. "Robbie, Molly needs you to open a door for her." The 15-foot-tall ogre came shambling toward the house, a toothy grin on his face. As Robbie walked, he began a slow transformation back to his human form, shrinking down and starting to lose some of his shaggy hair. Only his change froze about halfway through when he was roughly 7 feet tall, and his clothes had started reforming around him. Emily stepped back as he stomped in through the doorway, ducking as he went, his shoulders almost too wide. Emily peeped inside again, and Hal watched her reaction with interest. After a sudden splintering of wood from within, she grinned and gave Hal a thumbs up. What followed was a series of angry shrieks and stern commands. Moments later, Molly emerged from the door, and behind her came Hammerman and a furious Queen Bee. Robbie stomped out after them, and then Abigail, smiling happily even though she still wore the iron collar and a long length of chain. Several other Scrags drifted out too, apparently unable to function without their leader. Several minutes later, every last Scrag in the vicinity had been herded into a compact, huddled group, most of them with their eyes still shut tight. Hal took a few steps closer, hanging over the group and spreading his wings wide. His presence, and that of the manticore and giant black lizard, thoroughly cowed the Scrags. But it was Molly they feared most, especially when she wandered around fingering her veil as if getting ready to snatch it off. Miss Simone and Dr. Kessler were the last to emerge from the house. It looked like they'd taken a moment to freshen up. They had, after all, been locked in a single room for the past 24 hours. While Dr. Kessler sat on the porch step and put her head in her hands, Miss Simone marched over to Queen Bee. The women sized each other up, the blonde shapeshifter with cool determination and the black-haired Scrag with barely restrained scorn. "You have no idea what you've done," Queen Bee said. "This breach of our agreement will result in far more than 2 dead hostages. You can expect 10 of them to arrive on your doorstep tomorrow. 20. Feigning confusion, Miss Simone said, "How?" She held up a walkie-talkie and jiggled it back and forth in front of the self-proclaimed Queen's face. "You had your chance. You could have called in any time and killed them all, but you didn't, because you knew that would have sealed your own fate. You'd never do such a thing in the heat of the moment because the outcome would be a terrible loss on both sides. You'd rather wait and try to bargain your way out." The Queen shrugged. "Maybe so. But 2 will die tonight no matter what, unless I call in with a code word to stop the executions." "You see? There you go again." Queen Bee frowned. "You forget I have people everywhere, Simone. Spies watching our every move, yours and mine. They'll call this in even if I don't. And tomorrow you'll have 30 more dead friends unless you let us go right now." Miss Simone sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose, obviously tired. "If you say so. I'm sure there are more of your people in the village, and maybe one of them has a walkie-talkie he can use to order up mass executions. None of this matters. You will never get the shapeshifter program." With that, she turned and headed back to the house. A frown fell across Queen Bee's face. "That's it? You're just going to let all the hostages die tonight?" "I have no say in the matter," Miss Simone called over her shoulder. Hal felt a mixture of feelings, pride that Miss Simone was standing her ground, but dread that people might actually die because of it. He knew she was bluffing, putting on a don't-care-any-more attitude. But what if a lone Scrag was spying on this incident and whispering into his walkie-talkie? "What happens now?" Queen Bee yelled. Miss Simone had reached the steps to the busted front door where Dr. Kessler waited. Now she paused in her doorway, turned back, and considered for a long time. She sighed. "I have no choice. Molly?" Without hesitation, Molly reached under her veil and, sticking her fingers in her obscured mouth, let out a piercing whistle that caused everybody present to jump. It all happened in a flash, unsuspecting Scrag faces turning toward her, while Hal and his friends remembered at the last moment to shut their eyes tight as Molly whipped her veil away. Hal heard several gasps, a few screams and yells, an eerie whispering groan as flesh calcified, then a terrible crunching as somebody fell heavily. There were a few wails of anguish after that. Hal kept his eyes screwed shut, and moments later he heard Queen Bee's furious ranting. She was so mad that he could barely decipher her barrage of curses and threats. It dismayed him that she, of all of the Scrags, had avoided being turned to stone. "It's safe now," Molly called loudly. "Veil is back in place." Hal squinted through one eyelid, knowing as he did so that looking upon the gaze of a Gorgon was equally deadly whether he used one eye or 2. But Molly's veil was indeed back in place. She was busy fixing it around her head and then sweeping her hands through her hair. Hal blinked. Had he seen snakes tangled up in her curly locks? If so, they vanished moments later as she replaced her wide-brimmed hat. His friends opened their eyes too, and together they gasped at the sight of at least 20 grey, motionless Scrags, frozen in various states of fright. Many were simply standing with their hands up in front of their faces, others in the middle of twisting away. One had turned to run, and the death gaze had hit him while one foot was off the ground, and he had turned to stone and toppled over, causing that horrible crunching sound Hal had heard. The unfortunate Scrag lay face down in the dirt, one of his arms broken off. There's no fixing that, Hal thought with mounting horror. Although Blair, the resident Phoenix, had the power to revive these statues with one simple, fiery regeneration, this particular Scrag would wake missing an arm. Hal imagined the blood would start flowing then, and he shuddered. He became aware that Molly was moving calmly between the statues, ignoring the rest of the terrified, wailing Scrags as they squeezed their eyes shut and covered their faces. A quick count confirmed there were 22 calcified victims and only 12 left. Unfortunately, Hammerman remained among the animated, standing right behind Queen Bee. Even in the midst of terror, the giant man failed to show anything more than mild surprise. Molly paused at the calcified Scrag lying on the ground and touched his broken-off arm with her foot. Her veil hid her emotions, but Hal suspected she was saddened to have caused permanent harm like this. Queen Bee's fury boiled over at last, and only then did anybody pay attention to her. Molly gripped her by the arm and stood over her, at least a head taller. She waited while Miss Simone came off her steps and approached. "Thank you, Molly," she said. "I'm sorry I put you through that." "It had to be done," Molly said. Hal glanced down to where Abigail stood under his snout. She still wore the iron collar, the chain trailing on the ground. She could have shrunk down at any time and flown out of it, but he suspected she was waiting for the right moment to make it count and rub salt in Queen Bee's wounds. That was probably why Emily hadn't transformed yet either. They had an unspoken agreement to shock the Queen one last time when the moment came. As far as Hal was concerned, that moment had long passed. Queen Bee was beaten. Except there was still the hostage situation. Miss Simone faced the Queen again. This time she spoke with a more friendly tone. "I don't know how much you care about your friends, but they're not dead. Not yet. They're just suspended. We have the power to revive them." "You're lying!" Queen Bee snapped, and Hal was shocked to see actual tears running down her face. "I'm not lying. 2 of our own have been calcified before, Fenton and Hal." She reconsidered. 3 if we count Chase. In fact, we had an entire rose garden full of statues, all safely revived. She gestured toward the fallen Scrag with his severed arm. "Perhaps a good surgeon can save your friend's arm. In any case, he can be saved too." The Queen glared at her. "What kind of power can save them?" "A phoenix. We discovered by accident that when a phoenix regenerates, everything in the surrounding area is wiped clean of magic, and the calcification spell is lifted. Surely your spies know this?" Queen Bee frowned. She seemed calmer now, deep in thought. "Despite these monsters around us, magic is not something I truly believe in, nor do you. This is hard to swallow." Hal thought it odd that both women struggled with the concept of a magical force, yet accepted everything else. On that subject, they were alike, but Miss Simone would never admit it openly. "Believe what you like," she said, "but Molly's victims will awaken during a phoenix regeneration. So, Beatrice, is it? What we need here is a phoenix." "Queen Bee to you," a Scrag with a shaggy beard growled from behind her. "She's no queen of mine," Miss Simone replied evenly. Queen Bee was staring at her with narrowed eyes. "And since we have your phoenix hostage, you expect us to end this deadlock in return for his powers of regeneration? He wakes my swarm, And I let your hostages go, is that it? We go our separate ways, and nobody else gets hurt, Miss Simone agreed. You leave this place and never come back. All you need to do is release the hostages and fly them back here on Rocs, or just tell us where they are so we can collect them. When they arrive, Blair can awaken your stony friends. A long silence fell. Queen Bee looked around at her drones, the living as well as the calcified, and blew out her cheeks as she apparently came to a decision. She turned back to Miss Simone and nodded. All right, you win. Nobody was more surprised than the remaining members of her swarm. They looked aghast, but they said nothing as their esteemed leader hung her head and slumped her shoulders. Excited by the developments, Hal shuffled from side to side, barely able to keep puffs of steam from shooting out of his nostrils. At last, things were going in the right direction. Abigail looked up at him, her eyes narrowed, and he realized she was suspicious of the Queen's defeat. Suddenly, Hal was too. Queen Bee glanced up at Hammerman behind her. "It's over, big guy." She turned, sweeping her arms wide as she spoke to her swarm. "My friends, it was a good effort, and we enjoyed our short stay in this delightful village, didn't we? But now we need to surrender, gather everyone together, and leave. We can't break these scientists. They won't ever give up the shapeshifter program." Her Scrags looked profoundly disappointed. Queen Bee patted one of her statue friends and glanced across at Miss Simone. "Let me have that walkie-talkie," she said in a sad voice. "I'll tell my people to send the hostages back here on Rocs. They'll have to travel in cages again, but it'll be safe enough. Will your phoenix perform his regeneration straight away?" She flexed her fingers, still reaching for the walkie-talkie. "Don't give it to her," Hal thought. He let out a gruff rumble, but Miss Simone didn't appear to notice as she raised the walkie-talkie toward her opponent. Suspicion gnawed at Hal's stomach, but Miss Simone refused to let it go. "Tell me the code word so I can talk to the swarm myself." The two women stared at each other. Finally, Queen Bee dropped her hand. "They won't listen to you," she said sullenly. "Even with the code word, they won't trust anybody but me." "Let's try and see, shall we?" Queen Bee nodded. Miss Simone held up the walkie-talkie, pressed the button on the side, and spoke into it. "Listen to me. Your Queen Bee has surrendered, but she commands that the hostages be released." After a brief silence, a voice came back loud and clear. "Who's this? Where's our queen?" Now Miss Simone held the walkie-talkie close to Queen Bee's mouth. "Say hello, and be very careful what else you say." The Queen glanced sideways. Thomas the Manticore stared at her balefully from just inside the fringes of the woods, away from the path. Robbie, once more an ogre nearly 3 times the height of anyone else, hunkered in the background, watching the Scrags pass. Dewey stood stiff and tall, and Fenton lounged in the grass. Molly's arms were folded, and though veiled, it was clear she was keeping a close eye on Queen Bee. The Scrag leaned toward the walkie-talkie, and Miss Simone pressed the button for her. "Drones, listen carefully. This is your queen. It's over, do you hear me? The code word for today is antennae. Once you verify that, I want you to separate the Phoenix shapeshifter from the rest of the hostages. His name is Blair, and he is not to be harmed. Repeat, he is not to be harmed." Miss Simone frowned at this. "And the rest?" squawked the voice. It seemed everyone was listening with bated breath. Miss Simone's fingers were twitching, ready to snatch the walkie-talkie back. "You can cut them loose." A crackle of static sounded, and a tinny voice came back. "Understood, my queen. An antenna is confirmed." A pause, then. "Are you sure, ma'am? You want us to cut the hostages loose?" "I'm sure." "Right away?" Queen Bee looked directly at Miss Simone. "Not just yet. Do it in exactly 1 hour from now, unless you hear back from me." "Copy that." Queen Bee smiled and folded her arms. There. It's done. Miss Simone dropped her arm, letting the walkie-talkie fall to her side. She was frowning. What was that about? Why wait an hour? Why didn't you tell them to release Blair? If you— Be quiet! Queen Bee suddenly screamed. Even Molly flinched at the outburst. The Scrag pointed at Miss Simone. I'm in charge here again. The phrase cut them loose is code for kill them all, and that's exactly what will happen 1 hour from now unless I call in with another code word. You want to play games with me? You want to get all your people executed? Then go ahead, turn me to stone. Make your move, mermaid woman. Miss Simone exploded in rage. She leapt forward and grappled with the smaller woman. Both went down, rolling in the dirt amid a fury of gasps from the shapeshifters and cheers from the Scrags. Queen Bee was now laughing hysterically, interrupted only by the furious slaps and punches Miss Simone was pounding her with. Hammerman took a step forward, but Molly leapt into the fray and grasped her veil. Don't move! Stay back! The bald man paused, but he stared back at the Gorgon without fear, even as her hair began to writhe and hiss beneath her hat. At the sight of snakes manifesting on her head, some of the Scrags spun and ran, but most simply squeezed their eyes shut. The two squabbling women separated, Queen Bee rolling aside and finding Molly standing over her. Miss Simone jumped up and went to scoop up the walkie-talkie that had dropped from her grasp. She jabbed at the button and spoke into it, trying her best to mimic the Queen's voice. Ignore my last command. Do you understand? Do not kill the hostages. I've changed my mind. Queen Bee laughed again, loud and deliberate. It won't work, Goldilocks. That's a terrible imitation of me. I don't sound anywhere near as whiny as you. Let me turn her to stone, Molly said, gripping Queen Bee by the arm while keeping hold of her veil. Hammerman growled and balled his fists. Miss Simone shook her head. No, we can't. She's the only one who can— With a sudden screech of frustration, her hair started to swirl and move of its own accord, rather like Molly's, only with no snakes in sight. A deep rumble sounded in the ground directly below her feet. Everyone, Scrags and shapeshifters alike, froze and looked down, then back at Miss Simone. Her fury lasted a few more seconds, then abated. When it was over, she looked weary, visibly sagging at the shoulders, her hair hanging limp. So what now, Blondie? Queen Bee said with a grin. Are you ready to play ball? Because time is running short. We have maybe 57 minutes before my swarm kills every last hostage except the all-important Phoenix. Are you ready to listen to me? Miss Simone, avoiding eye contact, nodded. With that, the tension seemed to lift. The Queen had won, and she was back in charge. The Scrags grinned at each other, showing their yellow and gapped teeth. Hammerman showed no emotion, though he did relax somewhat. Queen Bee turned in a slow circle, her arms wide as though absorbing the love and respect of her gang. Hal wanted to burn her. Thomas's deadly stinger was raised high, his ball of poison-tipped quills quivering. And though Emily and Abigail were still in their human forms, both were trembling with anger. Queen Bee finally stopped gloating and turned serious. Simone, we need to hurry. I want everyone back at the prison, you included, and I want you all in iron collars like Emily's wearing. No, Miss Simone said, sounding tired. We can't just walk back there and subject ourselves to that. We won't. There has to be another way. The Queen raised an eyebrow. The other way is to disobey me, and in 1 hour from now, all those hostages will be dead. I know that will seal my own fate also, but so be it. We all win, or we all lose. You can't. No more games, Simone. I'm your queen, and you'll do exactly as I say from now on. Chapter 15. Living Vines. They were back at the prison. Hammerman snapped a metal collar around Hal's neck. Meanwhile, Queen Bee watched with interest as Robbie, in half-size ogre form, reluctantly straightened the bars he'd bent out of shape earlier. When he'd reverted to his puny human self, she snapped a similar collar on him and locked the cell door. That's the two most dangerous shapeshifters dealt with. She glowered at Scarecrow and Dung Beetle, who had just been released from the cell next door. Think you morons can keep an eye on them this time? They nodded and dipped their heads at their petite leader. She looked Scarecrow up and down. Don't make me regret putting you in charge here. I have plenty of other drones that could take your place. I'm sorry, my queen, Scarecrow said as Dung Beetle sidled behind him. She clicked her tongue in disgust and turned her back on them. Split the rest into pairs, she said to Hammerman as she bent to snatch another couple of iron collars from the sack he'd brought along. Thomas and Fenton took the second cell, neither of them strong enough to bend bars, but forced to wear collars anyway, as a safeguard against poison quills and vile, gluey liquid breath. Bo and Dewey shared the third. Bo protested that he was not actually a shapeshifter, but Queen Bee scoffed and said he could turn into a sphinx any time and fly off. I still can't break out, though, he complained. I don't need a collar. She ignored him and snapped the iron around his neck. Darcy and Abigail were pushed into the fourth cell. The Scrags still thought Abigail was Emily. Her collar remained in place from earlier, and the Queen left it there, though Hammerman unfastened the trailing chain and slung it over his shoulder. The Queen fitted a collar on Darcy, even though turning invisible wasn't much help where bars were concerned. In the fifth and final cell, Miss Simone, Molly, and Dr. Kessler were thrown together, all with iron collars, even though they wouldn't make a difference, and the poor doctor wasn't even a shapeshifter. In her case, the collar was out of pure spite. From the other end of the corridor, Hal could sense that Molly was itching to lift her veil and calcify the Queen and Hammerman. Emily was last, still pretending to be Abigail. Scarecrow, trying to get back into the Queen's good books, appeared with a rusty bird cage from the office. It had delicate bones inside, and he shoved his hand inside and flicked them out. See, the fairy can perch in here, he told the Queen. Perfect, Queen Bee exclaimed. Look, fairy girl, we can hang the cage in the corridor so you can be near your friends instead of rotting away in solitary. No thanks, Emily muttered. Take me back to my private cell. I have some sleep to catch up on. Bemused, Queen Bee shrugged and threw the cage aside with a clatter. Scarecrow looked disappointed as she led Emily away to be locked in the eerie room around the corner. Hal and Robbie heard all this as they peered through their bars, craning their heads but seeing very little. Hal was already losing his sense of time, and he worried that an hour had passed. Reasoning it through, he decided their frantic trek through the woods and being split into different cells can't have taken more than 45 minutes or so. The collars had been readily available. Hal was surprised they didn't have specific shapeshifter names etched into them. The Queen returned with a grimace on her face. The vines are worse around the corner, she said to nobody in particular. Has nobody in this world ever heard of Weed Killer? She paced back and forth, glancing into the cells as she went and nodding with satisfaction. She held the walkie-talkie in her hand, but let it hang at her side. That's better, she said loudly, from about halfway along the corridor where everybody could see her. You're all where you need to be. The hostages, Molly said sharply. Stay there, execution, or I swear I'll... All right, the Queen said irritably. She lifted the walkie-talkie to her mouth and pressed the button. Are you there? Over. A burst of static, then. My Queen, the hostages are lined up, ready to be pushed off. Or would you prefer them stung to death? It's just a lot of venom, and supply is short. Shut up, you idiot! Queen Bee had pressed the button again, cutting off the sound, but Hal doubted the Scrag on the other end had heard her interruption. Push to talk, release to listen, as Lieutenant Briscoe had once explained it. In any case, Queen Bee pressed and released her button a few times to make sure her faraway colleague was paying attention, then said, "Are you listening?" "Yes, my queen." She nodded. "All right. The next code word on the list is hive. Verify." After a pause, the voice came back. "Verified." "Then hear this. The hostages are not to be executed today. Put them back in their cells. Fall back to the daily schedule. Listen for my signal at midnight and execute 2 if you don't hear from me. Do you understand?" "Message received. Hostages will not be executed at this time." "Good. No more chit-chat. Out," Queen Bee said, and threaded the walkie-talkie back into her belt. A sigh of relief spread through the prison, accompanied by the slithering of vines overhead, as though the plant was sentient enough to empathize. "People in the village will be looking for me," Miss Simone said at last, her voice seeming far more distant than a short corridor away. "If you want to keep the situation under control, you'd best speak to Frobisher. He's in charge of the council. Someone needs to reassure the people of the village, otherwise." "Revolt?" Queen Bee said. "Dissent? Insurrection? I get it. I'll take care of it now, and when I return, Simone, we'll chat. You and I will have a heart-to-heart, and you'll tell me everything I need to know about the shapeshifter program." "I won't." "Oh, but you will." With that, Queen Bee marched off, shoving past Scarecrow and Dung Beetle, who had been watching silently. Hammerman stomped after her, and seconds later, the 2 of them were gone, the heavy door swinging shut with a bang. Hal lay on his bunk, staring up at the vines. Daylight filtered through the murky window, revealing pale grey, withered tangles, as well as bright white, slick-looking tendrils. Calling the foliage vines was an oversimplification. There seemed to be masses of living, fleshy arms entwined in ordinary ivy or whatever kind of plant it was. Perhaps the ivy turned green later in the spring, and the tentacles then stood out bright and obvious. But right now, the creature was only just beginning to differentiate itself from the ivy. With a sense of doom and worry pervading his thoughts, Hal spent most of the day studying the milky white, snake-like arms as they crept about, causing the ivy to shake and rustle. Most were tendrils, thin and mobile, constantly moving. The thicker ones were more like full-fledged tentacles as far as he was concerned, though he knew they were probably just the broader beginnings of the tendrils. The thicker they were, the less they moved, though they shook from time to time. The delicate tendrils were restless, the tips snaking slowly in and out of the ivy, sometimes retreating and finding new paths through the jungle. Some of them came down the walls. The closest to Hal's bunk was about 10 feet away, near the bars. It seemed to be sniffing the air. He got up and moved closer. Robbie lay on his own bunk, also staring at the ceiling. There was little else to do to pass the time. Hal stood directly under the quivering tendril, now only 2 feet away, and reached up to prod it. It reacted to his touch, jerking back and coiling up in odd, zigzagging contractions. He'd seen a snake do that once, some kind of defensive posture, pretending to die and emitting a nasty scent. The tendril didn't emit a scent, though. It just curled up and went into spasms until he moved his finger away. "What are you?" Hal said softly. He traced the tendril from its tip up the wall and across the ceiling, following its meandering journey through thick, wizened ivy. He had to go slow in a few places because it crossed paths with several others. As expected, it thickened as he followed it around the cell. Eventually, it disappeared out through the bars and headed off along the corridor toward the back of the building. Or more accurately, came from there. He chose another tendril. This one was much more complicated, doubling back several times, but again it led out through the bars and along the corridor. So too did all the others he traced. There had to be 15 or so up there, not as many as it looked because of the way they curled around and crossed over. Whatever monstrous beast this was, it lurked at the back of the prison, probably outside, and it must have dozens of tentacles threaded through the ivy on the ceiling, running the length of the corridor and into the cells. Where exactly had these slippery, writhing arms entered the building? There had to be a good-sized hole in the wall for that many to squeeze through. Whatever this creature was, it was wide awake now that the prison was full of cellmates again. Darcy had said it was releasing a toxin to make them relax, so it could suck on their brains or something equally ghastly. Or maybe they felt relaxed because it was sucking on their brains. Either way, this had the side effect of messing with their sense of time and evoking intense feelings of hopelessness and despair. Heck, his body had good reason to despair when vital brain juices were being drained by the minute. Hal shuddered and gripped the bars. How long had they all been locked up since Queen Bee had waltzed out looking pleased with herself? 3 or 4 hours? At least the hostages had been saved. But for how long? Sighing, he wished somebody would come along with a rescue plan. Lieutenant Briscoe, for instance. If anyone was qualified to find hostages and extract them from an evil lair, it was a platoon of highly trained armed soldiers. Of course, Queen Bee knew that, which is why she'd insisted the village council send them away. And what could they do anyway? Going in with guns blazing wasn't an option if nobody had any idea where to look. Hal wondered if his parents had any indication what was happening. Were they at home worrying over him, or did they think his stay in prison was a minor inconvenience for the sake of the greater good? Ordinarily it would be, except that the weird life-sucking creature made a short stay feel like forever. "How about some food?" he yelled through the bars before he could stop himself. He wasn't hungry. He craved something to do more than anything, even if it was arguing with Scrag guards. "We haven't eaten all day." Dual laughter came from the office. Scarecrow appeared in the doorway, a grin on his face. "Are you kidding? You just had breakfast a while ago. It's a couple of hours until lunchtime." He laughed again and vanished. Stunned, Hal turned to Robbie. "Hear that? Scarecrow said we only just had breakfast." "He's lying," Robbie said, sitting up and yawning. "Queen Bee left ages ago. I'm starving." "You're always starving," came a surprisingly close voice from the next cell. Fenton had to be pressed to the bars as Hal was. When it comes to telling the time, your stomach isn't much to go on. "Go and boil your head," Robbie retorted, "and get a new joke. You used that one yesterday." They all lapsed into silence. Hal was still reeling from the shock of finding out he'd only been back in the cell a short time. They'd had breakfast at dawn, probably around 6 o'clock, then trailed Queen Bee and her henchmen to Miss Simone's house, then ended up back in prison an hour or so later. A total of 3 hours at most, bringing them to 9 or 10 o'clock. Since then, Hal had been staring at the tentacles and tendrils on the ceiling. Yet, he could have sworn it was late afternoon by now. He rubbed his eyes. He couldn't stand this. It was only the second day, and already it felt like 3 times longer. He could have sworn he'd missed his 13th birthday already. No wonder a week in this place was like a life sentence to a prisoner. Opening his mouth to call to his friends, he paused and closed it again. Everything he said could be overheard. "Fenton," he whispered, sidling all the way over to the wall and huddling in the corner against the bars. "Can you pass a message to Abby?" After a moment, Fenton whispered back, "If you think I'm telling her how much you love her and how many kisses you—" "Not that sort of message. This is serious." Fenton went quiet. Taking his silence as an invitation, Hal checked that the guards weren't watching and kept his voice low. "There's no way I'm staying in here with these vines messing with our heads. We'll go crazy. We have to do something about the monster outside." "The what?" You mean Darcy's vine creature? Yes, the vine creature. I think it's at the back of the prison, like an octopus, only with millions of arms. Fenton began laughing. That's what Darcy said it was. You don't believe that, do you? Shh. You don't have to believe me. Just pass on the message to Abby, or just tell her to come visit me, and I'll tell her myself. Yeah, okay, whatever. Hey, Thomas, listen to this. Fenton's voice faded as he retreated into his cell. Moments later, Thomas started laughing too. Hal gripped the bars and gently bumped his head on them. Not being able to change because of a stupid iron collar was driving him nuts. He felt hemmed in, almost claustrophobic, and not because of the enclosed cell. He touched the hard metal around his neck, knowing it would squeeze the life out of him if he tried to shift, even a partial shift. He turned to Robbie, who was sitting on the bunk with his head in his hands as though he had a headache. Robbie, how far can you turn into an ogre without strangling yourself? His friend looked up at him. Why? So that... Hal trailed off. So that what? So that he could ask his friend to bend the bars again? Perhaps break the collar off? All this would be seen by the Scrag guards, and to what end? Queen Bee had said she'd be back soon. He sighed. Never mind. Sitting on his bunk again, he guessed 30 minutes had passed before Abigail showed. She was tiny, tiptoeing along the corridor outside his bars. She slipped inside the cell and scurried across the floor toward him. He leaned forward to scoop her up, but she buzzed into the air and landed on his flattened pillow. She said something, but her voice was tiny and high-pitched, and he had to bend close to hear properly. She gestured for him to lie down, and when he did so, she stood on his pillow and talked directly into his ear. You wanted to talk about Darcy's giant octopus, she said. She's right. There's something around the back of the prison, something with tentacles. I'm wondering if we can do anything to stop it from messing with our heads. After a pause, Abigail said, If there's a giant octopus monster, don't you think Miss Simone would know about it? I mean, a giant octopus on the roof would probably be noticeable. It's not an octopus, Hal said, gritting his teeth. I don't know what it is. I just reckon something's out there. The tentacles are thicker at the far end of the corridor. That's where they're all leading to, or coming from. So what are you suggesting we do? I could go look, I suppose, seeing as how I don't have a collar to stop me. He twisted his head around to look at her. She was just 6 inches tall and so close that he had to shift backward a fraction to focus on her. How did you get out of yours? I mean, how did you stop it from clattering on the floor? I lay on the bed like you're doing, she said, rolling her eyes as if that were the most obvious thing in the world. When I go back, Darcy will hold the collar upright so I can grow back into it. She looked troubled for a second. I'll have to grow carefully and make sure I aim right. Otherwise I'll get it caught around my nose or something painful. He nodded. Can you do your fairy trick for me again? Then I can come help you look for tentacle monsters. Sorry, no. I need a healthy dose of magic for that, and I'd be gone too long. Get the key, then. Let me out and... She shook her head. Way too risky. I'll go look on my own. No, he said firmly. First, it might be dangerous. Second, I want to see it as well. And third, if the Scrags catch you, I want to be there to protect you. She smiled. I would kiss you, but you'd barely feel it. Try and see. So she stepped closer, put a hand on the side of his mouth, and pecked him on the lip. It was the weirdest feeling, the tiniest dab of moisture, yet it was a kiss, and he treasured it. Now how about I return the favor, he said with a grin. No thanks, she said, scooting backward with her hands up. I don't want to drown in phlegm, and your breath is kind of stinky this morning. Robbie let out a strangled grunt. He was gripping his collar, trying to break or bend it, but failing miserably, even though his arms were thicker and hairier than usual. His upper body was bigger too, and there didn't seem to be much breathing space for his neck. He was about as ogreish as he was going to get, which wasn't very big at all. "It's no good," Robbie said at last. "Can't budge it." "What about the bars?" Hal asked, pointing to the front of the cell. "Hal," Abigail said in his ear, "if Queen Bee comes back, I'm just planning ahead. It would be nice to know that we can get out if we need to." Robbie agreed. Looking very strange with his thin legs and muscular, shaggy upper body and his smart clothes paused in mid-alteration, he padded across to the bars. His head looked oversized from the back, and Hal had to stifle a laugh. Gripping the bars, Robbie put all his strength into bending them. He was shaking with the effort, and stifling natural grunts and exclamations probably made it that much more difficult. The bars refused to bend. "I just need to be a tiny bit bigger," he whispered hoarsely, his face going red as his neck bulged and strained against the unrelenting iron collar. Abigail buzzed up onto his shoulder and said something in his ear. Hal guessed it was something like, "Okay, that's enough. Stop now," because he let go of the bars and flexed his fingers. Hal peered along the corridor to the office. Scarecrow's feet were still on the desk. It was impossible to tell if he and Dung Beetle were dozing, talking softly, or playing chess. The heavy front door flew open at that moment, and Hammerman stood framed in the doorway. He moved aside so Queen Bee could enter. Robbie staggered back from the bars, shifting down as he did so. Trying to look innocent, Hal retreated to his bunk as Abigail tore across the floor, out between the bars, and buzzed back to her cell. Robbie threw himself onto his own bunk, and even though he was already back to normal human size, pulled the thin sheet over his body as if pretending he was asleep. Heavy footfalls sounded, and Hal looked up as Queen Bee came into view. Carrying a spear, she marched straight past his cell and down the corridor. Behind her, Hammerman stomped noisily, his chains jangling. And it was then Hal realized a third person had joined them. That third person was a prisoner, yanked along on the end of Hammerman's chain, a familiar iron collar around his throat. It was Ryan. Chapter 16. The Stinging. Hal and Robbie leapt from their bunks and pressed themselves to the bars once more. Queen Bee, with a spear in one hand, had marched all the way down to the end of the corridor and stopped outside the cell that held Miss Simone, Molly, and Dr. Kessler. She seemed pleased with herself. Behind her, Hammerman held Ryan in check on the end of a chain, an unnervingly familiar sight, Hal realized, just like back on the streets of the deserted, virus-stricken city in Old Earth. Scarecrow and Dung Beetle, grinning at each other, emerged from their office and joined the group. "Look who we found out in the woods, trying unsuccessfully to lie low," Queen Bee said softly. "I'm going to enjoy this. Children, this won't be a pleasant sight, so I would advise you to huddle in the far corners of your cells and close your eyes." Rather than a frantic scuffle of feet, absolute silence greeted her. She shrugged. "Well, it's your choice." She turned back to Miss Simone's cell. "Simone, I honestly didn't want this. I thought you would have spilled the beans earlier. I made the mistake of assuming that the capture of 52 hostages was more than enough leverage. I was wrong. The village is being good, but you're not." She sighed. "So now I have to resort to torture. I'll make this perfectly simple. I'm going to sting Ryan with this poison-soaked spear over and over until Dr. Kessler here agrees to give me the shapeshifter program." "Me?" the doctor squawked. The Queen nodded. "Yes, you. Once you agree to talk, I'll stop stinging Ryan, and he'll take your place in the cell. You and I will then go to the laboratory, where you'll tell me and show me everything I need to know. And if you, at that point, decide to waste my time, I'll slit your throat, come back here, and start over with Simone." "You're evil," Molly snapped. If Hal could see her, he would expect to find her pressed to the bars with her hand to her veil. Her next words confirmed his mental image of her. "Touch that boy, and I'll turn you to stone." "Which is why I'm going to face the other way," Queen Bee said, and she slowly and deliberately turned her back. Hammerman did too, yanking on the chain, so that Ryan was forced to shift his position. With dirty blonde straight hair and a short but decidedly shaggy beard, Ryan stood tall and straight. Despite being no more than 17 or 18, he had a long shadow behind his eyes, the sort of look an old war hero might have. Thin but tough and wiry, he'd lived rough for more than half his life, first with his dad and then on his own. Endless days of hunting wild animals and avoiding Scrags had taken a toll, especially with the added pressure of maintaining his biosuit to protect himself against the virus. One day, he discovered that the yellow spores hardly affected him at all, as long as he was reasonably careful, and he'd discarded the suit altogether. He was a rarity, what jealous and pain-stricken Scrags called a weasel, for weaseling out of getting sick. "As saddened as I am to resort to this," Queen Bee said, reaching up to touch Ryan's face, "I'm going to enjoy it just a little bit, just because it's you, my young weasel friend." "Go ahead," he said. "It can't be worse than a sock full of spores." He had a history with Queen Bee. She'd captured him, and just out of jealousy and spite had forced his foot into a sock full of deadly yellow spores just to see what would happen. Even his immune system had been unable to deal with such extreme exposure. The pain had been terrible, and his foot had scarred just like the faces and bodies of the Scrags. Ryan had escaped later that night, but not before burning down the Queen's private trailer, a sweet act of revenge that had plagued him ever since. She raised the spear. It had a curiously curved tip, rather like an insect stinger, and was dipped in a black, tar-like substance laced with venom. "This only works if I scratch him," she said over her shoulder. "The venom is my own concoction, and it's not pleasant." Without warning, she jabbed Ryan with it. It caught him on the left shoulder, and judging by the way he jerked backward, she'd hit him pretty hard. He gasped and staggered, only to be pulled back again on Hammerman's chain. The cries and yells from the prisoners drowned out any words Ryan uttered. Queen Bee watched with cold eyes as he clutched his shoulder. Even from a distance, Hal saw his fingers coming away smeared with blood. "Look at me!" Molly screeched, presumably at Queen Bee. The Queen relaxed, lowering the spear. "I don't think so, Gorgon. I hope you're watching this, Dr. Kessler, because this boy's blood is on your hands. Watch what happens as the poison enters his bloodstream." Ryan was already grimacing in pain, his forehead beading with sweat, and his legs wobbling. His knees started to give out and, mercifully, Hammerman allowed him to collapse, giving him plenty of slack on the chain. Ryan's teeth were bared, his eyes screwed shut. He fell onto his side and groaned, curling up and putting his face to the hard floor as his left hand began to tremble violently. Queen Bee said, "Look, the muscles in his arm are contracting, going into spasms. This is common for snake bites, and my concoction has quite a bit more than just one type of venom in it. Doesn't it, boys?" Scarecrow and Dung Beetle nodded vigorously. "Yes, ma'am," Scarecrow said. "But you only use it on us when you absolutely have to." Laughing, she said, "Right. When one of my drones fails me or crosses the line, or when I meet a soldier who disrespects me, or when a handsome weasel like Ryan here escapes my clutches and burns my house down." She screeched the last words, suddenly losing her temper and kicking him viciously. The adults in the fifth cell began shouting again, telling her to stop, a mixture of fury and tearful pleading. Hal closed his eyes, shutting out the scene. Amid the noise, he thought he could hear Darcy yelling too, and Fenton in the next cell. Scarecrow and Dung Beetle were laughing. Hammerman was as passive as always, staring down at poor Ryan as he writhed on the floor. "We have to stop this," Hal hissed to Robbie. "You've got to get us out of here." "I can't," his white-faced friend said. "Not with this collar on." Hal's mind whirled. If not Robbie, then who? Abigail could shrink down small and grab the keys to open the other cells, but it would take too long. "Ready for another jab?" Queen Bee jeered from down the corridor. "No!" Miss Simone yelled. Judging by the sudden surge in frantic cries, she'd stuck him again. Hal cringed. How many jabs did a stinging normally take to kill? If only Thomas could change, he could shoot some quills from his tail and give the Scrags a manticore's dose of poison. Or Fenton could spit gluey water. Actually, he could probably do that anyway if he tried. "I might be able to bust open these bars," Robbie whispered. Hal spun around. As the yells and screams continued from the corridor, he saw Robbie over by the back wall, staring up at the tiny window over the toilet. "Seriously?" Hal said, unable to keep the doubt from his voice. "It's pretty small. We'd never squeeze through." "Sometimes walls are easy to pull apart," Robbie murmured. When he looked at Hal next, his eyes were shining. "I'm going to try. They're all distracted. They might be a while. I could break out and—" "They'll hear," Hal said miserably. "What will they do to Ryan if we upset her even more?" Robbie had no time to answer because Dr. Kessler's voice rose above the echoing din. All right. I'll tell you everything. Stop this insanity." "Don't do it," Miss Simone snapped. "I hate what's happening, but—" "She's won this battle," Dr. Kessler sobbed. "Let's end this now and fight another day." Hal rushed back to the bars. Queen Bee was grinning broadly, though still facing away from the cell to avoid Molly's death gaze. "Wonderful! Now ask the Gorgon to stand down and put her veil back on. We don't want things getting even more ugly, do we?" She threw her spear aside and held out her hand for another. Scarecrow rushed forward with one, and she aimed it at Ryan's face as he lay squirming on the floor. "This is a fresh spear with fresh poison," she said. "I've known strong men to last against 7 stings, but most don't make it past 4. I figure Ryan has had 1.5 stings so far, a fresh one, then a not-so-fresh one. One more in the face from this spear might not kill him, but it'll sure hurt, not to mention swell up his pretty, unscarred weasel face." "You're a monster," Molly growled. "You're one to talk," Queen Bee purred. "Snakes for hair, a gaze that turns people to stone, and you think I'm a monster?" The bickering went on, but to Hal's ears it started to blur into one incessant drone, the drone of the swarm as the Queen succeeded in getting what she had come here for. He heard a key rattling in a lock, a door squeaking open, Ryan's grunts and moans as he was dragged and thrown into the cell, Dr. Kessler's whimpers as she was pulled free, and the door shutting again with a clang. Heavy footsteps sounded. Queen Bee stalked past empty-handed, Dung Beetle following behind with the used spears, then Scarecrow and Hammerman bringing up the rear with Dr. Kessler gripped in his arm. Her face was wet with tears, and she stumbled weakly, all her energy sapped by the stress and fright of the past few minutes. She was mumbling something as she went, but she kept her eyes on the floor, her face white. When Queen Bee, Hammerman, and Dr. Kessler had left the building, Scarecrow and Dung Beetle returned to their office. They seemed too excited to laze around, though, and they loitered in the doorway, talking in low voices, grins on their faces, no doubt discussing what shapeshifters they wanted to be in their next lives. Simmering with anger, Hal stared at Robbie, and Robbie stared back. They could hear sobs from the middle cell, and Molly's incessant cursing from the end. Miss Simone was strangely quiet, perhaps slumped in defeat. Hal listened as voices floated out of the cells and along the corridor. "Poor Dr. Kessler," Darcy said. She sniffed loudly. "It wasn't her fault." "No, it wasn't," Miss Simone said, finally breaking her silence. "She saved Ryan's life by speaking up, and perhaps she saved the lives of the hostages." "Assuming that witch keeps her word and releases them unharmed," Molly said in a strangled voice. "Yes, assuming she does. But whether she does or not, we now have a much bigger problem." She lowered her voice, and Hal had to strain to hear her. "Those people cannot get hold of the shapeshifter program. It's not too late, my friends. We must break out of here. We have no choice now but to go after them, stop them before Dr. Kessler tells them anything, or at worst, before Queen Bee escapes from this place." "There's no time," Bose said, sounding irritated and not bothering to keep his voice down. "We have no way of getting out of here. None of us can transform." He was interrupted by a soft clang of metal on the stone floor. Then Abigail came buzzing out of her cell and down the corridor, giving Hal a wink as she flew by. Moving fast, she headed for the hooks that held the keys. Everyone had fallen silent, watching her anxiously as she struggled with the weight of a key. The two Scrag guards hadn't seen her yet, though it was a matter of seconds. Dung Beetle continued talking, a big grin on his face, while Scarecrow glanced around and upward as though bothered by the noise of a bug. Abigail worked the key off the hook and darted away, dropping low with the effort, then rising again. Her high-pitched buzzing finally caused the guards to break off from their conversation and turn about. Scarecrow spotted her escaping with a key, and his eyes widened. "What? Hey!" Abigail abandoned her stealth mode and grew fast. Suddenly the key was tiny, gripped between her normal-sized fingers. "You can't do that!" Scarecrow yelled, tearing after her. "You're the Snake Girl!" As Abigail flew by Hal's cell, she grinned at him and said, "How about blowing the guards a kiss?" It took a moment for Hal to understand her, but when he did, he pushed his face up to the bars, paused to gather his magic, and blew a long blast of flame out into the corridor, right in front of Scarecrow. He skidded and yelped, coming to a sudden halt. Dung Beetle, right behind, nearly collided with him. Hal blew again and again, keeping them both at bay, while Abigail shot down to the other end of the corridor and fiddled with the lock of the fifth cell. As Hal blew fire again, he became aware of a tinkle of glass behind him, then Robbie grunting and growling as he strained at the small window bars. They came loose almost immediately, and Robbie let out a cry of triumph as bits of rock rained down from around the frame. Scarecrow and Dung Beetle hung back, afraid of the fire. Hal paused for breath, watching them with a fierce stare. Abruptly, Scarecrow turned and ran back to the lobby, leaving Dung Beetle shuffling from foot to foot. "When I get out of here," Hal told him quietly, "I'm going to roast you. Your skin will turn black and bubble up, your eyes will bug out and start smoking." Hal would have continued like that a while longer, only Scarecrow returned and lobbed a spear at him. It came clattering through the bars and would have struck him dead center of the chest if the angle had been in the Scrag's favor. Instead, it bounced off metal and fell to the floor of the corridor. Scarecrow had two spears, though. He raised the other, a manic grin on his face, and Hal backed up. Then a piercing whistle filled the air. Both Scrags looked. Scarecrow hurriedly spun around and fled. Dung Beetle wasn't so fast. He froze, and a creeping grayness spread from his face down through his body, even over his clothes. Skin, flesh, hair, and material hardened into stone as Hal stood there gaping. He shut his eyes tight at that point, knowing Molly's gaze might catch him if he wasn't careful. Behind him, more chunks of stone wall crashed down as Robbie worked at widening the window. "He's grabbing the rest of the keys," Fenton shouted. Hal opened his eyes again. Scarecrow was scooping all the keys off the hooks. Hal watched helplessly as the Scrag dashed for the exit, stuffing the keys in his pocket as he went. A second later, Abigail buzzed after him. "Abby, no!" Hal shouted. She faltered and swung around, frowning. "He's dangerous," Hal added. "Let him go. Just help us get out of here." "Without keys?" she demanded. Molly had appeared during this exchange, her veil safely in place. "I'll go after him. We need those keys." "I'm coming with you," Miss Simone said, striding past. "Ryan's in a bad way, and there's nothing I can do for him here. You go after the keys, Molly. I'll fetch a doctor and alert Lieutenant Briscoe of what's happening." Hal watched the two women storm out the door. Molly would never catch up to the fast-moving Scrag, and Scarecrow wouldn't be stupid enough to turn around and be turned to stone when she whistled to get his attention. As for Miss Simone, even if she ran at top speed, it would be at least 20 or 30 minutes before a doctor arrived. A cry of triumph from behind him caught his attention. Robbie, his thick, ogreish neck straining at the iron collar and his shaggy arms bulging with effort, had torn another chunk of wall away, widening the window a little more. Now it might be big enough to squeeze through. Hal spun back to Abigail. "Go to the village, find that goblin, the one who can pick locks. We'll need him if Molly can't catch Scarecrow. We'll meet you halfway, okay?" Her face brightened. "Ooh, you can be quite smart sometimes." She blew him a kiss and buzzed away. When he turned back to the window, Robbie, having reverted to his usual thin frame, was already struggling to pull himself through. It was a tight squeeze. He had to turn his head sideways, but the opening was just about wide enough for his shoulders. His half-ogre efforts had done the job. Hal gave his friend's feet a shove, and the boy wriggled partway through, then stopped. "Hold on!" he gasped. "Vines!" Because he was halfway through the window, blocking the entire opening, Hal couldn't see what his friend was doing. He waited impatiently, hearing curses and grunts and odd snapping sounds. Suddenly, Robbie was on the move again, and his feet disappeared. Half a second later came a yell. "I'm out!" "I see that," Hal muttered, reaching for the window. It was hard work pulling himself up without someone to shove from behind, but it was easier once he got his elbows onto the sill. Robbie had torn a hole through the ivy and pushed aside the creepy white tendrils. When Hal grabbed one accidentally, it felt strangely warm, and it thrummed with alarm at his touch. In that moment, he had the distinct impression that time slowed, that he remained that way, half through the window for a good few minutes, when in reality it was probably seconds. He tumbled outside, landing in a heap on a tangle of weeds. The woods pressed in all around, leaving almost no room to stand. It was clear nobody had ventured around to the back of the building for many, many years, perhaps decades. With the canopy of trees overhanging the moss-covered prison wall, it was no wonder the place had been almost impossible to see from the sky, and why Miss Simone had never been back here to study the tentacle monster. Rolling out from under a low-hanging branch, Hal clambered to his feet and faced his grinning friend. "Nice work. What about the others?" Robbie frowned. "Come again? Think you can let the others out the same way? Make more holes in windows?" Robbie shook his head and rubbed at his neck. "I was at my limits. Any bigger, and I would have strangled myself. I think we should come back for them when we get these collars off." Hal nodded. "Let's go, then." Robbie had been about to turn left, which might have been the shorter route around the side of the prison to the front, but Hal had an urge to turn right. He ducked under branches and squeezed through tangled bushes and curtains of ivy, following the milky white vines that stood out in the gloom. "Hal?" his friend said. "Where are you going?" "This way." Behind him, Robbie clicked his tongue. "Great. Why go the short route when you can find a much longer way around? Hal followed the prison wall as best he could, veering in and out of dense foliage. Eventually he found what he was looking for, and he sucked in a breath and stood there with his mouth hanging open. Robbie joined him. "That's insane," he muttered. Slick white vines, tentacles, Hal reminded himself, had found their way into the building from this exact spot. It had probably started as simple damp rot, leading to a crumbling section of wall and an ever-increasing gap that was now several feet wide. The entire gap was jammed with tentacles and ivy. It wasn't clear if the tentacles had led the way and formed a framework for the ivy to cling to, or the other way around. But they'd invaded the building together, a unique example of an animal and plant in cahoots, insidiously working their way inside to explore the corridors and cells. It was where the tentacles came from that interested Hal. They were as thick as his arm. Maybe they'd started out as thin shoots, but now they were huge. He counted a few dozen of them, clustered together and emerging as one from the ground. Squished together as they were, they looked rather like an ornate stone column growing organically like a tree. Rather than grow straight and tall, though, the column bent sharply and angled into the prison. "What is it?" Robbie wondered aloud. "I don't know," Hal said. Certain they couldn't hurt him, he reached out to touch the tentacles, marveling at their warmth and the way they flinched and shuddered under his fingers. He stayed that way for what seemed a very long time, staring in fascination, only vaguely hearing Robbie's distant voice. Chapter 17. Escape. Standing there in the silent, dense, gloomy woods at the backside of the prison, lightly touching one of the many glistening white tentacles, Hal knew he'd lost all sense of time and had already wasted an hour or so. It didn't matter that Robbie stood next to him shouting something in his ear. The exact words weren't clear over the odd rushing sound in his head. It was all far too late now anyway. Scarecrow had probably given Molly the slip, so the keys to the cells were long gone. Abigail would have returned with the master locksmith goblin and found Hal and Robbie missing, and the goblin would have set to work picking the locks of the cells to let the prisoners out. Meanwhile, Miss Simone had most likely enlisted the aid of Lieutenant Briscoe and fetched a doctor for Ryan. Everything had been taken care of while Hal stood idle. He gripped the tentacle as a sense of hopelessness filled him. The urgency he'd felt earlier had seeped away. There was almost no point in hurrying now. The swarm was long gone, and so were his friends, all except Robbie, who was saying the same thing over and over, probably reminding Hal how much time he'd wasted standing around doing nothing. He was right, too. Queen Bee still had to be stopped. She'd probably interrogated Dr. Kessler already and got the shapeshifter program out of her. Heck, the Scrags were probably on their way back to their lair by now. He should be flying after them. Hal groaned in despair. Why was he still standing here? He forced himself to pull his hand away from the tentacle. Even that small act took several minutes. He just couldn't seem to let go, and it took all his will to stumble backward. When he did so, he blinked awake, and the oddly soothing rushing sound that had filled his ears cut off. Suddenly, clear-headed, he swung around to Robbie with mounting horror. "Why didn't you pull me away? Oh man, what a waste of time. Come on, we've got to hurry." Yeah," Robbie said, following behind as Hal forged his way through the woods. "That's what I said." After a lot of stamping and thrashing and getting their clothes caught on thorns, the boys finally made their way around to the front of the prison, where they burst into the clearing. Hal started along the trail to the village, but Robbie climbed the stone steps and rushed inside the open doors of the prison. Hal faltered. "Wait, where are you?" But Robbie was already out of sight. Grumbling, Hal followed him in. What was the point of this? Surely everyone was long gone by now. He caught up to his friend in the corridor. They hurried past the first cell to the second. There, they found Fenton and Thomas gripping the bars, staring out at them with dreamy looks on their faces. Hal gaped. "They're still here?" In the third cell, Bo and Dewey waited with equally blank faces. Darcy was next, sitting alone on her bunk with her head in her hands, her blonde hair hanging over her face. The fifth cell was open. Sucking in a breath, Hal rushed inside. "Ryan's still here, too." "Of course he is," Robbie retorted. Hal shook his head. "So Abigail hasn't made it back here yet?" "I doubt it. She's only been gone a few minutes. Come on, let's get Emily out of her room. Then we can go meet Abby and the locksmith." Robbie took off around the corner. Dazed, Hal followed him. When they yanked open the door to solitary confinement, their dark-haired friend was sound asleep on the floor, white tendrils creeping around her feet, not quite touching, but coming close. Hal stamped on one, and it set the whole room alive in a thrashing, writhing frenzy. He knelt, sat Emily up, and gently patted her face. Em, wake up. Come on, let's get you out of here." She was so groggy that he and Robbie had to drag her out. Once outside, they set her down on the stone steps and told her they were going to get help. She muttered something and nodded, and they headed off. "They all look so lost," Hal said, unable to contain a wave of sadness. "It's like they went back into a dream world again the second everything got quiet." Robbie snorted. "You went off into La La Land yourself when you touched that monster out back." "I know I did," Hal said, breaking into a run. "Why didn't you wake me? All you had to do was pull me away. I know I shouldn't have touched it, but why didn't you do something?" Behind him, Robbie was silent for a moment as they jogged. Then, between pants, he said, "How long do you think you were standing there?" This gave Hal pause for thought. Logically, the tentacles had warped his mind somewhat. He tried to take that into account. It felt like an hour or more, so I guess, 10 minutes? 15? Robbie barked a laugh. "Wow, you were really suckered. No pun intended." "Huh?" "Well, tentacles usually have suckers on them, don't they? So you were suckered, see? You know, like..." "Stop going on about suckers. How long was I standing there holding on to that thing?" "Not long at all. You touched it, and I said, 'Hey, don't do that.' And you let go again. So about 3 seconds tops." Hal skidded to a stop and swung around. "What, are you kidding?" Robbie shook his head and hurried on past. "Come on, doofus. We have to get these collars off. Didn't you say we'd meet Abigail halfway?" Hal felt like he was in a dream world again, only this one was a world of disbelief. 3 seconds? It just didn't seem possible. Robbie had been saying something over and over the entire time, and Hal recalled lengthy, conscious thoughts. 3 seconds? No way. In a daze, he followed Robbie through the woods to the village. Abigail was nowhere to be seen, which again didn't jive with his perceived lapse of time. She should be here by now. Shaking his head, he allowed Robbie to lead the way through the streets. Adding to his confusion, villagers went about their business in largely normal fashion. They stopped to watch as he and Robbie ran by. Some of them looked annoyed, others worried. When Robbie shouldered roughly through a crowd, a man swung around to grab him, but Robbie was already long gone, so he grabbed Hal instead. He was a big man with a round face and a mop of curly red hair. "Hey, what are you doing running around like this?" He leaned in closer, dragging Hal off his feet. "Do you want the Scrags to see you? Get off the streets. If that Queen woman finds out—" "There's no time for this," Hal said, struggling to get free and failing. "She's got what she wants. We need to get after her before it's too late." "Eh?" Hal twisted and yanked and finally wrenched himself free. He stumbled back, then found his feet and tore off after Robbie, who was already disappearing around the corner. He was just beginning to fear running down the wrong street and missing Abigail altogether when, almost like magic, she appeared before him. They'd met halfway just as planned. Or if not halfway, then close enough. The grumpy goblin was with her, traipsing along behind as she urged him along. "Abby!" Robbie shouted, reaching her first. She spotted him and grinned, then stood aside for the goblin to get started on his first collar of the day. The locksmith had a metal toolbox, which he dumped on the dusty ground and opened right there in the middle of the street. He rummaged through and came up with his favorite tool, something with 2 long prongs. Without pause, he yanked Robbie closer and started poking at the lock. Abigail threw herself on Hal. They hugged, and for a moment, everything was right with the world. Then the gathering crowd of villagers started to make some noise. "What's going on?" a middle-aged, beak-nosed woman demanded. "Are you trying to get hostages killed?" "Things have changed," Hal started to explain. A plump young baker who worked at Mrs. Morrison's pie shop wrung his hands and glanced about. "If Queen Bee finds out you've escaped—" "It's all different now," Abigail said. "Haven't you heard? Queen Bee's got what she wants. She's already gone, and we need to stop her. She's at the lab right now torturing Dr. Kessler. We have to round up all the Scrags." "We don't take orders from a little girl," a bearded man retorted. "Just because you're one of them fancy shapeshifters don't mean nothing to me." "But Miss Simone is talking to the soldiers right now," she protested. "She's bringing them back in to help us fight. It's time to—" A woman spat on the ground. "Then our families are already dead thanks to you and your type." Her comment sent a ripple of fear and anger through the crowd, and voices began to rise again. "Scrags coming," someone whispered. Instantly, the crowd drew in close, trying to shield the shapeshifters from sight. One group surrounded Hal and Abigail, another encircled Robbie and the goblin, and everyone struck up animated conversation as though it were an ordinary day in Carter. Hal allowed the subterfuge to continue for half a minute, then caught Abigail's eye and said, "This is nuts. We need to be rounding up the Scrags, not hiding from them." She nodded. Sprouting her wings, she buzzed straight up into the air and began yelling, "Cooey! Oh, Scrags!" With a collective gasp, the crowd hushed. Hal could barely see the Scrags through the wall of villagers in front of him. He jostled his way through. A group of 7 stood there, led by a man with the curliest black hair Hal had ever seen and wearing a tattered suit over a stained white shirt. There were 3 men, 3 women, and a boy of about Hal's age. All carried spears, though it wasn't the weapons that kept the villagers at bay, but an abject fear for the safety of the hostages. The Scrags knew it too, and it emboldened them. "The Queen's going to be mad when she finds out you're loose," the curly-headed one told Abigail. She folded her arms in mid-flight. "Go ahead and tattle." "Look," another said, nudging his colleague and pointing at Hal. The curly-haired Scrag dug into his suit pocket and pulled out a walkie-talkie. "Suitman to Queen Bee. Got ourselves some wandering shifters out here on the streets. Reckon that's worth a dead hostage or 2? The villagers sucked in a collective breath. A moment later, the squawking, tinny voice of Queen Bee came back. "Didn't you get the message, you idiots? Get to the lab. We're leaving soon." A silence fell over the street. The Scrags looked confused, and they began to look around as if seeking a fast escape. The villagers started murmuring. Abruptly, Robbie rose out of the crowd in ogre form and flung his unlocked collar aside. Men and women scurried out of his way as he took a few giant steps to reach the small band of Scrags. They cowered under him, raising their spears. With a triumphant bellow, Robbie reached down and grabbed 2 of the men, lifting them high off the ground so they dangled above the crowd. The rest of the Scrags, a man, 3 women, and a boy, immediately started jabbing at him with black-tipped spears. The crowd fell back, leery of the poison. "Get this thing off!" Hal shouted to the locksmith goblin, who was watching the confrontation with interest. He hurried over to work on Hal's collar. It took all Hal's patience to stand absolutely still. All around him, people backed off as the 15-foot ogre grabbed Scrags left and right. Robbie knocked a couple of heads together, and two of the scarred men groaned and went limp. The Scrag boy ran off. Meanwhile, Abigail buzzed about excitedly, looking like she wanted to join in, but not knowing quite how to help. Hal's lock sprang open with an audible click. The collar fell off and made a dull clang as it landed in the dirt. He grinned at the locksmith. "You're a genius. Thanks." "Well," the goblin started, "but now you need to get to the prison in the woods and release the others. Miss Simone's orders," he added. The goblin scowled. "That old place? It's a bit of a walk." Hal felt like his head was going to burst. Here he was arguing with a goblin when all around him another furious mob was forming. He shouted to Abigail, "I'm out of here! I'm going to the lab!" "Go!" she yelled back. He transformed, and his sudden increased size pushed dozens of people backward so they toppled over one another. The locksmith goblin grunted with annoyance as he flew backward, his toolbox tipping over. Careful not to hurt anybody further, Hal began beating his wings. It was like extracting himself from a litter of delicate kittens and trying not to step on any of them. He beat faster, rising up as he did so, and then pushed himself into the air. Relief flooded through him as he left the crowd behind. He glanced down to find Abigail buzzing around, waving her hands about, and some of the villagers coming forward to help secure the Scrags. It wouldn't be long before she convinced everyone the swarm's welcome had officially been retracted. Free at last, Hal enjoyed a few minutes of soaring flight before he came upon the laboratory building nestled in the trees at the edge of the village. He wasted no time and thumped down outside the front entrance. Not quite knowing what he planned to do, he reverted to human form and dashed inside. He wasn't a match for Queen Bee. She was lithe and strong, an experienced and deadly fighter, while he was a mere schoolboy. He did, however, have fiery breath, but how much use would that be if the Queen used Dr. Kessler as a shield against him? The lab was in disarray. Shouts and cheers came from one of the rooms along the corridor. Hal knew which one. It was where he'd been purged of his werewolf blood and reborn as a new dragon. It was where the shapeshifter program took its most tangible form, where a rack of vials filled with blood stood against a wall waiting to be infused into the bloodstream of a human patient. Or a Scrag. If nothing else, Hal decided he had to destroy that blood. Queen Bee would find blood of her own eventually, but destroying Miss Simone's collection now would be a serious inconvenience to the swarm. Scrags filled the corridor. They had started up their trademark chanting, that continuous droning hum, and the noise was deafening in the confined space. Men, women, and a few youngsters were jostling to see into the room on the left, from which came Dr. Kessler's sobbing and Queen Bee's raucous laughter. Hal felt a great weight descend on him. He was too late. Dr. Kessler had blabbed. He couldn't blame her at all, but still... The Queen had gotten her way at last. And where was Miss Simone? Probably organizing a doctor for Ryan and trying to get in touch with Lieutenant Briscoe. She might be ages yet. She should have delegated those tasks to someone else. She should be here. A Scrag spotted him and broke off his chanting with a gasp. Heads swiveled, and the droning faltered. Hal stood his ground, knowing that he could transform at any moment. He needed to get close to the Queen, though he wasn't yet sure what he was prepared to do to her. There was no simple answer. Scrags rushed him, and he transformed. It was a messy business shifting within a confined corridor, and he felt a moment of pain as he pressed up against the walls and ceiling. For a split second he thought the walls would crush him, but then structural supports gave out, and the walls broke apart. The rafters over his head splintered and bowed upward, and debris rained down on the Scrags. His wings were still hemmed in, but at least he had fully transformed. Now nobody could harm him. He swung his head from side to side, knocking against the walls and causing them to crack and bulge outward. He felt like he was stuck inside a tube. Luckily, it was mostly wood and breakable. When he took a few steps forward, he had to dig his claws into the floorboards and drag himself along. He tried not to thrash his tail, but it was inevitable with all the struggling he was doing, and things ended up getting smashed back there. The swarm had retreated farther into the laboratory, unable to get around him, and certainly in no position to do him any harm. He was sorely tempted to breathe fire. He knew he could burn them all and put an end to them right here and now, and his inner dragon urged him to do so. But he refrained and swallowed his fire before it could belch from his throat. Queen Bee hadn't emerged from the room on the left. Though the ceiling was busted open in places over the length of his body, he found it easier to dig his teeth into the doorframe and shake his head from side to side, tearing the frame and wall apart to create a larger opening. Then he rammed his jaws inside and wiggled some more, further enlarging the hole. His target was there, standing behind two others. Hammerman was one of them. The other was a heavily perspiring scarecrow who must have run straight from the prison to the laboratory, probably arriving minutes earlier. They held Dr. Kessler between them, and each had a spear to her throat. "Now what are you going to do?" Queen Bee screamed, her face lit up with a manic grin. "Go ahead, burn us!" Unlike her, Hammerman and Scarecrow seemed to recognize the gravity of their predicament and looked from side to side as though seeking a way out. Dr. Kessler looked broken, sagging under their grip, her cheeks wet. She didn't look like she cared what happened to her. A piercing shriek came from far away, perhaps outside. Hal cocked his head. The noise was familiar. "Hear that?" the Queen gloated, laughing. "That's the sound of my freedom." Rocs. They were here already. That meant Queen Bee had called them before she'd brought Ryan to the prison. She'd known Dr. Kessler would break. Hal threw his head upward and crashed it against the ceiling. It hurt, and he shook himself as Queen Bee laughed hysterically at him. He tried again, only this time flattening his wings and pressing up with his shoulders and back. Wood splintered and cracked. He pushed harder, jerking up and down until the roof broke open and he was able to squeeze his head out through the gap. Once he got his front paws on the opening, it was much easier to claw chunks off and widen the gap. He reared up, his upper body poking out of the roof of the laboratory building. Aware that he was now vulnerable down below, he glanced around quickly, eager to get back inside. A fleet of Rocs filled the sky, 17 of them, according to Hal's quick count, flying low, no more than a few minutes away. Hal ducked back down inside the building. He couldn't kill anybody. It just wasn't in him. But he could certainly smash a rack full of glass vials and delay the Queen's shape-shifting plans for a while. Only the rack wasn't there. He stared in disbelief at the blank space on the wall. He'd been so focused on the Scrags and Dr. Kessler that he hadn't noticed the absence of the rack of shelving. The Queen laughed at him again. "Ah, the penny drops," she said, only just audible over the magnified screeching outside. "Yes, the blood is long gone, my young dragon friend. Probably halfway home by now." Dr. Kessler raised her head and said, "Don't listen to her. They only took it a few minutes ago, just before you—" Hammerman battered her hard across the side of her head, and she went limp. Now she was even harder to hold upright, and Scarecrow struggled with her weight, though the large, bald-headed brute hardly seemed to notice the difference. A scowl flickered across Queen Bee's face, and she glared at the back of Dr. Kessler's head. Then she looked defiantly at Hal again. "So what's it going to be, Dragon Boy? Burn us all where we stand, the good doctor included? Go after the blood and destroy it? Fight the Rocs? She grinned. Or all of the above. Chapter 18. Rocs. Queen Bee's challenge infuriated Hal. He tried to separate Dr. Kessler from Hammerman and Scarecrow by inserting his front paw between them, but they immediately tightened their grip on her, knowing she meant the difference between life and death. She squirmed, her sweat-covered face contorting into a grimace, but Hammerman was like a block of stone, immovable and determined, his arm around her throat, while Scarecrow clutched one of her wrists and cowered behind. And Queen Bee, as small as she was, stayed low in the background, her grinning face bobbing up and down as the tight group moved in formation. It was all or nothing with dragons. Since Hal couldn't easily deal with the Scrags without catching Dr. Kessler in the crossfire, he huffed an irritated snort and decided to come back for them later. Maybe they'd leave her behind once they had a clear escape route. Clawing his way out of the hole in the ceiling, he scrambled up onto a weathered clay tile roof and balanced on groaning rafters, feeling the whole structure bend under his weight. He launched from there, throwing himself skyward and rising fast. The Rocs were enormous and coming right at him, or at least it seemed that way. They screeched often as though excited at the prospect of landing, or perhaps feeding on people. Hal headed toward them. The laboratory was more than just one building. It stood on an incline in the woods, linked to various smaller buildings by way of rickety wooden passages, some of them short, others long and rambling. All the Scrags had gathered in a treeless triangular area between two of these corridors. It was a good spot for 3 or 4 Rocs to land, but the rest of the fleet would be coming down on structures and flattening them. Hal landed first. He took great pleasure in scattering the Scrags in all directions so that they left only a pile of sacks and maybe 6 wooden crates, no doubt filled with plundered goods. More importantly, a mobile rack of wooden shelving lay on its back in the grass, its shelves empty. Rather needlessly, Hal stomped on that rack and demolished it, then turned to study the crates. The blood samples had to be in one of those. He gave a roar and began jumping on them in an effort to obliterate whatever was inside. Scrags yelled at him from what they considered a safe distance. Many had climbed onto the roofs of the wooden corridors that stretched from building to building, and they jumped up and down, hollering at him in anger. Hal ignored all the noise and concentrated on the total destruction of their plunder. A huge shadow spread around him. He was only halfway through his work when a rock thudded down on his back. He was shocked by its weight and size. He suddenly felt very small as the rock's talons dug in and a massive beak tore into his neck. He twisted around and snapped at the monster bird, savaging its dull white chest until a red stain spread through its feathers. The bird screeched in anger and pain. Thrashing his way loose, Hal just had time to rear up before another landed on him with talons outstretched. He tumbled backward, the bird's enormous wings flapping as he tried to roll and dislodge it. He'd fought Rocs before, and he'd handled himself pretty well for a junior half-sized dragon. Now he was bigger and stronger, but heavily outnumbered. As more thumped down, he realized he was going to be torn apart by these giants. He tried breathing fire. 2 birds squawked and screeched and scrambled away with feathers blackened and smoking, but he was quickly overrun by the things as they piled on top of him, pecking and clawing. Had a dragon ever been taken down by a flock of giant birds before? He had a tough hide, and they were finding it hard to dig through his scales, but they were getting there. He winced as powerful beaks and talons worked their way into his flesh, and suddenly he knew he was no match for them, at least not while lying on his back, pressed into the ground by their combined weight, his underbelly exposed. Even frantic blasts of fire in their faces only caused them to flinch and squirm. He was hurting them, but they weren't shifting. The whole time he fought, he saw Scrags out of the corner of his eye, laughing and pointing as he floundered and took a beating. He did the only thing he could and reverted to human form. He made the change as quickly as possible, and as the birds staggered in surprise, he rolled and darted between the nearest tree trunk legs. The Rocs were clearly confused at the sudden disappearance of their prey, and their angry squawks cut off for a few seconds, turning almost to bewildered chirps. By the time they recovered from their surprise, Hal had scooted his way under the bellies of 3 Rocs. Their constantly shifting feet could crush him at any moment. With a flock of 17 birds jostling to get at the dragon, the ones at the back hadn't got the message about his disappearance yet, and they surged forward, eager for a piece of his hide. It was just a few seconds of confusion, but it was a dangerous moment, and Hal was in panic mode as he rolled sideways and back again to avoid a stampede of vicious talons. He transformed again, thrusting himself upward and shoving a few Rocs off balance. They tumbled with wings flapping as Hal beat his own wings to get clear. The birds nipped at his feet as he rose, and he blasted fire at them. Then he was away. Surprisingly, the winged giants didn't follow. They clustered together and squawked incessantly as though the triangular patch of grass was a prime spot for nesting. The rest stomped about on top of the rickety outdoor corridors that bordered the clearing. The flimsy wood structures were already collapsing under the weight of the monstrous birds. The Scrags, who had climbed onto these same flat roofs earlier, moved to a safer distance. Hal circled around above, his eyes on a single crate that somehow remained intact. He needed to crush that box and the vials of blood that could be therein. To his delight, the Rocs did it for him. They squabbled so much that they stamped on the crate several times over the next few seconds, and the contents spilled out. He couldn't make out what those contents were, though. He saw only huge, flapping wings. Then he nearly fell out of the sky in surprise. A long-haired man was perched on the back of a rock. He must have been there all along. He was scrawny, with filthy clothes and bare feet, but he had no scars. Instead, his face was white and clear. Either he was immune the way Ryan was, one of the very rare weasels, as Queen Bee called them, or he was a native of New Earth. He was riding his rock as though it were a frightened horse, shouting to be heard over the screeching din. He soon gave up and produced a rounded, carved lump of wood that looked like a conch shell and fit neatly between his palms. He blew into it as he bucked up and down, and a fluty warble sounded. His fingers moved, and the sound rose in pitch. One by one, the Rocs ceased their noise. Every last one of them froze, their heads tilted toward the rider. A hush fell. Now the Birdman was the center of attention, and even his own rock twisted its head around to look at him with round, staring eyes. Hal took all this in as he flew past once more. He remembered how Fenton had emitted a low crooning noise to soothe a giant lizard back on the mountain of whispers. Now it seemed this long-haired man was calming the Rocs, allowing Scrags to creep closer. Hal came around again, trying to get a good look at the broken crates and their spilled contents while the birds were calm and still. He hoped the blood samples were smashed and seeping into the grass. There was no way to tell, though, and he had to be sure. Swooping around and coming in low, he interrupted the Roc's quiet moment with a savage bellow and a blast of fire. The bellow was a warning. Rocs glanced up just in time to see his long, downward-sweeping, fiery jet before it reached them. It blackened a long trail of grass and set sacks and crates alight. The Rocs only just had time to screech and jump clear before huge flames leapt up. Some of the birds flew up and away, but most ended up flattening the wooden corridors and squeezing into the woods. Trees shook and shivered, and Scrags once again scattered and hid. Rather than fly on by, Hal slowed his approach and hovered over the clearing, beating his wings and sending fiery balls down onto the Scrags' plunder until the whole lot was black and smoking. When his breath ran out, he beat hard and ascended, pleased with his work. All the plunder was burning now, the rack of wooden shelving with it. Whatever the Scrags had stolen, and whichever crate or sack the blood samples had been transferred into, he was confident it was all gone now. Scrags peered up at him from various hidey holes. Hal flew away, perturbed by their odd silence. Instead of screaming angrily at him, they simply stood up and watched him leave. Meanwhile, the long-haired birdman continued blowing into his shell to calm the Rocs. A few giant birds had spooked and flown away earlier, but now they returned, shooting Hal a baleful glare as they glided by. Returning to the hole in the roof of the main laboratory building, Hal touched down as lightly as he could, aware of the groans and creaks coming from the overburdened rafters beneath the tiles. He peered down into the corridor, stretching his neck and pushing his head into the room. He sighed. No Queen Bee, no evil henchman, and no Dr. Kessler. Well, of course not, he thought miserably. He half flew and half hopped back to the rear of the building. If Queen Bee intended to fly out of here on a rock, he would stay close behind. And so he perched there, feeling a little like an oversized gargoyle, as he looked down on the grassy clearing crammed with enormous Rocs and a dozen or more Scrags. Stalemate again, he thought grimly, as Queen Bee emerged from a door below and peered up at him. She grinned and gestured for Hammerman to come on out, and when he did so, Dr. Kessler came with him, staggering as the man yanked her this way and that. Scarecrow hustled behind, sticking close. Both Scrags held knives to her throat. Hal watched closely, waiting for an opening. If the Queen strayed from the group, he could grab her and fly off. Or if Dr. Kessler was released even for a moment, he could rescue her instead. Or he could break the birdman's spell and spook the Rocs, make them fly away so the Scrags had no transport out of here. But no. Scratch that. He wanted the Scrags to fly away, to return to their lair so he could follow them. Spooking the birds would be counterproductive. Minutes ticked by as he deliberated over his options. Perhaps he was overthinking it all. If he just swooped down and attacked. After a quick conversation with one of her swarm, Queen Bee clambered onto the back of a rock, clinging to its long, dangling tail feathers. The bird hardly seemed to notice. Other Scrags followed her lead, jumping down from the rickety roofs and swarming onto other waiting birds, some leaping to grab the wingtips, others scaling the tree trunk legs and climbing like monkeys up the plumage. With a dozen or so Scrags and 17 Rocs, there were a few spare seats. Hammerman practically threw Dr. Kessler aboard and climbed up after her so he could sit behind and grip her in his powerful arms. Scarecrow, now released from guard duty, hopped up onto the neighboring bird. Hal waited and waited, his gaze flitting between Dr. Kessler and Queen Bee. What would Miss Simone tell him to do? What would any adult suggest? He might have the body of a grown-up dragon, but his mind was young, and he craved a simple instruction right now. He hated these dilemmas. What if he chose wrong? Hammerman might throw Dr. Kessler off in mid-flight just to spite him. She had to be the priority. As the Rocs puffed out their chests and ruffled their wings, Hal noticed that the birdman had stopped blowing into his wood-carved shell and was now talking to his bird, leaning forward and clinging to its neck, his arms buried deep in its fluffy feathers. The bird spread its wings and, rather abruptly and violently, launched with a volley of squawks. All the other Rocs immediately did the same thing, one after another, a whirlwind of loose, fluttering feathers. They were all leaving. They had no plunder, for it lay flattened and burnt in the grass, and they were leaving their calcified friends behind. Unless... Hal watched with amazement as the Rocs took off in the direction of Miss Simone's house. When all 17 were airborne and streaming in a line over the trees, Hal launched also, quickly catching them up so that he trailed behind as though he were part of the fleet. The Rocs descended one by one in front of Miss Simone's house, but they didn't land. Instead, they snatched up statues in their talons and quickly ascended. By the time Hal got there, only 5 stoning victims remained, one of them still lying face down with his separated arm nearby. Nice, Hal thought, reluctantly impressed with the Queen. She's grabbed most of her swarm, plus an important hostage, but she'd left 5 statues behind, or 6, including Dung Beetle back at the prison, and maybe a few live captives in the village. She doesn't have the blood, Hal thought, suddenly grinning to himself. He'd defeated her in that respect. She now possessed the secret of the shapeshifter program, but she had no way to implement it, at least not yet. It was an awe-inspiring sight, 17 giant white birds taking to the sky with tiny figures straddling their backs and stiff grey statues dangling below. But Hal didn't gaze with admiration for long. He picked up speed and tore after them, rising high and biding his time. The seed of a crazy plan began to form in his head. When the fleet of Rocs was high enough, he took a deep breath, swallowed his fear, and dive-bombed them. They squawked in alarm, and Scrags looked up and pointed. Queen Bee screamed something at him, but he couldn't make out her words. Hammerman drew his knife and held it at Dr. Kessler's throat, a clear warning for him to back off. The great thing about Rocs with passengers perched on top and delicate, breakable statues hanging below was that it impeded their maneuverability. They turned ponderously, carefully, trying not to upset their cargoes, until Hal became an immediate threat, at which point their own sense of self-preservation kicked in, and they twisted and swooped without a care. Scrags fell, statues plummeted. Rocs spread out in panic. Hal zeroed in on his target, uncaring of everything else. He descended the last few hundred yards and collided with one of the Rocs, seeing out of the corner of his eye the look of utter shock on Hammerman's face as he and Dr. Kessler tumbled loose. The Scrags rock righted itself quickly and screeched at Hal as it flapped away. He corrected his own course and circled back around, watching the 2 tiny wriggling figures fall, 3 counting the inert statue, which turned slowly end over end. Rocs filled the sky, their formation broken. At least 7 or 8 calcified Scrags were falling, blissfully unaware of their impending doom. Several more Scrags, wide awake and screaming, fell alongside. Tuning out everything but Dr. Kessler, Hal angled his wings and cut through the air toward her. He could do this. He'd done it before. The last time he'd dealt with Rocs, he'd gotten into a mid-air scrap and Blacknail's Cloud Drifter airship had broken in half, dumping Fenton and Dewey out. Hal had caught them both on their way down. Now it was Dr. Kessler's turn. He matched her descent, and seeing the ground rushing up to meet him, he shunted sideways and grabbed her with his dragon paws, a little more roughly than he would have liked. Her scream cut off, and he flew low over the treetops with his precious load. Hammerman plunged into the trees below. Shaking inside but feeling triumphant, Hal glided over the woods until he found an open field. Carter was some distance away, but Hal had no time to return the doctor to the village. He swooped down and landed in long grass near a thick, solitary oak. Once he'd stilled his wings, he was surrounded by the peace and quiet of the countryside. He gently deposited Dr. Kessler on the ground. She was unconscious. Reverting to his human form, he reeled with the sudden change. It took him a moment to get his balance, but when he did, he knelt to check on the woman. Her dark, curly hair was swept back off her forehead, her cheeks ashen. She had a tiny red line and a bead of blood on her throat where Hammerman had pressed his knife. Hal grimaced, his jaw tightening. He's gone, he thought. Hammerman's dead on the ground somewhere along with a bunch of others. Serves them right. But as much as he despised the swarm and everything they had done, the idea of so much death made him feel sick. What about Queen Bee? He wasn't certain about her. She might have fallen, but knowing her, she had clung on tighter than everybody else and screamed obscenities the whole time. Hal leaned down to Dr. Kessler. "It's me, Hal. Sorry about all that, but you're safe now. Well, safe-ish." She fluttered her eyelids and moaned. Hal looked around, wondering if there were manticores or other dangerous creatures around here. "I'll come back for you soon. First, I need to go after the Rocs, okay? I need to see where they're going. This might be my only chance to find the hostages." She opened her eyes and frowned. Blinking in the sunlight, she swallowed and nodded. "Go. I'll wait right here. My old heart can't take much more of this." She smiled weakly. "I'll be fine." Standing, Hal backed away from her. 10 seconds later, he was heading into the sky again. Chapter 19. Tailing the Scrags. The Rocs were already pinpricks on the horizon by the time Hal was back in the air. He tore after them, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. This was his last shot. If the Scrags faded from sight, the hostages might never be found alive. To his dismay, the Rocs abruptly split into 3 groups, one carrying on straight and the others peeling off left and right. Had the Scrags seen him and spooked, or was this a routine split? Which group was the Queen part of? She was the one to follow, the one most likely to lead him to the swarm's lair. The others were red herrings. Unless, of course, she knew he would think that and had sent one of the other 2 groups home instead. Or maybe none of them were going home. He counted the dark specks in each group. 6 to the left, 5 to the center, and 6 to the right. 17 in total. Not all of them carried statues, nor even riders, but it was hard to tell from here which did and didn't. New Earth's coast glittered on the horizon, and it was clear the group in the center was heading out to sea. Those on the left would be following the shoreline north. He chose to head south, a purely random pick. His target, 6 tiny specks, headed into the afternoon sun. He wondered idly how the birdman with his wood-carved shell controlled 3 separate groups of Rocs over great distances. It seemed impossible. Maybe he just needed to calm them long enough for the riders to climb aboard, and after that it was like the birds were tamed until the Scrags dismounted again. The Rocs descended about 30 minutes later, and Hal's heart leapt with excitement. The ocean glimmered far away. The Scrags had flown inland, and now they circled around the peak of a grassy hill with stands of trees across its slopes. 4 of the 6 Rocs had riders, and 3 had statues grasped in their talons. Hal could make out these details now because their slow descent had allowed him to catch up. Which also meant he was within sight if they glanced his way. Since a surprise approach was unlikely, he used speed instead. He hurtled toward the hill as the Rocs first deposited their statues and then thumped down on the grass. One of the birds spotted him and squawked in alarm. Then Scrags started shouting and pointing. Maybe they didn't know I was following them after all, Hal thought as he raced closer, scanning for Queen Bee. No sign of her. Just a bunch of unfamiliar Scrags' faces, except one, their leader. Scarecrow! Hal aimed for him as the Rocs screeched in panic and flapped their tired wings to lift off again. Scarecrow was yelling something, but nobody seemed to be doing anything other than trying to stay aboard their bucking rides. Hal bellowed and threw up his wings to slow his speed, then switched to hover mode right over Scarecrow's head. The man was yelling, cowering in the Rocs' feathers as if they might protect him. They didn't. Hal grabbed the man in his claws and lifted off, beating his wings hard and letting out a blast of fire to warn the rest of the Scrags and Rocs not to mess with him. With Scarecrow dangling below, Hal gave another bellow and rose into the sky. The rest of the Scrags had fallen silent, perhaps thankful they'd been spared. The Rocs stopped squawking and screeching as he left them behind. They had no interest in pursuing an adult dragon. "Let me go!" Scarecrow screamed at him. Hal was tempted to do exactly that, but he needed the Scrag alive. He chose a remote spot in the middle of a scrubby field, somewhere Scarecrow had no hope of hiding away. Dumping the Scrag roughly on the grass, Hal thudded down nearby and stomped closer, letting out another bellow and making the man cower low on the ground, his hands over his head. Hal reverted to his human form while Scarecrow was in that position. It was extremely satisfying to see the man so frightened, groveling in the grass in front of a 12-year-old boy. Hal stood silently, waiting. Finally, Scarecrow peeked out from between his fingers. Then he jerked upright on his knees. He took a moment to compose himself, then climbed to his feet. "So you're not going to kill me, then?" "Not if you tell me where the hostages are," Hal said. He stood 20 feet from the Scrag. He liked the distance, aware that Scarecrow, or indeed any adult Scrag, could tear him limb from limb if given the chance. He watched the Scrag carefully, seeing how the man shifted his gaze from side to side as though weighing up his options. "Ain't happening, kid." The challenge was obvious. When he said the words, he stared at Hal with narrowed eyes, and his chin held high. Hal sighed. "Because you don't know? I should have guessed you weren't important enough to be trusted with that sort of information." Scarecrow's nostrils flared. "I know where the hostages are, but if I tell you, then I'll have nowhere to go. The Queen will kill me. If I don't tell you, I get to live." "What makes you so sure?" "Because, kid, you don't have the guts to kill me. Not deliberately, anyway. Not in cold blood. So you'll either let me go or take me back to your village. Either way, I get to live." Hal frowned. "You think the people there will be nice and polite when they ask you questions?" Scarecrow grinned and folded his arm across his chest. "I can handle it. I've been through a lot over the past decade, kid. A few tetchy farmers and bakers don't worry me." "Tetchy?" Hal exclaimed. "Are you serious? You kidnap their families. They'll tear your arms off." "I'll take my chances." Seeing movement, Hal glanced over the hills to check for Rocs and saw that all 6 had taken flight again. The Scrags were leaving Scarecrow behind. He took a couple of steps closer to the lone man. "What about helping us? Then you won't need to go back to the swarm. Lieutenant Briscoe is always looking for recruits. You could be a soldier. You could—" Scarecrow laughed long and hard. It was a while before he could speak. "Oh, man. Be a soldier? Me? You have no idea what I've been through. You don't know how the soldiers, how everyone treated us after the virus. They left us out to rot." He shook his head vigorously. "Don't even get me started. You wouldn't understand. But me, a soldier? No way, kid." "Well, a farmer then." "Yeah, maybe that." Scarecrow nodded slowly, relaxing a little. "But not with your people. You know they'd never accept us. We'll make our own way, thanks. And for that, my people need to stick together." Conversation wasn't getting Hal anywhere. He stood in silence, wondering how far he would go to extract information from this man. Could he scare the truth out of him? Maybe take him into the sky and drop him, then catch him again and give him one more chance to talk? How about using fire to— He shook the idea from his head. Torture was inconceivable. "What do you want?" he asked. "If you could have anything you wanted, what would it be?" Scarecrow grinned. To be a dragon! Hal huffed with frustration. Well, that's not going to happen unless you take some blood from a dragon, and it has to be a real dragon, not a shapeshifter. How are you going to manage that? As Scarecrow pursed his lips, Hal prodded deeper. If being a shapeshifter is what you want, I can help you. I can take you back to the village and persuade Miss Simone to turn you. She might do it if it means getting our people back. And you wouldn't have to face Queen Bee because... Forget it, kid. You think I'm going to let your angry boss inject me with stuff? No way. I'll let my queen do it. You'd let that crazy woman experiment on you instead? Hal couldn't keep the incredulity from his voice. She doesn't even know how. Even if Dr. Kessler told her how to do it, she did. Well, what makes you think she told her the truth? Hal allowed a smile to creep onto his face. This was a good angle. Scarecrow raised an eyebrow. Ah, that old chestnut. Another bluff. It's a shame we couldn't bring Dr. Kessler back with us, but hey, it's your own people that will suffer if she told us a bunch of lies. Oh, wait. Don't tell me you'll kill them, Hal said sardonically. The constant threat was getting old, but Scarecrow shook his head. Not right away. First, we'll use them as guinea pigs. That's one of the reasons we wanted so many hostages, for practice. So if your Dr. Kessler lied and someone dies because of it, well, so be it. Or nothing at all will happen, Hal thought, remembering what Miss Simone had told him after he'd been cured of his werewolf curse and prepped for a new infusion of dragon blood. But in any case, experimenting on the hostages didn't sound good. You still don't have the blood, he said. Oh? How so? I smashed it up and burned it. Now Scarecrow had a smug look across his face. Are you sure? The way he said it sent a chill down Hal's spine. He played the scene over in his mind again, the rack of empty shelving lying on its back in the grass, the wooden crates, the sacks, some of it smashed and flattened, all of it burned. Nothing had survived that, and even if the glass vials were somehow indestructible, the Scrags hadn't had a chance to retrieve them before flying away. He was certain they'd left without the blood. When he mentioned this to Scarecrow, the man nodded sagely. Yes, you destroyed our things, but you missed these. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. When he opened his palm, Hal's mouth dropped open at the sight of a glass vial filled with dark red blood. It's labeled, Scarecrow said, touching it gently with his finger. Look, it says troll. So, if I don't return, I guess my people won't get to be trolls. But that's okay. There are plenty more monsters to choose from. He grinned. You thought we'd stashed them all together in one of those crates? No, we divvied them up, 1 or 2 each. The Queen has the rest. Hal looked again for the Rocs. There was time to catch up to them. Go ahead, Scarecrow said. They'll give you the runaround. I think one of them knows the way home, but I'm not sure. There were only 3 other Scrags in Scarecrow's group, and if each had a single vial in his pocket, Hal would have saved 4 vials out of... how many? Dozens? Even though a few Scrags had dropped out of the sky and plummeted to their deaths, the majority of the blood was safely in the pockets of Queen Bee and the rest of her drones. Going after the Rocs seemed pointless. He felt the last vestiges of hope draining away. Queen Bee had the shapeshifter program, most of the blood, and the hostages. She had won. Where are they? He tried again, somewhat lamely and more of a filler while his brain worked overtime. Scarecrow shook his head. Forget it, kid. Just get on and do with me what you plan to do. He placed his hands on his hips and struck a challenging pose. Lock me up. I don't care. Weeks from now, my queen will come for me. She's loyal, you know. She has honor. She has a temper, and she'll sting a drone to death if he makes a mistake. But she treats us with respect and rewards loyalty. That's what makes her a great leader. And she's fearless. She'll be back for me. Weeks from now, I'll tell you everything you want to know, because by then she'll have an army of shapeshifters and will be unstoppable." He grew more and more animated as he talked. Hal knew the man wasn't going to reveal anything useful, at least not now. But an idea had formed in the back of Hal's mind. He tried to suppress it, lest the Scrags somehow caught on. "So I guess that's that," he said instead, and transformed without another word. The Scrag's eyes widened as Hal stomped toward him and reared up on his hind legs, towering over the man. It was all for show, though. Hal was incapable of cold-blooded harm, but he didn't mind generating a bit of good old fright. He lifted off the ground, bellowed and breathed fire, then snatched up the Scrag in his claws and headed for home. He made one stop on the way home to collect Dr. Kessler. She was hunched under the shade of a tree, her face in her hands. He touched down carefully nearby, tempted to squish his prisoner underfoot, but knowing that would be a huge mistake. He released the Scrag and let him stagger away. The field was huge, and there was nowhere to hide. Hal reverted to his human form. Dr. Kessler jumped to her feet and hurried toward him, her eyes moist. "You only caught one of them? Did Queen Bee escape?" She halted and covered her face again. "She's gone, isn't she? Oh, what have I done? I've released dangerous shapeshifters into the world. I should have kept my mouth shut or lied and—" "It doesn't matter now," Hal told her. He jabbed a thumb over his shoulder. "Look, I think he'll talk. He'll tell us where the hostages are, and then we can save them and deal with the other stuff later." "Other stuff?" she said, taking her glasses off to wipe her eyes. "You don't understand, Hal. I told them the secret. I don't know if they took the blood or not, but even if they didn't, it's just a matter of time before they fetch their own." "They have the blood too," he admitted, and she emitted a wail. "Look, we should go," he went on quickly. "I have a plan, but I want to hurry before it gets dark." When he transformed again, he waited patiently while Dr. Kessler hoisted herself up onto his back. She wasn't half as agile as his friends and didn't relish the idea of flying again, but she seemed grateful at the prospect of returning home, laden though she was with guilt and shame. Once she was on board, he launched and snatched up the Scrag again. Scarecrow yelled in anger at the indignity of it all, but he soon quieted, dangling from Hal's claws without a word for the rest of the way back to Carter. Despite his earlier comment about it getting dark on them, it was still only mid-afternoon. It had been a very long day, but not as long as the one he planned for Scarecrow. Chapter 20. The Creature Behind the Prison. The village was, not surprisingly, in uproar. Hal landed outside the council building, figuring Miss Simone might be there. And he was right. Judging by the confused and angry mob outside and the equally confused line of soldiers guarding the stairs to the building's upper story, an emergency meeting was going on right now with Lieutenant Briscoe in attendance. Meetings, Hal thought sourly. All they ever do is talk. Hovering over the crowd, he enjoyed letting Scarecrow dangle just out of reach of the shouting people, but he felt bad about it soon after, not because the Scrag was squirming with anxiety, but because he was teasing the villagers. They wanted to tear the man apart. They needed to, because they felt they'd lost their friends and families to this uncaring, unfeeling gang. Hal sensed anger directed toward himself too. He moved over the rooftops and landed someplace else, holding the Scrag aloft in his claws as he stood on 3 feet and allowed Dr. Kessler to climb down. She patted him on the snout. "Thank you, Hal. I'll let Simone and the others know you're back. Are you taking this man to the prison?" Hal nodded. She patted his snout again, turned, and waddled away, a sad and weary figure. He felt sorry for her. It couldn't have been pleasant giving up an important secret like that. He hoped Miss Simone went easy on her. The doctor had saved Ryan's life by relenting, and one might argue she'd given Queen Bee what she wanted, and therefore saved the lives of many hostages. Only some might not see it that way. The bigger picture was grim. A gang of Scrags was bad enough. A gang of shape-shifting Scrags was unimaginable. He returned to the prison in the woods. All was quiet when he landed outside its heavy doors. Emily was no longer on the steps. He had to assume she and all the others were long gone from this place. Gripping the Scrag in his front claws, he paused and thought about what he planned. Scarecrow twisted and wriggled, trying unsuccessfully to pry Hal's digits loose. Each was thicker than the man's arms and encircled his waist completely. "Let me go, you idiot! Get your stinking mitts off me!" Hal released the man. Then, as Scarecrow brushed himself down and opened his mouth to say something, Hal swatted him hard across the head. It wasn't that he was trying to hurt him, though it felt good to knock the stuffing out of him. It was more to do with the logistics of reverting to his human form and restraining his prisoner. He knew he couldn't. The Scrag could easily dart away into the woods. So Hal swatted him and knocked him senseless. While Scarecrow sprawled in the dirt, unmoving, Hal shunted him closer to the prison and up the steps. Only then did he switch to his short, weak, human form and struggled to get the man inside the building. He puffed and panted as he dragged the Scrag across the floor. Just past the lobby outside his old cell, he found Dung Beetle standing exactly where he'd been before, staring sightlessly down the corridor, pale grey all over and hard as a rock. Hal continued in that direction, dragging Scarecrow one step at a time, thinking the man was getting heavier with every passing second. All the cells were empty, the bars bent open, most likely by an ogre. Robbie had probably enjoyed rescuing his friends. The cell at the end was different in that its door stood wide open, the key still in the lock. Ryan was gone, no doubt being treated somewhere. Now Scarecrow would use the cell for a while. Sweating and panting, Hal dragged the Scrag into the cell, then hurried out, slammed the door shut, and locked it. He pocketed the key. Scarecrow lay on his back, his chest rising and falling, a trickle of blood from his nose. He'd be all right. Hal took a moment to catch his breath, only now noticing the constant slithering, shuffling sound over his head. The milky white tendrils quivered and writhed. He turned the corner and headed towards solitary confinement. That door stood wide open, too, a mass of ivy and some of the thicker tentacles cramming into the room under the doorframe. He carried on past. At the far end of the corridor, he found an external door, but of course it was utterly immovable, jammed shut by years of thriving foliage outside. He peered into the gloom above, following the thick white tentacles to a crack in the wall right above the door. This was the entry point, where the ivy and creature alike had wriggled and shoved their way into the building, the start of their symbiotic journey. The creature was right outside the door. Hurrying back around the corner and past the cells, he headed outside to the front of the building, then transformed. If he couldn't open the door from the inside in his human form, he'd open it from the outside using his claws and superior dragon's strength. Trees and shrubs and tangled bushes crowded the walls around the side of the building, but Hal tore through it all with a vengeance, ripping it loose or trampling it flat. 5 minutes later, he'd made it to the back corner, where he expected to find the rear entrance and vine monster. He was a little more careful now, ripping and chewing and stomping, but taking his time, not wanting to damage any of the tentacles. When he'd cleared a path and picked away at a few more prickly tangles, he found himself mere feet away from the tentacles that seemed to sprout from the ground like a tree. Once again he marveled at the way they bent toward the building and pushed through the stonework into the corridor beyond. Now that he was looking for it, Hal spotted the door right below, heavily buried under ivy at least 3 feet thick. He clawed some more until most of the half-rotted door was exposed. Inching around in the confined space, he aimed his tail. It took a couple of tries, but he eventually broke the door apart until it hung off its hinges. Pleased with his work, he switched back to human form and hurried inside. Now that he had some extra light in the corridor, it was easier to see the mass of foliage and shuddering tentacles above his head. He hurried past solitary confinement and back around the corner. Scarecrow was still unconscious in his cell, though he had shifted position. Now he lay on his side, holding his head. Hal didn't trust him. The man might be pretending, awaiting his chance to leap up and run the moment the cell door was open. It was too risky to go in there alone. Hal needed backup. He'd have to go find Robbie or some soldiers or somebody that could help him handle the prisoner with a little more brute strength than he could muster in human form. Back soon, he told Scarecrow. He was halfway through the woods when he spotted movement ahead. He paused and broke into a grin. Abby! At full size and wings buzzing, she hurtled toward him with her arms outstretched. She was grinning as she swept him off his feet in a mid-air bear hug. Red-faced, she dropped him again and flung her arms around his neck instead. "Everything okay?" he asked, staring at her semi-transparent insect-like wings as they sporadically flitted up and down inches from his face. They were mesmerizing up close like this, with the delicate dark blue capillaries and the faint orange and yellow dabs of color where they caught the sunlight. "Not sure about okay," she said, finally moving back a little so they were eye to eye. "Ryan will be all right. He's at my house and Mom is looking after him. Just about everyone else in the village is ready to explode. The council is furious with Miss Simone about everything. And Dr. Kessler's okay. Is Miss Simone mad at her for, giving in to Queen Bee?" "No. She was really nice to Dr. Kessler, obviously happy to see her back safe and sound. It was Dr. Kessler who told us you were here, by the way." She jerked a thumb over her shoulder. "Miss Simone and the others will be along soon." Hal felt a wave of relief. "They will?" "They were taking forever, so I went on ahead. They should be here soon." She looked quizzically at Hal. "What's going on? Dr. Kessler said you have a Scrag in prison." "Scarecrow?" She broke into a grin. "One of our guards? Ooh, poetic justice. Let's see how he likes how slow the days pass." "We don't have time to wait," Hal muttered. Abigail glanced over her shoulder. "The others won't be long." "No, I mean, we don't have time to wait for Scarecrow to sit in prison the way we did. We don't have days to spare. I want him to think weeks have passed now." He explained about the thick tentacles outside the back of the prison, how he'd touched one for a second or two and perceived it as hours. "So you want to strap him to the creature?" Abigail asked, her eyes wide. She'd grown fidgety at the sound of the tentacle monster. "Okay. So that'll speed things up. But why? What do you have in mind?" "Well, I sort of have a plan, and I hope it works. If nothing else, though, it'll be good to mess with his head." He said no more for now, and enjoyed teasing Abigail the way she so often teased him. It was infuriating when she had a plan and held back from telling him, and now she was getting a taste of her own medicine. When the others showed, Hal's confidence returned. It was a big group: Molly, Bo, Miss Simone, and all his classmates except for Lauren. They all looked determined, ready for action. Even Emily looked fully awake, having suffered no long-term effects except a perceived loss of time. Seeing them without their collars, most of them now ready to transform if they needed to, allowed him to put aside any doubts about his sketchy plans for Scarecrow. He was pretty sure he'd had sketchier plans than this before. Miss Simone would help, too, once she cottoned on to his way of thinking. He led the way to the prison, explaining everything on the way. He was already at the entrance door before he was finished, so he paused there, making sure everyone knew to keep a straight face. "Maybe you should all stay here," Miss Simone said, taking charge. "We need to make this look official, and that means adults should be running the show. No offense, Hal." "None taken," Hal said, a little deflated, but relieved all the same. Fenton and Thomas looked really fed up. "Can't we hide in the bushes and watch?" Thomas complained. Robbie and Abigail were equally determined not to be excluded, but Emily and Dewey quietly reasoned with them. Miss Simone patted Hal's shoulder. "Ready?" He blinked at her. "Who?" "Me. You're the only one of us who can promise to fly him home, and you brought him here. So look suitably fed up, all right?" He agreed and followed the three adults into the prison. His classmates watched silently as he closed the heavy door behind him. He wasn't sure, but he thought he glimpsed Abigail swinging around to leave a fraction of a second before the resounding thud. He grinned to himself. Knowing her and the others, they'd be watching the show from the bushes. Scarecrow was holding his head and only just beginning to sit up, groaning as he did so. Moving quickly and quietly, Molly unlocked the cell door and pulled the door open. Bo and Miss Simone slipped inside and helped the man to his feet, then dragged him from the cell. His head lolled, and he grumbled and moaned under his breath. Hal had been expecting someone, Bo or Molly if he wasn't man enough for the task, to knock Scarecrow senseless again. It wasn't necessary, though. He was barely lucid. He probably had a concussion. Hal had hit him pretty hard. They led the prisoner around the corner and out the back door to where the white tentacles sprouted from the ground. All three adult shapeshifters paused to stare as Scarecrow slumped in their grasp. "Quite remarkable," Molly said in a low voice. "Why have I never studied this?" Miss Simone agreed. "I always knew the vines were sentient, but I never found time to cut through these tangled woods and take a good look. Too busy running the village." Miss Simone sighed. "Yes, too busy to be a scientist. I should have resigned long ago if I'd only, Bo cleared his throat. "Excuse me, ladies, are we going to stand here gawking all day?" Both women apologized, and they pushed Scarecrow forward until he was pressed up against the tentacles. Miss Simone maneuvered his arm so that he ended up clinging to the thing, then put her weight on him so he found it difficult to shake her off. He was blinking awake now, clearly confused. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words froze on his lips. He stayed that way for a while, frowning. Then Miss Simone looked at Hal and whispered, "You said the effects are stronger here at the source, yes?" Hal nodded. "So," she said softly, "perhaps we should uncover this creature a little more, and make sure Scarecrow gets a full dose." "Uncover it?" Bo said. "Now wait a minute." Hal transformed and began clawing at the ground directly in front of the creature, careful not to touch the quivering flesh. He dug steadily for a few minutes and must have looked a funny sight, like a giant reptilian dog hunting a bone. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement and knew his friends were creeping about, unable to stay away. He brushed his claws against the milky white flesh a couple of times, and each time he had the feeling he'd wasted half an hour worrying about it. Nobody said anything, though. They just stared at him while he worked. The earth was soft and rich, several feet down. He gouged a huge semicircular trench around the creature, exposing it to the air and making it shiver and shake as though suddenly cold. There wasn't much to see. It reminded him of an onion, huge and bulbous underground, only with tentacles instead of leaves. The more he dug, the bigger the thing appeared to be, and it seemed scared, shuddering more and more. "That's enough," Miss Simone said, looking a little dazed. She blinked and frowned. "Help me with him before we all end up daydreaming." Molly and Bo moved in to take Scarecrow's weight. The Scrag looked like he was in a perpetual funk, about to say something and never quite managing it. Just for a second or two, when he was pulled away from the tentacle to be turned around, he blinked and frowned. But then Miss Simone yanked on his shirt, ripping it open at the back to expose his scarred skin. She pushed him into the trench Hal had dug, and he slumped with his bare back against the enormous buried monster, sitting in the dirt with his legs pointing upward. Hal held his breath as Scarecrow again slipped away into a dreamland. He remembered his own experience, how an hour or more had passed in the space of a few seconds. He hoped Scarecrow would be suitably confused, that days were passing with every minute. "It has to be weeks," he muttered. "I know," Miss Simone said. "We'll give him a while." They all stood still and quiet, a gentle breeze moving the tops of the trees around them. Hal shifted his gaze to the gloom, looking for his friends. He saw nothing, though he was pretty sure he heard a muted cough at one point. Meanwhile, Scarecrow stared into space, his mouth open, a frown etched into his forehead. The creature he leaned against seemed to have calmed down, though it twitched every so often, causing Scarecrow to jerk and roll his head. Time passed. Hal felt at peace, and could have stood there all afternoon. He waited patiently, content to wait for Miss Simone's lead. Nobody would know for sure when enough time had lapsed, but she was a scientist and probably a good judge in such matters. Molly, too, had a scientific mind. She'd studied Fenton's lizard monster relatives for years, and... Hal blinked and shook his head. He felt like his body had lost all feeling. In the 30 minutes or more that he'd been standing there, his feet had probably gone numb. Dully, he tried to shift from side to side, but it took a monumental effort just to wiggle his toes. "It's affecting us too," he thought with horror. "We," he said, and it took several minutes to get the word out. He focused, trying to form his sentence. It seemed like he fumbled over the words for another 10 minutes or so, and he was sure he said "we" several more times in the interim. It was frustrating, like trying to walk quickly underwater. Then, out of the blue, Abigail appeared before him, her face fuzzing in and out. "Hey!" she shouted in his face. "What?" he said, blinking. "Wow. What, how long?" Miss Simone, Molly, and Beau started blinking, looking confused. Abigail rolled her eyes. "You've been standing here for nearly 10 minutes without moving." She frowned. "At least I think it was 10 minutes. Miss Simone huffed and swept a hand through her hair. "Some scientist I am. All right, that's enough. Let's drag him away from here while we're conscious enough to do so. Abigail, make yourself scarce." The adults grabbed Scarecrow and hurried him back inside the prison. He looked woozy, and his feet dragged. By the time he was back in his cell, though, he was shaking his head and scowling, sitting on his bunk and looking around as if wondering how he'd gotten there. Miss Simone didn't bother closing the cell door. She stood over him with Molly to her side. Beau and Hal hung back. "What do you want?" Scarecrow said, sounding tired. "It's your lucky day," Miss Simone said. "After all this time, your queen wants you back." Scarecrow stared at her and blinked a few times. "I knew she'd come for me." "Oh, she's not here," Molly said, "but she sent for you." She reached for her veil. "Simone, I can't agree to this. I say we turn him to stone right now." Scarecrow flinched, suddenly wide awake. Miss Simone touched Molly's arm. "No, a deal's a deal. Queen Bee must like this one a lot." Hal smiled to himself. A bit of flattery went a long way with someone like Scarecrow. Already the man was beginning to grin. "So here's how it's going to work," Miss Simone continued. "Hal will take you home, and Queen Bee will release the remaining hostages in exchange." Scarecrow nodded and rubbed his eyes. "About time. How long have I been here?" Miss Simone paused. "You don't know?" "Sure I do," Scarecrow said. He leaned forward and stared at the floor. I just don't remember exactly. You lost track of time, Molly said, sounding sarcastic. Scarecrow glared at her. Not at all. It's been, what, 30 days? I'm pretty sure it's been 30 days. Miss Simone nodded. Close enough. Earlier this week, Queen Bee moved the remaining hostages. We're to send you to the new place. She moved them? Why? Where to? It's not far from where you were before. She said her shapeshifters damaged the old place too badly. Scarecrow's mouth fell open. Then he broke into a grin. So it worked? We have shapeshifters? Molly shook her head. You know this, Scarecrow. Have you forgotten? He shrugged, still grinning. I have gaps in my memory. How many shapeshifters do we have in the swarm? And why haven't they come for me before now? Why didn't they just attack this place and kill the lot of you? He frowned now, looking puzzled. He looked around as if wondering why he was even there. Or perhaps he was beginning to piece things together. Time's running out, Hal thought. Your queen and I agreed to a truce until we finished exchanging hostages, Miss Simone said, and Hal detected a tremble in her voice. You're the last. So come on, stand up. She stepped back and allowed Scarecrow to struggle to his feet. Then she swept a hand through her hair, and Hal held his breath, knowing she would get one shot at sounding casual and convincing. Your swarm never would have lasted long at the old place, she said. I'm not surprised it collapsed, all those amateur shapeshifters running around. You should have chosen somewhere bigger, somewhere with stronger walls. Bigger and stronger than a castle? Scarecrow said incredulously. So where is she now? Hal swallowed, excitement threatening to burst out of him. A castle. After the briefest of pauses, Molly laughed derisively. Simone, this poor man obviously doesn't know a thing about that castle, nor did Queen Bee, apparently. She poked a finger at Scarecrow's shoulder. Think about it. What's right outside that castle? The Scrag spread his hands. The sea. So what? The sea, right? But what else? Nothing. It's on a cliff. What's your point? Miss Simone took over. On a cliff where? Scarecrow was frowning deeply, looking from Miss Simone to Molly and back. I don't see what— You will, Miss Simone snapped. The castle is on the coast, yes? Sighing, Scarecrow said, Yeah, so? And it's south of here? No. North, then? Yeah, but I don't see why— And suddenly he stopped. Miss Simone had a gleam in her eye, and she was beginning to grin. She glanced at Molly, and Hal could have sworn Molly was grinning also, even though she was veiled. Bo, who had kept absolutely still and quiet, had a faint smile on his lips too. What is this? Scarecrow said, taking a step back and bumping up against the low bunk. He sat heavily, his scarred, crusty face turning pale. Why are you asking me these questions? Miss Simone folded her arms. Thank you, Scarecrow. You've been very helpful. I know the castle you're referring to, and now we can mount a rescue before Queen Bee figures out how to create shapeshifters. What? As Hal and the three adults locked the cell and marched briskly out of the prison, Scarecrow began howling with rage. Chapter 21. Rescue Plans. Miss Simone spread a map across the table in the council room. The map was one of Lieutenant Bristol's, who stood right behind, looking over her shoulder. This is amazing, she said. I've never seen our world like this. The lieutenant shrugged. Just a bunch of aerial photos cobbled together and printed. The terrain in your world is different from ours. The continents are about the same. The basic outline familiar if you view everything from high up, but when you get down close, things are wildly divergent. Your coast stretches farther east than ours, and— Yes, yes, Councilman Frobisher snapped, peering over his thin-framed glasses. Spare us the geography lesson, soldier. He eased himself down into his chair. Hal thought he looked 10 years older than he had during the last meeting, which was, incredibly, only yesterday. Thanks to the tentacle creature, it seemed like a week ago. This was an emergency meeting. Frobisher had been here alone, working on some papers. Miss Simone had rushed to talk to him, practically dragging Hal and his friends along and picking up Lieutenant Driscoll on the way. Molly and Bo had argued the whole time, something about Bo needing to step up and learn to fly. "How about we discuss our next move?" Frobisher suggested, waving for Miss Simone to sit. "There's nothing to discuss," Miss Simone said. She remained on her feet, leaning across the table to study the map. She tapped her finger, and from where Hal stood, he could just about make out a structure on the coast. "This is the place, Castle Brodon." "That castle is open to the public," Frobisher said thoughtfully. "If the Scrags are holed up in it, the whole town would know. So why has nobody told us? We put out alerts and sent people out that way to investigate, didn't we?" "Yes, and the goblin assigned to Brodon returned with nothing to report. The town's mayor assured him everything was all right." She sighed. "So either the Scrags are well hidden, or the mayor is blind." Mayor Priggle is normally attuned to what's going on around him. He's an overly ambitious man. He strikes me as an egotistical fool, but the residents like him. Frankly, I wouldn't put it past him to be up to something. In any case, the lieutenant will go to Brodon and free the hostages." Miss Simone stood up straight. "Just like that? You have no suggestions as to how that should be achieved?" "The lieutenant will come up with something. It's his area of expertise." She sighed and shook her head. "So you're no help at all, then, which is exactly why I stopped attending council meetings in the first place," she muttered. Turning her back on him, she faced Driscoll. "Lieutenant, how quickly can you gather a team?" "Already on it, ma'am. Helicopters will be in the air in 20 minutes. I suggest we go in hard and fast, and if—" "You do realize," Frobisher broke in, "that Castle Brodon is occupied. The town of Brodon spreads all around its cliffs, and the castle itself is home to dozens of people. I've been there. It's a sprawling place, and the castle gates are open to all. If this Queen Bee woman is there with her gang, then it will be difficult to go in with guns blazing." The lieutenant looked startled. "Civilians live there?" Miss Simone frowned. "Of course. Did you think a castle would be empty?" "Well, I don't know. We don't have castles where I come from." "You don't have castles in Old Earth?" Frobisher said, surprised. With a sigh, Driscoll ran a hand over his close-shaven scalp. "Not in my neck of the woods. It's more of a European thing. I guess I always saw castles as historic places to visit. A bunch of old ruins, you know?" Shaking her head, Miss Simone again tapped her finger on the map. "As Councilman Frobisher said, people live in and all around the castle." "Is there an actual king there?" the lieutenant asked, looking a little bemused. "A royal family? Court jesters and brave knights?" Frobisher slapped the table. "Do you think we're living in the past, man? A castle is simply a very large structure with towers and crenellated walls and courtyards, built by the people for the people, an integral part of a thriving town. We haven't had kings or queens in our land for centuries." "Until now," Miss Simone said, "I expect Queen Bee has asserted her leadership in some way. I can't imagine how, though. She has a relatively small band of followers, and I doubt the townsfolk would be swayed or leveraged by the presence of hostages from a faraway village." "A reconnaissance, then," Driscoll said, nodding. "We send people in quietly and figure out what's what." "I'll go," Hal said. Heads swiveled toward him. He wasn't sure what kind of look the three adults were giving him, but his friends' expressions were plainly obvious. "Heck yeah," Fenton said. "I'm in," Robbie offered. "I think we all are," Emily said, glancing around and receiving nods in response. "Our friend Lauren is one of the hostages. So are Blair and Orson and Astrid. We want to help." "Over my dead body," Frobisher said rudely. Now all heads turned toward him, as he pushed himself up out of his chair and shakily raised an accusing finger toward the shapeshifters. "Stick to what you're good at, talking to centaurs and the Naga and scrapping with dragons and harpies. I appreciate what you've done for us, and I recognize that you exposed the centaurs' dastardly plans to wipe out humanity. I'm also big enough to admit that the attack of those 2 giant lizards, which destroyed part of our village, was not your fault. They were simply passing by. It was the soldiers who provoked them." He glared at Briscoe at this point, and the man shifted uncomfortably. "Still," Frobisher went on, now looking at Miss Simone, "it was because the soldiers were here in the first place that the lizards attacked, and it was because of the shapeshifter program that the soldiers found their way across. You can't blame everything on the shapeshifter program. We've always had portals between our lands." "Yes, and now this land has thousands of portals," Frobisher exploded. "Our very own village is riddled with them. It's because of that, because of what this boy did to the mines, that our people were kidnapped. Everything that's happened of late can be attributed to the shapeshifter program, and if not that, then the mining of Rocs, which is another of your pet projects, Simone. The centaurs tried to wipe out humanity because they disagreed with the mining operation, and that led to the virus and the arrival of soldiers, which in turn led to young Hal here, exploding the mines and creating portals all across the land, which in turn led to the influx of people from old Earth and the invasion of these Scrags. Everything, Simone, leads back to you." She looked aghast, her mouth working up and down as she struggled to speak. Trembling, Frobisher slumped down into his seat again. He looked washed out. And now, the very worst thing in the world has happened. These Scrags, a large band of dangerous villains, many of them psychotic, now have the knowledge and the means to become shapeshifters themselves. He smiled humorlessly. "Your carelessness, Simone, has cost us dearly. As far as I'm concerned, the shapeshifter program is over." She found her tongue at last. She spoke through gritted teeth. "We can talk about this later, Frobisher. Right now, we need to get moving. I suggest we send Hal and his friends on a reconnaissance mission and—" "No. Hal can fly there in no time," she protested, her voice rising. "Darcy can sneak around invisible. Abigail can shrink to the size of your hand and—" I said no. Now it's time for responsible adults to take charge. "We're adults," Molly snapped, her veil quivering. She stepped around the table, moving closer to Frobisher. "You don't own me, old man, and you have no right talking to Simone that way." "You have no right even being here," Frobisher retorted. "I thought I advised you many years ago to stay away from the village. I heard about the accident with one of those young shapeshifters. Fenton, was it? And in Simone's own house. And today we have statues littering the place." "The Scrags took most of them away," Molly argued. "Besides, I think I'd be a valuable asset on a mission to save our friends, don't you think?" "My sister is there," Bo said from the back of the room. It wasn't clear if that was supposed to be an endorsement for her Gorgon services or a valid reason why she shouldn't go. Hal knew that Molly had become increasingly frustrated with him because of his flat refusal to try and shapeshift. The man was against the whole idea of it, and he saw Molly as a very disturbing person indeed. Frobisher shook his head firmly. "You can't go, Molly. I cannot risk you accidentally calcifying the citizens of Brodon. Just stay out of it. The lieutenant will take care of things, won't you, Lieutenant?" Lieutenant Briscoe cleared his throat. "As I said, the helicopters will be airborne in 20 minutes. 15 now, but we'll send a unit ahead. Maybe we can take out Queen Bee quietly beforehand." Frobisher closed his eyes and nodded. "Simone, Molly, please leave us, and take your students with you. You too, Bo." He opened his eyes again and looked hard at Miss Simone. "This is not your concern anymore." "But it's okay to employ the military," she said, bristling with indignation. "Please leave." Miss Simone threw up her hands, let out a cry of frustration, and stomped out of the room without another word, brushing by Hal and his friends as they stood there gawking. She left the door wide open, and her footfalls sounded all the way down the stairs, leading outside. "You're a fool," Molly told the old man. She spun around and flounced from the room, her exit almost as dramatic as Miss Simone's. Bo followed, looking troubled. "Let's go," Abigail said, pulling at Hal's sleeve. "Come on, guys." They all shuffled out the door. Hal cast a glance back at the old man. He was having a quiet conversation with Lieutenant Briscoe, who was now leaning over the table and pointing at the map. Outside, in the late afternoon sun, Miss Simone stood with her arms folded, her hair and cloak moving gently in the breeze as she stared into space. Molly and Bo stood by her side. When Hal and his friends approached, he saw that her eyes were red, her cheeks pale, her jaw tight, a scowl plastered across her forehead. She spoke in a low, even voice. "He's a stubborn old mule, and while he might be right about a few things, about me, he's wrong to refuse our help now." "Agreed," Molly said. Miss Simone looked at Hal. "We won't engage the enemy. We'll stay out of sight. We can drop Darcy in and let her sneak around. I feel we're well equipped for reconnaissance despite what that old fool says." "You still want us to go?" Hal said. Abigail nudged him. "Of course she does, and we will." Right, but just to look." Miss Simone nodded. "Look, and report back. By then, I should think Briscoe's men will be in the vicinity of the castle. We can report back to him and let them take charge of the operation." Robbie cleared his throat. "And, what if something goes wrong? What if one of us is spotted? I mean, we might have to fight or something." "Which is why we won't be spotted," Miss Simone said firmly. "That's also why most of you won't be going." A chorus of complaints filled the air, though Hal kept silent. He couldn't carry everyone anyway. "I'm definitely going," Robbie said, and he looked so fierce that Hal almost laughed. "My Lauren's one of the hostages." "So is my sister," Bo said. "I'd like to go." Miss Simone turned to him. "You can't transform into anything useful, and you certainly can't fly." "Which is what I was saying earlier," Molly said, nudging him so hard that he jerked sideways. "Please see sense. Shift into a sphinx like your sister, and perhaps then you'll be of some help." Bo sighed. "I can't just shift. You know that." Molly turned to Hal and Abigail. "You two must fetch that fairy ball. Maybe it will help Bo see the light." Hal sighed. "We will, but we don't have time right now, so—" As if reading his mind, Miss Simone said to Bo, "Even a large dragon can't carry everyone. Hal will take Darcy, Molly, and me." "And me?" Robbie said, and he grew a few inches in height, his shoulders expanding and hair beginning to sprout from the backs of his hands. Miss Simone studied him. "You could be useful, so yes, all right." "I'm going too," Abigail said. "I can be small and fly in and out of barred windows and so on." Fenton gave a heavy sigh and turned away. "It's always the same. Hal, Robbie, and Abigail. Always you three, like you're something special." "I'm one of the three this time," Darcy clarified. She frowned. "I mean 4. "It's decided then," Miss Simone said. "Let's go." Miss Simone passed on instructions to Bo, telling him to quietly let parents know what was happening. When they finally got on their way, it was from the far eastern side of the village. "Be safe," Bo said. He stood with Emily, Fenton, Thomas, and Dewey, looking almost forlorn as they were left behind. Abigail, in her tiny form, clung to Hal's head as usual. Miss Simone sat up front alongside Molly. Robbie and Darcy sat behind. Darcy was having one of her height frights, as she called it, and was making pitiful noises. They flew east, nudging north, when Miss Simone got her bearings and started finding landmarks. When they saw the glittering ocean far ahead, she urged him to stay low. "You can't miss the castle. Follow the coast and look for craggy cliffs." They soon passed what was left of Bad Rock Gulch and the mines. North of that was uncharted territory as far as Hal and his friends were concerned. The combined weight of his passengers didn't bother him at first, but he started to notice it after a while. Still, he figured he was good for another hour. Though he now had an adult body, stronger and larger, his passenger load was more than he was comfortable with. The coastline rolled by, zigzagging in and out, waves sloshing up yellow beaches or crashing on rocks. He spotted 3 tiny settlements, one no more than 24 homes, and tried to imagine living somewhere other than Carter, where he wasn't so well known, and where shapeshifters weren't frowned upon by grumpy members of council. The terrain grew more and more rocky the farther north he flew. Finally, in the distance, he spied a sprawling mass of buildings, smothering the slopes like an army of ants. Above them all, at the highest point of the craggy cliffs, and perched right on the edge of a sheer drop into the ocean, stood a castle. From a distance, the structure seemed to be an extension of the cliff itself, as though carved out of the rock, but as Hal approached, he made out a squat tower with 4 spires fronting a square, blocky structure. Much of the clifftop had been turned into a perfectly flat observation deck, and from there, narrow pathways led down to much smaller buildings clustered low on the cliff. The majority of the town spread out below, far and wide. "There it is," Miss Simone called above the rush of wind, "Castle Brodon, and the town of Brodon below." "The castle's not as big as I expected," Darcy said, and Hal had to agree. "Nice for some, though. Who lives there?" "Just a team of caretakers. It's more of a showpiece, open to everybody, a venue for town celebrations and events. Not too close, Hal." Hal veered inland a little, staying as low as possible, occasionally ducking behind forest land. He wanted to get as close as possible to avoid walking, but it was vital they weren't seen. A dragon wouldn't be a welcome sight for anyone, and word would probably get back to Queen Bee in no time. "Follow the river," Miss Simone said. "It leads into town. It's long and bendy and surrounded by trees, so we can stay out of sight until we get close. Land before you emerge from the woods, and we'll walk the rest of the way." He did so, thumping down only when he saw glimpses of houses through the trees, the fringes of Brodon. As soon as everyone had dismounted, he reverted to his human form and joined the group as they began the walk downstream. Rounding the final bend, the town opened up before them, hundreds of timber-framed buildings lining narrow, cobbled streets filled with townsfolk going about their daily business without a care in the world. Towering in the background, high on the cliff, under a slowly darkening sky, stood Castle Brodon. Somewhere inside were 51 hostages. Chapter 22. The Town of Brodon. Hal took Abigail's hand as they maneuvered past droves of people, trying to keep up with Miss Simone and Molly. Robbie and Darcy bobbed and weaved behind. Though nobody paid Molly and the younger shapeshifters any attention, quite a few glanced at Miss Simone as she strode along with her flowing blonde hair and silky green cloak. Molly yanked on her arm and halted her. "Why do you have to be so gorgeous all the time?" she hissed. "People are noticing you. There might be Scrags about. I know you're a mermaid with the power of enchantment. But can't you switch off your good looks and be plain and ordinary for a while?" Miss Simone looked startled. "No, but give me your hat." "Take it. You can't have my veil, though." Donning the wide-brimmed hat helped some. It helped even more when Miss Simone pushed her hair up into it. "Better," Molly commented. "I would say lose the cloak, but your dress is just as silky and shiny underneath. We need to get you an ugly robe like mine." "Let's move on," Miss Simone grumbled. "Keep an eye out for Scrags." From a distance, Brodon was in many ways even prettier than Carter. The timber-framed houses had slate-tile roofs instead of thatch. The vast majority were 2 stories high rather than 1, the upper floor overhanging the lower, and the streets were so narrow that a person could lean out of an upper-story window and almost reach the one opposite. With the sky a mere slice of light above, doorways were shrouded in shadow, giving Hal the feeling that this heavily populated part of town was permanently indoors. The streets opened up once they reached the market center. Though nearly evening, people bustled about everywhere, boots and cartwheels clacking on the cobblestone roads, and dozens of vendors shouting to be heard above the general hubbub. The aroma of baked bread, pies, and pastries wafted past Hal's nostrils, and he turned to find Robbie licking his lips. "We're not here to sightsee," Miss Simone called over her shoulder, gesturing for them to keep up. She clung to her hat as if afraid it would blow away. A bite to eat would be good, though, Hal thought. Then he remembered Lauren and Astrid and all the others locked up in some dungeon somewhere, and he suddenly felt guilty. He pushed his hunger aside. "What's the plan?" Abigail asked. "Are we going to march up the hill to the castle?" "Darcy is," Miss Simone said. Hal glanced back. Darcy made a face that suggested she wasn't looking forward to her solo reconnaissance mission. Molly stopped at a stall and spoke to an old woman there. "Excuse me, madam? We're visiting your delightful town and would love to explore the castle on the cliff. Is it open to the public?" The woman, heavily wrapped in a shawl and so bent, wrinkled, and wizened that she had to be over 100 years old, shook her head and croaked, "Not at the moment, no. All shut down. Got some visitors in town." She cracked a toothless grin. Miss Simone edged closer. "Visitors? Ooh, you're a pretty one," the old woman said, reaching out across her table to touch Miss Simone's face with a gnarled hand. "Bet the boys fawn over you, eh? That hat's awful, though. Take it off, dear. I have a lovely shawl here that would go with your blue eyes." "No, thank you," Miss Simone said a little sharply. Molly started sifting through the many folded shawls arrayed before her. "Don't mind my friend. She can be a bit stuffy sometimes. Do you have anything that would suit me instead?" The old woman brightened up. "Take that veil off, young miss. Let me get a look at your eyes. I always think a shawl should match the eyes or the hair. Trust me, you don't want to see my eyes." "Hmm?" The woman pursed her lips and looked Molly up and down. "Well, your robes are drab, my dear, so practically anything on this table will brighten you up. How about this one?" As the two of them shifted fabrics around, commenting on each, Miss Simone grew more and more fidgety. Abigail squeezed Hal's hand and whispered in his ear. She's about ready to burst with impatience. Molly's pandering seemed to help bring out the conversation in the old woman. "Yes, they're a scary lot," she said of the so-called visitors. "Big group, all wearing weird face paint and scruffy clothes. Only saw them from a distance as they walked into town last week, but most agreed they looked an unsavory bunch. Still, the mayor seems happy, says the town is better protected now." "Against what?" Miss Simone demanded. "Enemies." The woman shrugged. "Been here all my life and never heard of any such enemies, but if Mayor Seymour Priggle thinks we need protection, then something must be brewing." She lowered her voice. "They're shapeshifters, you know. Those visitors at the castle. Can you imagine?" The old woman turned her attention to a newcomer, a pretty red-haired teenager who had started nosing around the stall. "Oh, lovely green eyes, if you don't mind me saying, young miss. Take a look at this shawl here. It would look so pretty on you." Miss Simone looked as dumbfounded as Hal felt. Shape-shifting Scrags. But they're not shapeshifters, Hal whispered. Not yet, anyway. They certainly weren't when they arrived, Molly murmured. Protectors indeed. This town needs protecting, all right, from Queen Bee. Shh, not so loud. Miss Simone moved closer, huddling the group together so that her wide-brimmed hat shaded them from the sun. I wish I knew what Queen Bee and her swarm wanted. Are they simply looking for a grander lifestyle living in a castle, or do they have some kind of revenge in mind for all the years they've suffered as Scrags? Maybe both, Abigail said. And why did the mayor not mention them to our investigator? We sent people out on horseback to all the local towns. Miss Simone went on. Can he really be unaware that the Scrags have hostages? Molly broke away, returning to the stall. She leaned over the red-haired girl's shoulder to speak to the old woman again. Begging your pardon, madam, but have you seen any Rocs lately? Giant white birds? Oh, yes. The visitors have a bird trainer. She shook her head in wonder. I'd never seen those monster birds up close until this week. Now I've seen a dozen or more. Downright scary they are, but the birdman keeps them calm with his funny flute. These people ride the birds. Can you believe it? Did you see them carrying cages? The woman narrowed her eyes. Didn't see them, no. But there are cages outside the castle now. Must have come in overnight. Or right after dawn, Molly said grimly. Well, I don't know anything about that, but I did see a whole flock of Rocs fly in a few hours ago, carrying people on their backs and weird statues in their claws. Molly and Miss Simone exchanged a glance and nod. Hal knew they were pleased that Scarecrow's information had been sound. There was no question Queen Bee was at the castle, along with 51 prisoners. Molly thanked the woman and bought a shawl, which she slung over Miss Simone's shoulders to help disguise the dark green silk. Then they pressed on through the crowd, leaving the bustling marketplace and threading through more narrow streets and alleys. It was quieter now, the noise of the market receding behind them. The few people they met hurried past with their heads down. I'm not sure these back streets are entirely safe, Molly said quietly as they crossed into an even darker alley than the one they'd just left. 3 shadowy men stood huddled on a corner, talking in low voices, and they paused to watch Miss Simone with unguarded fascination as she approached. How about giving your new protectors a tour? One of the men said, from behind a thick, bushy beard. He stepped closer, revealing the telltale scars of a Scrag. He grinned, and his friends chuckled. Miss Simone's jaw tightened, but she said nothing and marched past them, or would have if the bearded man hadn't reached out to grab her arm. "What's your hurry?" he growled, whipping off her hat and tossing it aside. Her hair tumbled out, and all 3 Scrags stared. "Now what are you covering up your pretty face for, miss?" "Wait," one of the others said. "It's her, the woman from Carter." The game's up, Hal thought. The entire group had come to a halt, and the other 2 men started pacing like a manticore circling its prey. "We don't have time for this," Miss Simone said through gritted teeth. She glared at the Scrag's grip on her arm. "Let go." "You're coming with us, pretty one." He fingered the knife at his belt. Hal guessed poison-tipped spears would be frowned upon in a busy town. Abigail nudged up to him, and he began calculating the ins and outs of transforming. He had room even in this narrow alley, but the presence of a dragon seemed like overkill. Molly could dispatch them easily, but of course she wouldn't do something like that unless her life depended on it. He turned to Robbie and was about to give him a secret nod or signal when he realized his friend was way ahead of him. The boy had already gained a foot in height with his silent, steady transformation. Hair sprouted on his face as his shoulders expanded, and he had a gleam in his eye as he rose above Miss Simone and looked down on the bearded Scrag who gripped her arm. The man glanced up and blinked, then stepped backward. "Oh." Robbie kept growing, now 10 or 11 feet tall and twice his usual width, his arms bulging with shaggy hair and muscle as his clothes rippled and altered in a haphazard, undecided way. All three men were wide-eyed now. "No collars," one whispered. Molly gave a snort of laughter. "Of course not. But speaking of collars, why don't you try Robbie's hands around your throat?" Robbie chose that moment to let out a bellow and smash his fists together. He was now 15 feet tall, coarse brown hair sprouting all over. He put on a fierce expression, his heavy brow furrowed. "We don't want any trouble," the bearded man said, taking several more steps backward. "Queen Bee ain't interested in you now. She says you can't hurt her. We were just messing with you, that's all." Darcy spoke up. "Our ogre friend here will mess with you if you don't run away really fast." They did so. Not very fast, but jogging all the same, glancing back as they went. They finally disappeared around the corner. "All right, fun's over," Miss Simone said, shaking her head with annoyance. She irritably threw off her shawl and resumed her brisk pace along the alley with hair and cloak flowing. She clearly wasn't interested in disguising herself anymore. Molly picked up her hat and put it on, then looked sadly at the shawl. It had landed in a muddy puddle. She sighed and left it there. Robbie stayed in ogre form for a while, then reverted before they left the back streets behind and emerged into dazzling sunlight at the foot of the rocky cliff. Heading toward the lower end of the rocky hill, they followed a broad road with occasional passers-by and dodged around a slow donkey pulling a cart loaded with trash. The road wound around and split off. One way led uphill, and at last the group got a renewed glimpse of the castle at the top, gleaming in subdued orange sunlight. Dusk was approaching. "I see Scrags," Molly said, standing perfectly still and staring up the path. "Behind the gates, guarding the place. Shall we march up there?" The road narrowed nearer the top of the hill. It had been cut into the side of the cliff, and an ornate guardrail ran all the way up the left-hand side, protecting walkers from a sheer drop. Tall iron gates had been closed off at the crest of the hill, and behind them stood 4 Scrags, peering through the bars, and looming in the background stood the castle. "Darcy," Miss Simone said, "do your thing and sneak up there. See what you can find out. Look for our friends and figure out where they're being held, how many guards there are, and so on." "But the gates are closed." "So climb over," Miss Simone said shortly. Darcy swallowed and nodded. "I'll do my best." Abigail patted her on the arm. "I'll come with you and divert their attention." As a man and woman gave them a casual glance and nod, she abruptly sprouted her wings and buzzed into the air. The couple stopped dead and gaped as she shot away up the hill. Darcy vanished into thin air, eliciting more exclamations from the Brodon residents as they looked around. The background was magically painted across her entire body, clothes and all, constantly shifting as she moved. If she stood still, she virtually disappeared. Walking and running as she was, Hal snatched glimpses as though his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Very good," Miss Simone said grimly. "Now we can only wait." And that was the hard part. They found themselves a bench seat a short way from the foot of the hill, close enough for Darcy and Abigail to find them when they came back down, but around the bend and out of sight of the distant guards. The 3 Scrags from the alley may or may not have spread word about the shapeshifters, but it hardly mattered. The swarm was on high alert anyway. The steep cliff stood over them, blocking their view of the ocean to the east, so the benches were turned to the west instead, looking out over the town, the cliff towering behind. The group sat in silence, watching trails of smoke drift into the sky. From their elevated position, they could see hundreds of rooftops, but very few actual people because the streets were so tight. The only townsfolk they saw were those wandering by their bench, ambling this way and that, most of them locals, but some clearly visiting from afar. "Is the castle open?" a man asked, while his wife and 2 young daughters stood by. "I hear it's worth a visit." "I'd steer well clear if I were you," Molly said. "Oh, why?" He seemed suspicious of Molly, perhaps because of her veil. She shrugged. "Take my advice. Don't go anywhere near the castle." The man shared a glance with his wife and turned to go. One of the girls spoke up. "Are you one of the new Protector shapeshifter people?" Molly laughed. "Me? Well, yes, I suppose I am, though not in the way you think." She leaned forward and lowered her voice. "Those people up there are bad, bad men and women." "The shapeshifters, you mean?" the man said, pulling his girl close as though she might catch a disease from Molly's hidden features. "They're not shapeshifters," Molly said. She sighed and leaned back again. "They're wannabes. Take my advice and stay away." The family moved on, none of them looking like they planned to heed Molly's advice. Meanwhile, the sun sank lower on the horizon, and shadows stretched across the road. "We should find the mayor," Miss Simone said. "I can speak to him, warn him what he is up there in the castle. I doubt he'll be able to do much about it, but at least he'll be informed. I'll make some inquiries now." As she stood to head off, a distant rumble drifted in on a breeze. They all heard it and paused to listen. It came again, a continuous noise that faded in and out on the wind. After a minute of listening hard, Miss Simone sighed. "Helicopters. A whole fleet of them by the sound of it. Look, can you see? Tiny black dots just left of the sun." Hal squinted, shielding his eyes against the orange glare. 30 minutes ago, the sun would have been too dazzling for them to see anything in the west. In 30 minutes from now, the sky might be too dark. But right now, he could see 8 or 9 dots that represented approaching military helicopters. "I thought the lieutenant was supposed to stay back and send in spies," Molly said, sounding irritated. "It's kind of hard to be quiet with those things," Robbie pointed out. Miss Simone began pacing. "Maybe he's decided to just show up with guns blazing. If he does that, people will most certainly get hurt. The people of the town as well as the hostages." Molly stood up. "What say we march up that hill and straight inside? We can easily take care of the guards. We'll face Queen Bee and demand our friends and family back, or else we'll attack with everything we have, including helicopters." Miss Simone stared into the distance. "All right." Molly jerked. "Really? You agree? I don't see that we have a lot of choices now. The longer we wait, the more the swarm will be on guard. Let's go now." Hal and Robbie jumped to their feet. Robbie looked far more eager than Hal felt as they walked alongside the women. An unlikely team of would-be rescuers climbing the hill to the castle, not knowing exactly what they were going to find. He wished all his friends were here. Their planned sneaky look around had turned into a full-on assault. Still, they always had Molly. Her gaze could take out half the swarm in an instant, and she could arrange to have them awakened later, so there was no harm done. That is, unless one of the statues toppled off a parapet and smashed to smithereens. There was no coming back from that. Hal was worried for Abigail and Darcy now. They might be inside somewhere, sneaking around, having no idea that Scrags would launch into panic mode any second. He had to hope they stayed hidden and snuck out while everybody was busy. "When should we change?" Hal asked, out of breath from the steep climb. They were near the top now, and the Scrags, 4 of them, stood perfectly still behind the gates, watching the approaching group. Beyond them, the path widened to the immense courtyard Hal had glimpsed from the air. 5 sturdy wooden cages had been dumped there, each the height of a man and about 6 feet square, with a horizontal bar mounted on top. The hostages were brought here in those, Hal thought with a chill. What a horrible journey that must have been for terrified men, women, and children carried thousands of feet in the air by enormous birds to a faraway location and an unknown fate. The cages weren't the only things taking up space in the courtyard. There were a dozen or so statues as well, the Scrags who had been calcified back in Carter. Now there was absolutely no question this was the swarm's lair. Even though they'd split up when Hal had tailed them earlier, all three groups of Rocs had wound up here eventually. "Let's get a bit closer," Miss Simone said. "I suggest we take them by surprise as much as we can. Molly, perhaps you could calcify them? Then we can use Blair as leverage. He can revive them once released." Molly nodded but said nothing. "What do you want?" a Scrag called, poking his spear through the bars. "The castle's shut." The tip of the spear was glistening black. Hal wondered if the Scrag guards had orders to use them on Brodon's townsfolk if they came too close. One death, or even a single attack, would surely blow their entire cover as protectors. "Are you planning to use that spear?" Hal asked before he could stop himself. "We're just tourists. What would the mayor say if you stuck us with that thing?" The Scrag grinned, his yellow teeth matching his disturbingly yellow eyes. His scars were severe, black and jagged, while his overall complexion was dry and crusty, like he was made of clay and had dried in an oven too long. "Turn around and go away, people. Go about your business." One of the Scrags started pulling at his sleeve. "Wait. I know them. They're from Carter." "What?" "Boss, it's them." He leaned over and whispered in his colleague's ear. Molly took a step forward, whipped up her veil, and gave them all a look through the bars. There was no ray of light or weird glowing effect, accompanied by thunder or a rumbling in the ground, just a curious silence as three of the men froze instantly, their faces turning grey. That greyness quickly spread down their bodies. The fourth Scrag was still whispering in his boss's ear, and he frowned for a second as he realized he was talking to a statue, and then he gasped, snapped his eyes shut, and turned his back to Molly. Dropping his spear, he started running across the courtyard toward the castle, yelling as he darted between other statues. "Rats!" Molly said, replacing her veil. Hal backed away and transformed. Then he leapt over the gates to land in the courtyard. Though he felt like bowling the statues aside, he lifted his wings and hopped past them all as he pursued the Scrag, who was heading for a grand archway surrounding a pair of huge double doors. Rather than push open one of those doors, the Scrag simply let himself in through a tiny door in one of the lower panels. It slammed shut behind him just as Hal got there. He huffed, putting his snout to the doors and giving them a shunt. They hardly budged. Inside, the Scrag yelled for help. Chapter 23. Castle on the Cliff. Hal tried pushing at the huge entrance doors to no avail. He also tried nudging the smaller door, set into a lower panel, but that was locked as well. It was either break down the doors or find another way in. But the swarm probably had the place on lockdown already. Not surprisingly, Miss Simone started yelling from outside the gates. "Break it down! Break it down!" Molly seemed a little more restrained. "No, wait! Fly around and see if you can find a back way in. Robbie can take care of the front." She turned to him and pointed at the gates. "Robbie, open!" As Robbie began a swift transformation into an ogre, Hal took to the air to get his first decent look at the castle from above. It stood precariously at the edge of a plateau on the very end of a line of rocky hills that bordered the coast. The main tower was fat and round, with another 4 turrets poking up around its perimeter. Hal heard the screech and clank of twisted metal and knew Robbie had pushed his way through the gates into the courtyard. The ogre would be inside the castle in seconds. He swooped around to the sides of the building, studying the windows. They might be his best bet. Some were huge, especially those of the main entrance building. Though they contained dozens of small glass panes lined with lead, he figured he could break through without skipping a beat. He glimpsed Scrags running around inside. Taking a deep breath, he hurtled toward the castle. Glass exploded all around him as he pulled his wings in tight and crashed through the window. He thumped down and skidded across the floor. People yelled and screamed as he got to his feet and turned around. At the same moment, the main entrance doors splintered and cracked as an ogre pummeled his way inside. With Robbie at the doors and Hal in the middle of the hall, about 24 Scrags slipped and crunched their way across glass fragments in the effort to escape. They were so fast that the room was completely empty by the time Robbie made it inside with Miss Simone and Molly in tow. "Like rats in a sinking ship," Molly shouted. The grand entrance hall, or whatever it was supposed to be, had a polished tile floor that Hal was scratching quite badly with his claws. He hated to tear up this place any more than necessary, so he kept absolutely still, aware that he had very little room to maneuver despite the size of the brightly lit room. Robbie's feet were soft and padded. He crunched over the glass without caring, barely registering any pain even when he left a tiny smear of blood. "Come on out, Queen Bee," Miss Simone shouted. "Or better still, stay where you are and release our people." Molly took over. "And if you harm a single one of them, I'll whip off my veil and walk through this place all day long until every one of you is turned to stone." Silence. The grand hall led through to a smaller, but no less impressive room, one that Hal would have no problem turning circles in. Archways and small doors led off both sides, indicating at least 8 adjoining rooms of varying sizes. At the far end, wide steps led up into the tower. Quite a bit to explore, but it wouldn't take long for Molly to glance into all the rooms, and anyone looking her way would be dealt with in an instant. "I'm going to count down," Molly yelled. "If we don't hear anything from you in the next—" "All right," Queen Bee yelled back, her muffled voice floating out of a doorway. "You win. We're sending your people up. Then you can leave us alone." Hal turned as she spoke, pinpointing which doorway her voice came from. It was one of the nearest, though by no means the most grand. The door stood open, leaving a narrow opening that led into darkness. Miss Simone and Molly had come to the same conclusion, and they strode across the floor, their heels clicking. They stopped short of going in. "Could be a trap," Molly muttered. "Probably is," Miss Simone agreed. "Let's give them a minute." Robbie hunkered in the main entrance amid the splintered doors. For an ogre, he looked amazingly alert, probably anticipating the return of Lauren. And speaking of their friends, where had Abigail and Darcy got to? Another silence followed. Muffled voices came from the small door. Molly peered in, and after a moment she said, "It's a staircase leading down." That made sense. The hostages, Queen Bee, and the whole gang of Scrags couldn't all be crammed into what must otherwise be a tiny room. If the stairs led down, there might be a whole other floor the size of this one, plenty of room for a queen and her gang to spread out and keep hostages. Hal caught a glimpse of movement and swung his head around. A Scrag had been peeping around the archway of a room deeper into the building. He ducked out of sight the second Hal spotted him. So they weren't all downstairs then. The swarm could be spread about everywhere. More voices sounded, and then came echoing footfalls on stone steps. They were distant at first, gradually coming closer. Listening closely, Hal felt a surge of excitement. There were a lot of people coming up the stairs. Molly stood to one side of the doorframe, ready to fling her veil aside. Under her wide-brimmed hat, her black, somewhat curly hair was beginning to squirm as tiny snakes manifested there. Miss Simone waited on the other side of the door, looking at Hal with raised eyebrows as though to make sure he was ready. But ready for what? The closest footfalls no longer echoed. A second later, someone appeared, a tired-looking man with a face clear of scars. Hal didn't recognize him, but he definitely wasn't a Scrag. Miss Simone let out a cry, and to Hal's surprise, embraced the man. He looked just as surprised, but he tentatively hugged her back. She immediately stepped aside as a woman appeared in the doorway, then 3 children, and Miss Simone greeted them all with obvious emotion. The hostages, Hal thought with relief. As the family emerged into the brightly lit room, others appeared in the doorway behind them, and Miss Simone urged them out, her initial breathless excitement turning to a more businesslike determination. She counted aloud, touching each person on the shoulder as they passed. 9, 10. Good to see you. Go on outside, everyone. 11, 12. Molly waited patiently, unmoving, her fingers touching the bottom of her veil as her snakes writhed under her hat. The freed hostages hurried past her into the hall, giving Robbie a wide berth and filing outside into daylight. Many glanced around as if expecting an attack from the sky. Hal almost did too, if not from Scrags, then from the approaching helicopters. Their dull, throbbing roar was beginning to penetrate the walls. Was it really over? Had Queen Bee actually given up? He didn't trust her for a minute. The image of her attacking him back on the island flitted through his mind, he in his dragon form, and she with her puny spear jabbing at his underbelly as if that would hurt him. She was fearless, bordering on crazy, but smart. Hal reverted to human form and turned to give Robbie a thumbs-up signal that was supposed to mean, "All right, have you got this?" His friend didn't react, and Hal took that as a good sign. Threading through the crowd of freed hostages, Hal finally spotted Abigail just as she was reverting from her tiny fairy form to full size. Relieved, he hurried toward her with his arms out, and collided with an invisible Darcy instead. She laughed in his ear and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Hi, Hal. Darcy, get off." She laughed again, clinging just a tad longer before releasing him and becoming fully visible. Only then did Abigail take her place and return Hal's hug, while shooting Darcy a glare. People were still filing by, and Molly had taken over the counting. 31, 32, 33, 34. Miss Simone barked instructions. "Go outside, people. Head down the hill to the town. Helicopters are coming, and I fear they're going to attack this place, so hurry." Lauren's parents suddenly appeared. Being a teacher, Mrs. Hunter was someone Hal and his classmates were especially fond of. Darcy called out to them both. "Are you okay?" They nodded. "We are now," Mrs. Hunter said. "I hope you studied for your test while I was locked up." She smiled, looking tired but relieved. "Where's Lauren?" Hal asked. "She was locked in a special shapeshifter room," Mr. Hunter said. "They're getting their collars taken off and coming up last." As they followed the other hostages outside, and others continued to shuffle up the stairs, Hal pulled both Darcy and Abigail aside. "So what did you find down there?" he demanded. "Another floor," Abigail said simply. "Not as pretty as this one. More like a crypt, all columns and darkness and cobwebs, some tunnels and lots of small rooms. Everyone was split into small groups. Lauren, Orson, Astrid, and Blair were in a room down the end." "And they're all okay?" "Yeah. Last thing we saw was Queen Bee and a bunch of Scrags standing there watching all the hostages head upstairs. They looked pretty fed up." Hal sighed with relief. Maybe this would go all right then. Queen Bee surely knew her swarm was powerless against a dragon, an ogre, and a gorgon. Now that her lair had been discovered, she had no choice but to surrender. 46. 47. Just 4 more, Hal thought, craning his neck to see over the heads of the most recently emerged. And the last 4 had to be the shapeshifters. Abigail rose off the floor to get a better view. Then she squealed, "Lauren!" A snub-nosed girl with light brown hair appeared, and her face lit up when she saw her friends. She shouldered past Molly with a whispered sorry, pushed through the crowd of Carter villagers, and flung herself at Abigail and Darcy as they rushed to greet her. She grinned at Hal. "Hey, where's Robbie?" Hal grinned back and pointed toward the entrance doors where the ogre still hunkered. She slipped away from Abigail and Darcy, threaded through the meandering line of people, and vanished from sight. Seconds later, the ogre, who towered over everybody else, looked down with a surprised expression, and that was the end of Robbie's ogre duty. He abruptly shrank down and was lost in the crowd. Hal glimpsed them hugging among the shambling villagers. Astrid had also appeared. The woman bore more than a passing resemblance to her twin brother Beau, though she had the ability to transform into a sphinx, whereas he did not. She stepped into the hall, and Miss Simone greeted her with smiles and warm handshakes. Astrid looked tired but relieved, and she kept rubbing at an abrasion on her neck, indicating that she just recently had one of those awful iron collars removed. Next came Orson. When in the form of a flying horse, he was handsome and muscular, an impressive, shiny black stallion. In his current human form, he looked like a hermit with his long, messy hair, scruffy beard, and dull, grey, threadbare robes. Behind him came Blair. He had a bit of stubble, short, dark brown hair, and a thin face with a pointed nose reminiscent of his phoenix altar form. Unlike Orson, he wore smart clothes, only slightly wrinkled. Like Astrid, both men rubbed their necks from time to time, which were obviously stiff and sore. As Orson moved forward to greet Miss Simone, something happened in the background that caused Hal to blink and gape in shock. Two shadowy men appeared and yanked Blair backward around the corner out of sight. Just like that, with a few muffled shouts, he was gone. Everyone heard the shouts and swung around. First off the mark, Molly darted through the doorway, and Hal ran after her before Miss Simone or Orson had a chance to react. He couldn't transform in such a confined space, but he could breathe fire if he needed to. Torches flickered in the narrow passage. It was only 5 or 6 feet long, merely the topmost landing of the tight, winding staircase that Molly was already disappearing down. Hal tore after her, catching sight of her trailing robes as she descended after Blair's muffled yells. After just 10 or 15 steps, there came a scraping, scuffling sound below, and Blair said, "No!" Just out of sight around the bend, Molly slowed. "I'm warning all of you Scrags that I have my veil lifted, so I suggest you—" "Oh!" She stopped abruptly. Hal bumped into her and stumbled back onto the steps. He looked up. A torch flickered on the wall just ahead, so all he saw was her silhouette. But clearly, she'd halted to look at something. Laughter sounded around the curves of the winding staircase. Blair cried out in anguish. Confused and scared, Hal tried to squeeze past Molly. "What's wrong? What are you—" When he touched her arm, he jerked in horror. She was cold and hard. Tentatively, he touched her arm again, more deliberately this time, making sure. Yes, she was as hard as rock. She'd been calcified. But how? Sweating and shaking, he ducked and squeezed past her, and found himself face to face with his own reflection in a tall, ornately framed mirror that stood haphazardly on the steps. Molly stared at him over his shoulder, her veil lifted. Her eyes were wide open, but they were cold, hard, and as lifeless as stone. So a Gorgon's death gaze is just as dangerous in a mirror, he thought, remembering an argument he'd once had with his friends. Half of them had been convinced it was safe to look at her unveiled reflection, but none had been willing to put it to the test, not even Molly herself. Now she'd been tricked into it. Gritting his teeth, Hal gave the mirror a shove. It teetered and fell against the wall, and the glass cracked across its width. He blundered on down the steps, round and round, hearing the maniacal laughter of Scrags below mingled with Blair's furious shouts. The staircase dipped in and out of darkness as Hal passed one fiery sconce after another. He counted 6 or 7 before he reached the lower level, where Scrags waited. Gasping, he skidded to a stop and tried to reverse his direction as 8 or 9 poison-tipped spears appeared inches from his face, advancing on him as he scrambled backward. Scrags crowded the confined space, some of them grinning, some snarling. He felt a scrape across his cheek as he struggled to get back on his feet and turn around, then a jab on his hip. Intense pain lanced through him as he crawled and stumbled upward, the Scrags hounding him from behind. A spear clacked against the wall inches from his face, then another glanced off his arm, snagging his shirt sleeve. He finally had the presence of mind, the magic in his heart, and a lungful of air to breathe a jet of fire over his shoulder, and this caused the Scrags to rear back. A couple of them dropped their spears and sucked at their fingers as they all retreated. Sweating profusely now, Hal fought to stay on his feet as his vision blurred and a throbbing ache spread across his face and abdomen. His grazed arm began to sting, and before long it was aching. If he could only transform. But there was no way he could do so halfway up a spiral staircase. In the back of his mind, he wondered if he'd be better off descending again, breathing fire as he went, and emerging into the larger chamber so he could transform and shake off this poison. But then he'd have to face Scrags jabbing him with spears the moment he appeared. The odds weren't good. He needed to go upward to the castle and transform in relative safety. Only he couldn't make it. His limbs felt heavy. The pain was spreading fast, and his head was spinning. Laughter sounded again below, and he thought he heard Scrags coming up to finish him off. But it turned out to be someone coming down the stairs, a woman exclaiming and reaching for him. Then another voice, Abigail's, cried out and called his name. Hands gripped his arms, and he winced as they dragged him upright. He was only dimly aware of the rest, tripping and scraping on steps, squeezing through the gap where Molly's statue stood. More steps. And then a blurry face leaning over him, shouting at him to change. It went on and on like that for a while. "Change, Hal! Change! Do you hear me? Change!" He finally cottoned on to what he needed to do, though he was barely aware of doing it. A few seconds later, he blinked awake to find a sea of faces around him, Abigail lying flat on her back, and Miss Simone picking herself up. He was in his dragon form again, and the pain had already subsided a little. At least now he was conscious, and sprawled awkwardly across the polished floor where he'd transformed and knocked everyone flying. When he shifted again, he sat up and shook his head. "Molly," he croaked. "We know," Miss Simone said, helping Abigail to her feet. Without another word, she went back to the doorway and disappeared inside. "Wait," Hal said, getting up and lurching after her. "They have spears. You can't go down there." He pushed into the short passage behind her, jostling with Astrid and Orson and his friends, tugging on Abigail's hand as she tried to pull him away. But Miss Simone had halted at the top of the spiral staircase and shouted to anyone listening below. "Let Blair go!" Footsteps echoed up the rounded walls, getting louder and louder. There was a pause, a grunting sound, and then the footsteps resumed. Whoever it was had just pushed past Molly. Seconds later, a shadow appeared ahead, then a face peeking around the bend. "Check," Queen Bee said with a smile. "Your turn." "What are you talking about?" Miss Simone growled, her fists balled. "Don't you think it's a little like playing chess? I'm the queen, and I just took out one of your major pieces. Now it's your turn." Miss Simone's hair began to move of its own accord as an inexplicable breeze swept through the passage. A deep rumble sounded. The Queen looked behind her, then back at Miss Simone. "Just so we're clear, my friends are right behind me. They're standing next to your friend Molly with their hands on her shoulders, ready to give her a good hard shove. I think you can guess what will happen to a statue if it topples down the stairs." Hal felt a jolt of horror. The idea of Molly breaking into several pieces was ghastly. The breeze died away, and Miss Simone's shoulders slumped. Oddly, the rumbling continued. "What do you want from us?" Queen Bee grinned again. "It's quite simple. I have what I set out to obtain, which is the shapeshifter program. I have the blood samples. I'm a happy queen. The hostages are free, and you may now leave with your friends. In fact, I insist on it." "Not without Blair and Molly." "I don't think so. I need some insurance, you see. That noise I hear, are those helicopters?" Now the rumbling seemed much more pronounced. "Here's the deal," Queen Bee said, deadly serious for a change. "All of you go. Shapeshifters, hostages, and those helicopters. Just go. When you're all gone, I'll release Blair. He'll perform what did you call it? A regeneration, a rebirth. When he does so, Molly will awaken, and so will all my calcified friends. Blair can then fly Molly out of here, and if he can't take her weight, then they can walk out. Everyone will be happy." Miss Simone shook her head. "I don't trust you." Even as she said it, Hal knew she'd have to. Most of the Queen's swarm was safe in the chambers below, the only apparent access via this narrow staircase. Maybe there was another way for Hal and Robbie to break in and throw their weight around. But right now, Molly's statue was literally teetering on the edge of destruction. Queen Bee smiled. "So what's it going to be, Simone?" Chapter 24. Retreat. Miss Simone led the shapeshifters outside. By this time, the 47 nervous villagers from Carter, including Lauren's parents, were shuffling down the sloping road to the town of Brodon below. Some ran ahead, eager to be away from the castle. They kept pointing up at the approaching fleet of helicopters, the noise of which now thundered across the landscape. Hal took all this in as he stood near the busted gates in the courtyard. "I wonder if this town has ever seen helicopters before," he said to Abigail. "I doubt it," she pointed. "Look, I can see people in the market." Despite being distant figures, it was clear they were standing around, gaping at the spectacle passing by overhead. 9 fearsome-looking, dull-colored military machines with heavy artillery hanging off the sides. Hal shuddered. He wouldn't like to be the Scrags right now. Yet Queen Bee had once again wormed her way out of certain defeat. Lauren, Orson, and Astrid launched into the sky to intercept the machines. On Miss Simone's orders, they were to pass a message to 1 or more pilots not to engage the enemy, and instead to land on the beach and take the hostages home. It was a bizarre sight to see the Harpy, Pegasus, and Sphinx flying around in circles, dwarfed by the approaching helicopters. Hal had mixed feelings about it all. Obviously, a battle would be disastrous for Molly and Blair. Queen Bee would make sure they were the very first casualties. And since the Scrags were literally underground, below the castle itself, an airstrike would be pointless. Soldiers would have to storm the place on foot, and Hal imagined them pouring down the winding staircase with guns rattling and Scrags screaming. But losing Molly and Blair was not an option. A standoff was the only answer for now. The hostages were free, and that was the main thing, which left Queen Bee to do as she pleased with her stolen shapeshifter program. "We're not leaving it at that," Miss Simone had murmured to Astrid earlier. Hal had been listening to her as they'd all retreated from the castle. "Scrags cannot be trusted with such power, but we'll have to fight that fight another day." "When?" Hal had asked. Very soon. In fact, she gave Hal a long look as she said that, and he felt certain she had something in the works already. In the meantime, she and the other shapeshifters, Hal, Abigail, Darcy, and Robbie, stood and watched as Lauren, Orson, and Astrid flew around in the sky under the thundering helicopters, careful not to get caught up in the deadly rotor blades. The procession had halted, hovering over the town of Brodon and causing a massive downdraft. Residents scurried all over the narrow streets, darting into doorways and slamming windows as the monstrous machines hung in the air. Hal knew it had to be terrifying getting close to those rotors, but Lauren managed it. Being the most agile, she flung herself into the side of one of the larger helicopters. Its side door was wide open, and soldiers hung out with their arms outstretched, inviting her in. Once she was aboard, Robbie breathed a loud sigh of relief and said proudly, "That's my girlfriend." Astrid and Orson continued flying in circles, one a lion-like creature with an oversized human head, the other a shiny black stallion, both with giant bird-like wings. Robbie pointed to the statues that littered the courtyard. "Miss Simone, why can't we just threaten to break these up the way Queen Bee's threatening to break Molly? We have more hostages than she does now." Miss Simone shook her head. "I thought of that too, Robbie. The truth is, Queen Bee won't budge. She'll care, but she won't back down. I suspect Molly and Blair are worth far more to us than a legion of Scrags to her." Darcy battered Robbie's arm. "Anyway, who's going to break them up? You?" "Easy. I could pick them up and throw them down onto the Rocs, and they'll shatter into a million pieces." "That's not what I meant." Darcy wrapped her arms around herself as if chilled. "Would you really do that? Kill a bunch of defenseless people?" Abigail pushed her hand into Hal's. "She has a point, Ogre Brain." Robbie pursed his lips. "Well, they wouldn't know about it. They're dead already, unless Blair wakes them again." "And if he does, and they wake on the rocks below," Abigail said, "how will you feel when they find their heads separated from their bodies?" Robbie grumbled something. The helicopters were turning. Slowly, ponderously, they tilted and began chopping through the air toward the beach that spread around the bay. There was plenty of room on the sand, and Hal watched with awe as they turned and flew low across the water, throwing up spray. Some of the machines were the twin-engine monsters used to transport crates of fog pellets, and these had plenty of room for passengers. The rest were single-engine fighters, reminding Hal of mechanical dragons. "We'll round everyone up!" Astrid shouted as she shot by overhead. She, Orson, and Lauren headed down to the streets of Brodon to intercept the long line of released hostages. As the helicopters began touching down on the flat beach, Miss Simone sighed and started heading back toward the castle. "All right, come with me, boys. You girls stay here." As her appointed bodyguards in case Queen Bee decided to take an extra hostage, Hal and Robbie hurried after her. Abigail and Darcy hung back, both looking disgruntled. Inside the castle's grand hall, which was still littered with broken glass, the three of them crunched across the polished floor to the doorway leading to the spiral staircase. Miss Simone stepped inside, peered around the corner, then moved farther in. "Hello?" she called down the stairs. After a moment, footfalls echoed up. "What do you want?" Queen Bee answered. "It's done. The helicopters are landing on the beach. They're going to collect my friends and head back to Carter. It's over. You can release Blair and Molly now." Queen Bee laughed softly. "Not yet, Simone. I'll let them go when I can come upstairs without fear of being burned alive or plucked apart, and when I can look out across the bay with no helicopters in sight. When you're all far, far away, then I'll tell Blair to do his regeneration thing." Miss Simone sighed. "He can't do it just like that. He can regenerate, but it's not powerful enough to wake statues. For that, he needs an extra dose of magic, a load of geo-rocks or a patch of glowing energy in the ground. I know, Queen Bee said shortly. Otherwise he would have done it 10 minutes ago and woken Molly. Don't worry, I have it in hand. How? Queen Bee clicked her tongue. Really, Simone, do you think I'm simply going to tell you everything? Give me some credit. Now leave this place. Miss Simone slowly turned away from the steps, paused, then turned back again. I can't trust you. What assurance do I have that you'll release Blair and Molly? None, except that I want my swarm back. They're standing around in the courtyard doing absolutely nothing, and I don't like idle drones. I need to let Blair do his trick so they can wake up. What's to stop you from tipping Molly down the stairs first? Again, nothing. Queen Bee paused. Frankly, she's more trouble than she's worth, and I'd like nothing better than to see her in a million tiny pieces. But I'll keep her safe. It would be foolhardy to incur more of your wrath than necessary. She paused again. If you want further assurance, Simone, then there's something you can do for me. Miss Simone glanced back at Hal and Robbie, who shrugged, mystified. What could she possibly need? The Queen took the silence as an invitation to continue. I'm aware that new shapeshifters might need some coaching. That's where you can help. You're kidding. I am not. I understand there's a device, a sort of glass ball, very small. It helped some of your shapeshifters to understand their new bodies and fully develop their skills. Orson was very forthcoming about this subject, at least when I pressed him about it. Miss Simone shook her head in silence. I understand it's hidden away in a cave somewhere, Queen Bee went on, her voice drifting lazily from the stairwell. I want it, Simone, and that's why I won't antagonize you more than I need to. That's why Blair and Molly will be released safely in due course. Call it a friendly exchange. Now Miss Simone snorted with disgust. She clenched her fists. You keep changing the deal. Now it's my friends for that little glass ball? Well, now that you mention it. Gah! The mermaid's tangible wave of anger nearly knocked Hal and Robbie off their feet. They staggered as Queen Bee laughed from the darkness of the stairs. Miss Simone advanced, looking like she was about to descend, but Hal pulled her back and whispered, The glass ball won't do her any good anyway. Isn't that what you said? She stared into space. Yes. She nodded and continued in a low monotone, as if talking to students in her laboratory. Yes, the glass ball can only retrieve deep-seated memories and knowledge. New Scrag shapeshifters won't have any such memories. The new shapeshifter program is quick and simple, bypassing all those years of childhood that you and your friends went through, the dual nurturing, the subconscious development of necessary animal instincts. The new program is really nothing but a quick infusion of blood and DNA. Hal grinned. Right. So let her have the glass ball. We don't need it anymore, and it'll be useless to her. Miss Simone nodded, composed herself, and called down the stairs. All right, Queen. She spat that word out with great distaste. Keep my friends safe. We'll be back with the glass ball tomorrow. The sun had set and everything was darkening. The helicopters on the beach were nothing more than hulking black shapes with a few spotlights set up to light the way. It was hard to see whether the hostages had arrived yet. Even then, those 47 village folk would need to board the biggest machines and strap in. It might be 30 minutes or more before they made their final escape into the night. Miss Simone, together with Hal, Robbie, Abigail, and Darcy, hurried down the long road to Brodon. At the bottom, Robbie told them he was going to slip away and find Lauren on the beach. Darcy went with him, offering to keep him out of trouble in the town's dark back streets. I'll protect you, Robbie, she said. He looked underwhelmed by her offer. Miss Simone barely noticed they were gone. She headed into a well-lit street and accosted the first person she came to. You! Where can I find the mayor?" The gnarly-faced old man looked up and squinted at her. "Well, it depends. Normally, around this time, he's having a drink in the crooked chimney. Go down that street yonder, turn right, go straight for 3 blocks, and it's on the left." "Thanks." Miss Simone turned to leave with Hal and Abigail, but the old man wasn't finished. Then again, with all this going on, he jabbed his thumb skyward. "I shouldn't be surprised if he's in his office. Follow this road around the foot of the cliff to the Brodon Monument. His office is opposite. You can't miss it. It says Mayor's Office on the front." "Thanks," Miss Simone said again, and marched off. Hal and Abigail hurried along behind, watching her silky cloak billow in the evening breeze. She was mad, and she had every right to be. As she'd said, why on earth had the mayor allowed a Scrag to take over the castle in the first place? But more important than whatever ridiculous reasons he came up with was the idea that there might, and surely must, be other ways into the castle's depths. One tight, winding staircase was fine for quick access from the Grand Hall, but the place had to have a back entrance as well, somewhere that the castle builders had brought in materials to build the structure and underground chambers. Heck, it needed a secondary way in and out, if only for safety reasons. So she stomped along the road until she came to a tall, rounded obelisk with a plaque on it. She didn't bother to read it, instead hurried across the cobblestone road to where a man was lighting oil lamps outside a large 3-story building with columns out front. A sign, reading Mayor's Office, hung over the door. Miss Simone burst in without hesitation. The lobby was small, with doors leading off in 3 directions. She padded across the highly polished floorboards to an ornate desk where a woman in her 50s, with a grey bun of hair and odd triangular glasses, sat stiffly with a quill poised in her hand. "He's not taking visitors," she barked. "It's late, and in case you haven't noticed, there's a situation with flying machines." "I'm aware," Miss Simone retorted. She marched straight past the desk and flung open the door to the office beyond, clearly marked Mayor Seymour Priggle. In that vast room sat a huge man, immensely fat with oily black hair raked across his mostly bald head. He was so rotund that he had trouble reaching across to drum his pudgy fingers on the desk as he spoke to the man seated before him. He froze as Miss Simone walked in, his fingers pausing in mid-drum. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. "I'm sorry, sir," his secretary said, shuffling past Hal and Abigail as she tried to catch up with Miss Simone. "She just barged in. Shall I call security?" Miss Simone gave the man no chance to reply. "I want to know why on earth you would let a gang of criminals and reprobates take over your castle and keep over 50 people from our village as prisoners in the chambers below. What were you thinking? Did you not stop to think who you were letting your castle to? Didn't you check their backgrounds or something? These people are—" "Now, just a minute," the mayor sputtered, pushing back his chair and struggling to his feet. His face had turned a few shades darker. "Who are you?" Miss Simone took a deep breath. "Simone Dupont. I'm from Carter." The mayor's eyebrows shot up in recognition of her name. 52 of my people were taken hostage the other morning," she went on. "They were brought here to your castle and held prisoner on the lower level, and all under your nose, you imbecile." Abigail squeezed Hal's hand hard, and he glanced at her. If she could have spoken aloud, she probably would have said, "She's not exactly diplomatic, is she?" But then he realized she was trying to tell him something. She nodded her head sideways toward the mayor's visitor. Hal blinked. A Scrag. Though surprisingly well-dressed for one of Queen Bee's drones, the angry scars on his face gave him away as he turned more fully toward them. "I'll have you know," the mayor protested, his face darkening further, "that I know exactly what I'm doing. Thank you very much." Oh, so you planned for a gang of criminals and reprobates to take over your castle? Miss Simone scoffed. The mayor simply arched an eyebrow. She paused then, apparently realizing something more was afoot here. She did a double take when she noticed the mayor's visitor. The Scrags stared back with a yellowed, gap-toothed smile as she stepped closer to the desk and addressed the mayor again. I don't understand. You're working with these people? Behind them, several pairs of booted feet had arrived in the doorway, 3 big men fitted out in matching dark blue uniforms and shiny chainmail, their helmets hanging low. Trouble, sir, one of the guards growled. The mayor held up a hand to stay them. He scowled at Miss Simone and gestured toward the Scrag. Where you see thugs and villains, I see victims of a catastrophe, forced to survive in a world that turned its back on them. Miss Simone's shoulders slumped. What are you doing, Mayor? I'm reacting to a crisis. A clump of oily black hair fell across his forehead, and he absently pushed it back up again. A little late, don't you think? 52 hostages held in your castle? No, the mayor interrupted. He pointed a fat finger at her. I'm talking about the crisis you instigated years ago, the breeding of shapeshifters within your ranks. Now there's an influx of people from another world and soldiers bringing across deadly machines and weapons. What's next? Shapeshifters with specialized military training? Are you forming a deadly army to conquer our peaceful realm? Even from where Hal stood behind Miss Simone, he could see she was gasping like a fish out of water. What? She finally managed. Mayor Priggle placed his hands on his hips and lifted his chin to stare down his nose at her. Do you deny it? Of course I deny it. You would, the Scrag seated in front of the desk muttered. Miss Simone glared at him. I'm not talking to you. You are now. I'm Duke, Queen Bee's liaison and right-hand man. He looked smug as he reclined in his chair with one leg crossed over the other. Send them away, Mayor. The kids are shapeshifters too. In fact, this boy here is the dragon we talked about. The mayor visibly paled. He's the dragon? In the doorway behind Hal and Abigail, the 3 guards shuffled and looked at one another as they fingered the knives tucked into their belts. Hal willed a ball of fire to form in his chest in case things got ugly. Miss Simone leaned across the enormous desk. Mayor, please think about what you're doing. You're completely wrong about the shapeshifter program. We're simply trying to communicate more effectively with our non-human neighbors in an effort to make our world a little easier to share. Hal and Lauren stopped dragons and harpies from attacking the town of Lewis in the north. Abigail and Darcy have given us wonderful insight into the harmless lives of fairies and dryads. We have a centaur who— Save it, Duke snapped, jumping up. He tapped a walkie-talkie strapped to his belt. Queen Bee warned me not 10 minutes ago you'd be coming here with your pretty face and soft-spoken lies. As usual, she was right. She said that? The mayor said, looking startled. Why didn't you warn me? I'm supposed to be kept in the loop. Duke ignored him and pointed at the 3 shapeshifters. She also insists you're to be set free because you're coming back tomorrow with a little gift. A glass ball of some kind? He stepped back and gestured toward the door. So go get that glass ball. Get out of here. Scat! Hal swallowed his fire, glad he wouldn't have to burn anybody else today. Miss Simone stood perfectly still with her eyes closed for 30 seconds, while everyone in the room stared at her. An ominous rumble had started deep below the floor. She was having one of her mermaid moments, and her hair moved slowly as though she were underwater and in the path of a gentle current. Finally, she gave a nod, more to herself than anyone else, and opened her eyes again. The rumbling faded as she spun around and stomped across the floor to the door. She stopped and turned back to face the mayor, her cloak swirling around her. Pointing a finger, she said icily, You're making a huge mistake, Mayor Priggle. You have no idea what you're getting yourself and your town into. These people are using you. I'll be the judge of that. What's in this for you, Mayor? They have no money, and you're already in a position of power. She narrowed her eyes. Wait. Please don't tell me you're hoping to be a shapeshifter yourself. Get out of here, the mayor said stiffly. Duke grinned. See you, Blondie, and you, Dragon Boy. Look forward to meeting you again. You might be a big, tough dragon, but what use is a dragon who doesn't have the guts to step up when necessary? He jabbed a thumb at himself. I, on the other hand, would make a fine dragon, and when Queen Bee starts casting spells up there in that castle, I'll be first in line. Miss Simone clicked her tongue and swept out of the room without another word. Hal and Abigail hurried after her, crossing the lobby to where the secretary rather sternly held the front door open. As they stepped out into the cool evening air, Duke's voice floated out of the mayor's office. See you in battle, kid. Not if we stop Queen Bee first, Hal muttered. And we will, Miss Simone said over her shoulder as she strode along the road. There will be no spell casting and certainly no Scrag shapeshifters. But as Hal and Abigail jogged hand in hand after her, he had to wonder if it wasn't already too late. The Queen wouldn't waste any time. She was probably in the castle right now, experimenting on them, creating shapeshifters. The Island of Fog series. Having tracked the Scrags to the coastal town of Brodon and forced the release of the hostages, the shapeshifters now need to put an end to Queen Bee's dangerous plans. Or is it too late? Is she already in the process of creating an army of monsters? The two-part arc concludes in Castle of Spells. Visit islandoffog.com for all the most up-to-date information.